One of the major problems of opening a conversation is that many people can't get beyond, "How are you? How's the wife? How's business? Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?" So let me ask you now, do you feel at a loss about what to say or how to act when you meet a stranger? Do you want to hold the upper hand in the conversation so you can get your own way, but you don't really know how or where to begin? Perhaps you need to gain power over others so you can control a person's attitudes and actions the first time you meet, but you don't know how.
Now you will know how to do that, and much more, with Conversation Power, Communication Skills for Business and Personal Success by Dr. James Van Fleet. In today's world, just being good at your job isn't enough. You need to communicate ideas, interact with people in different business situations, speak in public perhaps, and persuade your superiors. As a matter of fact, most of your day is spent in oral communication. It makes sense, therefore, to hone your conversational skills and use them to your best advantage. James Van Fleet has spent a lifetime mastering the language of success. He's enjoyed a distinguished career in a wide field of experience, from the United States Army and chiropractic medicine to management consulting and motivational speaking. A prolific author, he's considered an expert on applied psychology, which forms the basis of his 13 published books. Now, you'll be able to learn his proven, practical principles of people power and self-expression in this information-packed program.
If you want to become highly successful in business or industry, you must know how to control and direct people's actions by your orders and commands. Since you can't use force to control people, you must learn how to use techniques that will command both respect and obedience.
And the techniques you'll learn aren't just limited to the business world. You'll be able to extend the communication expertise you enjoy professionally to your home and personal life as well. Exact phrases, simple guidelines, practical tips and examples will show you how to relate to your family and friends. Whether you need to gain information, placate your spouse, or just get better service, one thing is certain: you'll never be at a loss for the right words again. And now, Nightingale Conant is pleased to present Conversation Power, Communication Skills for Business and Personal Success.
Many years ago, the American philosopher George Herbert Palmer observed that he who can explain himself can command what he wants. He who cannot is left in poverty. After more than 30 years as a consultant in business management and human relations, I've found that Palmer's comment has stood the test of time. Conversation, the act of explaining yourself, is your principal mode of communication with other people. No other skill is anywhere near as important to a successful business career, a rewarding social life, or a happy home. For it is by what you say, and to a lesser extent how you say it, that you impress others either as a strong, assertive personality or else a weak one. A person's success depends as much on the ability to talk as it does on the professional and technical know-how to do the job. All other things being equal, advancement and promotion will invariably go to the person who has mastered the art of self-expression, both in speaking and writing, while his colleague, who attaches little or no importance to what can be achieved with the use of language, will be marked for mediocrity or failure. The famous British statesman of the 19th century, Disraeli, summed up this idea concisely when he said, "Men govern with words." Perhaps you want to change your spouse's mind about what kind of car to buy, or restore cheerful good humor to a sullen, moody teenager. You may need to overcome your employer's objections to a business proposal you've submitted. Perhaps motivate an employee to try harder, or discipline one who stepped out of line. Maybe you just need a few ways to break the ice with strangers at a social affair. Whatever the situation, whoever the other person, this program will help you accomplish your purpose. In many cases, it will even suggest the exact words and phrases you can use. But there's more to conversation than just talk. There's also body language, the gestures, movements, and facial expressions that sometimes speak louder than words. You learn to watch for these signs in other people to know if they're saying what they really mean. And also use body language yourself to magnify the impact of your words. Now, if you'll analyze your day, you'll find that no less than 75 to 80% of it is spent in oral communication with someone, explaining, persuading, advising, ordering, influencing, asking, and answering questions. The more capable you become in expressing yourself clearly and precisely to others, the more successful you will become in mastering people and controlling their actions. A famous psychologist made a detailed study of hundreds of successful men and women to determine the main reasons for their success. She found that they had one specific thing in common: their skill in using words. She also discovered that their earning power was closely linked to their verbal skills. You, too, can expect your earning power to increase when you improve your own language skills. When you learn how to govern and control people with words, you'll be at home in any social environment. You can walk into any group and be as much at ease as if you were with your own family. When you master the art of self-expression, you can become a recognized leader in social, business, political, and community affairs. In addition, you'll gain 6 more valuable benefits. First, you'll develop a winning, positive, powerful, and outgoing personality. Second, you'll have greater self-confidence, emotional security, and peace of mind. Third, you'll gain the ability to think clearly and to express yourself precisely. Fourth, people will listen to you and get the job done right the first time. Fifth, promotion and advancement will come your way as a matter of course. And sixth, you'll develop the power to influence and control others so they'll do what you want them to do. In this program, you'll learn conversational skills that you can use in many different situations: business, employee and colleague relations, how to be a better salesperson, improving your home life, how to build enduring friendships, and how to be an effective speaker. Before I go any further, let me explain that I often use the pronoun he for the sake of convenience, but please understand that everything I'm talking about applies equally to both men and women. One of the first problems you must solve if you want to become a skilled conversationalist is selecting the proper subject to talk about. You can't hold a person's attention for very long if you discuss something in which he or she has no interest whatsoever. Most conversations start with, "Hello, how are you today?" The expected answer is, "Fine." The person asking the question isn't at all interested in hearing the minute details of how the other person really is. The next point to come up is usually a comment about the weather. "It's a beautiful day, warmer than usual, cooler than normal. I think it's going to rain." After that, there's no place to go, and the conversation founders and dies in absolute silence. If you want to avoid situations like these and become an excellent conversationalist, then you must give your listener an interesting verbal handle to grab onto. How can you do that? By finding out exactly what the other person wants or what he likes to talk about. My friend George Rogers has a quick example of exactly what I mean by that.
I've found that the quickest way to grab a person's attention and hold it is to pay him or her a compliment. Every person you meet wants to feel important in some way. When you pay a person a compliment, you feed his ego. You make him feel important, and he likes you immediately. He admires your good judgment. For instance, I have a new leather sports jacket that I like very much. The other day I wore it when my wife and I went out for dinner. The waitress said to me, "Gee, that sure is a terrific-looking jacket, sir. That's the most beautiful leather jacket I've ever seen." Well, that young lady made my day. Not only did she compliment me on my jacket, but in doing so she praised my good judgment in making such a wise selection. She fed my ego. She made me feel important by just a few words, and she also benefited from that compliment. Her tip was much larger than usual.
There are 3 major points to remember from this one example. First, although the friendly handshake, the big smile, and the cheerful greeting are all highly important in making friends, they won't get you anywhere at all unless you know exactly what the other person wants. Second, you'll never gain your objectives unless you stop thinking of what it is that you want from that person and concentrate entirely on what you can do for him. To be able to do that, you must get inside a person's mind so you can find out what he really wants. That's the third point you need to know. What actually makes that person tick? You must discover those secret motivators of his that really turn him on. Only then will you be able to understand why he says what he says, and why he does what he does. And only then will you be able to guide and control the conversation for your own benefit. Now, you needn't be a psychiatrist or a psychologist or have any sort of advanced degree to be able to understand human nature. You can discover the innermost secret needs and desires of others by just using a few simple methods. The techniques you'll learn in this program are easy to understand, simple to use, and most important of all, you'll find that they really will work for you. I can assure you of that, for I've spent my entire life studying applied psychology. Give me just a few minutes to listen to another person talk, and I can tell you what he wants out of life even better than he can. With a bit of practice and experience, you can soon do the same. There are 14 secret motivators that cause people to do and say as they do. When you discover their innermost needs and desires, when you make every effort to help them get what they want, most of all, you'll gain power over them, power that'll work like magic for you. People will always do what you ask them to do. It will be extremely easy for you to understand human behavior when you realize that people do and say the things they do because they have certain deep needs and desires that must be fulfilled. Everything a person says and does is aimed at achieving those basic needs and desires. Some of these motivators are purely physical. Others are acquired through the learning process as one goes through life. Now, the satisfaction of a physical need can become a specific goal that causes a person to behave in a certain way. Those basic needs are the ones that have to do with a person's physical existence and survival: food, drink, sleep, clothing, shelter, and normal body functions. In an average social situation, you'll seldom have the opportunity to exploit a person's physical need to your own advantage unless that basic need of his has become an obsessive want because of greed. Let me explain that a bit more. We're all motivated by greed at some time or another. Greed will make a person want a larger house than he or she needs, a more expensive car than he requires, better clothes, finer food, and so on. When a person's need becomes a want, it's also because he or she is driven by a deep, learned desire, ego gratification, a need for a feeling of importance and pride, plus a desire for more money and all the things that money will buy. Don't misunderstand me now. I'm not putting down money or the good material things in life. After all, I'm susceptible too. Give me the choice between a Chevrolet and a Cadillac, and I'll take the Cadillac every time. I'm just saying that when those basic fundamental needs become a burning, driving, overpowering obsession to get more of them than one can ever use, it's usually because of greed. And you can always use a person's greed to your own advantage. You can use it to influence and control the conversation, and ultimately to influence and control the person's actions and behavior. Desires or learned needs are acquired by a person throughout his life as he discovers the values held by other people and the importance of certain social attitudes and ideas. Psychological needs such as the desire for power, approval, recognition, ego gratification, liberty, and freedom can be even stronger than the basic physical ones. People will do whatever is necessary to achieve them, be those methods legal or illegal, moral or immoral. Every normal person has 14 basic desires or learned needs. They are: 1. A sense of personal power, mastery over others. 2. Ego gratification, a feeling of pride and importance. 3. Financial success, money, and all the things it'll buy. 4. Recognition of efforts, reassurance of worth. 5. Social or group approval, acceptance by one's peers. 6. The desire to win, the need to be first, to excel, to be the best. 7. A sense of roots, of belonging somewhere, either to a place or a group. 8. The opportunity for creative expression. 9. The accomplishment or achievement of something worthwhile. 10. New experiences. 11. Liberty and freedom, privacy from intrusion. 12. A sense of self-esteem, dignity and self-respect. 13. Love, in all its forms. 14. Emotional security. Except for the first two, the desire for power and the need for a feeling of importance, which psychologists feel are the two greatest motivators of all, I haven't listed the other 12 basic desires or learned needs in any particular order of importance. But the point is that a person will not be completely happy and content if any one of them is not being satisfactorily fulfilled. Everything an individual does is directed toward their attainment. Every waking moment, every thought, word, and act is aimed at achieving these goals. Now, it'll be up to you to find out which one or more of these desires is dominant in your subject. You'll need to discover which ones you can use to influence and control his actions. Find out what he wants above all else in life. Do that, and you'll be in complete command of both him and the situation. Although a person needs fulfillment of all 14 of these basic desires, you'll soon discover that he or she has the greatest need and desire for whatever they're lacking at the moment. By the same token, an abundance of any of these basic needs or desires will prevent you from gaining control of the situation or the person at that particular time. These 2 points might seem quite apparent to you, and you might wonder why I mention them. But I've often seen people try to gain power with an individual or take control of a situation by trying to fulfill a desire that's already been satisfied. Remember that a person's needs and desires are never static. They change constantly. What he wanted most of all a month or even a week ago may not be important today. That's why you'll want to keep up to date and completely informed about a person's current needs and desires. To do that, you must listen for clues in his conversation. If he's reluctant to talk, you must draw him out so you can get those clues. Use the following 5 guidelines to get a person to talk about himself and discover his deepest desires. First, be genuinely interested in people, in each person and his individual problems. Second, be a good listener. Watch for what he does not say as well as for what he does. Infinite patience is absolutely necessary to become a good listener. Third, encourage the person to talk about himself. Ask him leading questions to help him get started. Fourth, always talk in terms of his interests so you can find out what he wants. Never tell a person what you want. He doesn't give a hoot about that. Fifth, make the other person feel important. Feed his ego and do it sincerely. To get specific answers to your questions, it's always best to use the 5 W's. Who, what, when, where, why. You can also use how to get additional information. No matter who the person is, how important he is, how much money he has, or how successful he is, to him the most important subject in all the world is himself. He loves to tell you how he started from nothing and became something, how much money he's made, how important a figure he is in the community, and on and on. As you can see from this, there are a lot more profitable subjects to talk about than one's health or the weather. Just remember that you can't control a situation by guessing what the other person wants. You must know exactly what he or she wants so you can help them get it. Only then will you have the power to control both them and the situation to your own advantage. The only way to gain that information is through conversation, specifically by asking questions. Now, my own life insurance agent, Ted, was making an average living by using the old-fashioned standard approach of plugging financial security for the family if the man of the house died. His secretary, Pamela, attended several of my lectures on speech improvement and word usage. She suggested to Ted that he might profit by changing his sales approach. He could offer the prospect the opportunity to control and dominate his family even after his death with the proper insurance program. Ted called me the other day to tell me how much his business had improved with these new tactics. When I offered a man only security for his family, I was offering him a benefit that he could never use himself, Ted said. In fact, I was making him think only of his own death with that kind of sales pitch, and he just couldn't accept that idea. But by offering him the chance to control and dominate, guide and direct his family's activities even after he was gone, he saw that he was in a sense still alive. He was not completely wiped out of the picture. My life insurance sales have quadrupled with this new approach of yours. This point of people wanting to dominate others is a good one for you to keep in mind. Even though few individuals will admit the fact openly, it's a deep hidden desire of almost everyone. Why is this so? Because if you can dominate another person and control his actions, that makes you more important than he is. And being important is one of the 14 basic desires we all have. As a prominent psychologist once told me, people don't want to just get along with other people. They want to have power over them. So, if you're at a loss as to how to find what a person's deep needs are, you can always begin by feeding his ego. Make him feel important. And as he talks about himself, you'll quickly learn what his other needs and desires are. He can't help but reveal them to you as he talks about himself, his dreams, his hopes, and his desires. If you're at all doubtful about this, I suggest you try it as an experiment. Use this procedure of making people feel important for a week. See for yourself. You'll be amazed at the fantastic results you'll get. And now I'd like to give you some practical tips on how to open and close a conversation beyond the dead hello, with strangers, with the opposite sex, on the telephone, and in business. You'll learn how to use topic teasers to stimulate immediate interest in your listener. You can also use these tips to open and close a talk or a speech. The point is, the first impression people have of you will probably be a lasting one. So you want to make your opening the best that you possibly can. By the same token, how you end your conversation or talk will also become an indelible part of your listener's memory. So you want that final impression to be the best possible one, too. Even if you drop the ball in the main body of your talk or your conversation, excellent first and last impressions can help you overcome any weaknesses in the middle. Before I discuss the techniques, I want to give you one never, which I've touched on earlier. Never open a conversation by just saying hello. It's a deadly opening, for it's not interesting, so the conversation goes absolutely nowhere. The magic key to a successful opening is to get the other person's interest immediately if you want your conversation or your talk to be successful and beneficial to you. Here are some examples of how to use this technique.
I've always been interested in computers, but I really don't understand how they work. I know you're an expert in the field. Could you tell me more about them?
This opening can be used for any kind of work.
I've often wished I knew more about the stock market and how it works. Would you tell me more about your job and the kind of work you do as a stockbroker?
This opening can be used for any occupation or profession.
I've never seen such great shoes before. Can you tell me what kind of leather they're made of and where you got them?
Your name absolutely fascinates me. Can't you tell me some origin and meaning?
You really have a gorgeous tan. I'd love to look like that, but I always turn as red as a boiled lobster. What's your secret?
Although you can use other conversation starters, I've found that using a leading question to get the person to talk about himself is the most reliable way to get him to open up and talk with you. Concentrate your attention on what he's most interested in, not on what you're interested in. Some men find it extremely difficult to talk with a woman. They're overly worried about saying the wrong thing or having it misinterpreted as either a chauvinistic remark or a pass. Married men are often uncomfortable talking to a single woman, especially if their wives are present. This will present no problem at all if you stay on safe ground by selecting an appropriate and suitable subject. Surveys of over 1,000 women about their favorite subjects for discussion revealed that the following 9 subjects were at the top: family and home, including children and grandchildren; good health; work or job; promotion and advancement; personal growth; clothes and shopping; recreation; travel; men, especially single women. Subjects that were least liked by women were sports such as baseball, football, and boxing, politics, and religion. However, some women are quite comfortable discussing sports. Surprisingly, the topics most men like to talk about are strikingly similar to those women like, according to surveys of 1,000 men. They like to talk about the following 8 subjects: family and home, including children and grandchildren; good health; work or job; promotion and advancement; personal growth; recreation; travel; women, especially young single men. Subjects also preferred by men were sports and politics. They disliked discussions of religion, nor did they care to discuss clothes, fashions, or shopping. Use topic teasers to open conversations. You can arouse interest with them and head off meaningless and boring conversations. Look through your newspaper or a current news magazine. I know you can find some more interesting topics to discuss than the weather, politics, religion, or the state of your health. To best project your individuality and to make sure that you're on safe ground, choose a topic in which you're well-versed so you won't get caught short. Avoid controversial subjects that can create enemies for you. To answer your telephone with just a dull and lifeless hello is a poor start for any conversation. I know one imaginative businessman of Scottish ancestry who answers his phone with a "Top of the morning to you. This is McCampbell speaking, and how can I be of service to you?" It's always a pleasure to call him just to hear his happy greeting. No matter how down you might be, he always makes you feel better. Now, you can let a person calling you feel how glad you are to hear him, too, by the happy sound of your voice. It's so easy to say, "Rick, it's good to hear from you. I'm so happy you called. What can I do for you?" Equally important is the tactful way to close a long-winded telephone call that's eating away at your working day. You can pleasantly say, "George, I'm sorry to rush away, but I have no choice. I simply have to go. My secretary's standing in the doorway right now, giving me a dirty look. Let's pick this matter up again as soon as we can." Or, "If I didn't have to meet my boss in 5 minutes, Mary, I'd love to discuss the subject in more detail with you. How about getting together someday at lunch where we can talk it over without any interruptions?" If you want to be successful as a public speaker, Then tuck away in your memory some anecdotes, jokes, stories, and quotations that you can use to open your talk and to liven it up as you go along. Even the most serious speech can be helped with a line of humor here and there. It will help you relax your audience and make them even more receptive to what you're saying. I well remember attending a business seminar in Miami where the main speaker was having a tough time getting to his point. He sensed that his audience was growing restless, but he saved the day by his quick wit when he said, "Please be patient. When I get through talking here, I'm going to say something." In business conversations or talks, you can use a variety of methods to persuade people to listen and pay attention to you. The best is the leading question that promises your listener a benefit. Here are some brief examples of this potent technique. How would you like to make some easy money? Would you like to increase profits 25%? How would you like to cut production costs in half? Want to double the number of your customers? How'd you like to reduce your utility bills 20%? Do you want a car that offers the best mileage on the road? You see, when your listener says yes to your opening question, it establishes a friendly, positive mood. This makes it much easier for him to continue to agree with you. Now, you might be saying to yourself, how will I know when to stop talking? One of the best ways to keep from talking too much is not to muddle and confuse your listener with information that he doesn't need. Don't drown him in details. Unnecessary trivia can cause confusion, loss of attention, and misunderstanding. Remember that attention is always lost when understanding is gone. So to keep the full attention and interest of your listener and to gain his complete understanding, don't talk too much. Make your sentences short. Don't use unnecessary words. Stay on course. Stick to your point. To sum up this idea, let me put it this way. Don't wait too long to finish. Be sure that you stop talking before your audience stops listening. Always leave them wanting more. Then you know they'll always come back. The spoken word is truly an amazing tool for controlling people's emotions and reactions. If you learn to use words well, you'll gain the upper hand over anyone. On the next few sides, you'll learn talk techniques and tips that'll help you acquire the conversational finesse to make you a success in any situation.
This is the end of Side 1. Side 2 is already queued up for your listening.
Often in our lives, we start off a new relationship talking with a stranger. On Side 1, I talked about the importance of making good first impressions when I gave you some effective openers and closers. On this side, I'll show you how to get off on the right foot with strangers. To do that, you must always be able to make a good first impression. You see, making a good first impression is more than half the job of getting what you want from a total stranger. The way you strike people at your first meeting will often decide how they're going to react to you for a long time to come. If you rub a person the wrong way the first time you meet him, it could take months or even years to correct that initial bad impression he has of you. And it could be that you never will be able to change his bad attitude toward you. Your first few words are more important than the next several thousand. For instance, suppose you have a mean, "I hate the whole world" look on your face the first time you meet a person. No matter how many times you see him after that, he'll always remember that first bad impression he had of you. He'll continually think of you as an old sourpuss with a miserable outlook on life. For example, I was talking with Scott Kennedy the other morning at the Chamber of Commerce breakfast. Another person, a local businessman, I'll just call him John, joined us in small talk for a few minutes. After he left, Scott said, "I can't stand that man. He's got a rotten temper, treats his help horribly." I was astonished at Scott's remark, and I said, "I don't understand that at all, Scott. I've known John for a long time now. He's one of the most pleasant, good-natured fellows in the whole town. I've never seen him lose his temper or heard him raise his voice in anger in all the years that I've known him." "Well, all I know is, I went into his store one time," Scott replied, "and he was chewing out one of his clerks up by the cash register in front of all the customers. He was really raising Cain. He was all red-faced and yelling like crazy. He didn't even have the courtesy to reprimand his employee in private." "I'm really surprised to hear that, Scott," I said. "It sure doesn't sound like John at all. Something really bad must have happened to cause him to act that way that one time. I know it had to be an exception because he's one of the most even-tempered and kindest men I've ever known." "Maybe so," Scott said, "but I've never gone back to his store since then, and I'm not going to. Once was enough for me. I've absolutely no use for employers who use their positions to mistreat and degrade people the way he did." Well, actually, I do happen to know that John is one of the most patient, kind, considerate, and thoughtful employers that I've ever met. He goes out of his way to be decent to his help. I also know that he has made several interest-free loans to some of his employees to help them get their children through college. But unfortunately, he had lost his temper that one time that Scott saw him, and Scott's first impression of John was a lasting one. So, it's highly important for you to know how to make the right impression on people the first time. I'd like to use the rest of this side to give you 6 valuable techniques to get off on the right foot with strangers. By using them, you'll be able to influence their attitudes and actions positively and control the conversation for your benefit from the very beginning. Now let's discuss the first technique, how to tactfully strike up a conversation with a complete stranger. A friend of mine, Ron, can strike up a conversation as easily as you or I might talk with a long-time friend. I've studied his methods for a long time, for I've often felt I could use some of his gifted techniques myself. What's Ron's secret? He appeals to the person's ego. He makes that person feel as if he or she were the most important person in the whole wide world. Here are just a few of the many conversation openers that Ron uses. "How do you manage to keep such a calm and serene attitude toward life with the hectic business pressures you have to put up with every day?" "I've never met a minister I didn't enjoy talking with. Could you tell me more about your particular faith?" "I've never seen such attractive earrings before. Could you tell me where I might get a pair like them for my wife?" "I've never met an educator I didn't enjoy talking with, for I always learn something more. Could you tell me more about your particular specialty?" There's no limit to the list of conversation openers you can use. You can use the ones Ron uses, or you can use the ones I gave you on side 1, or better still, you can make up your own to fit the particular situation you find yourself in. The only guidance you need follow is to use a leading question to get the person to talk about himself and his own self-interests. This is a guaranteed way to get an individual, even a total stranger, to open up and talk with you. Simply concentrate your attention on what he's interested in, not what you're interested in. Always feed the person's ego. Make him feel important, and you'll never go wrong. It's one of the best ways in the world to strike up a conversation with a total stranger and feel perfectly at ease while doing so. Now let me give you the second technique so you can see how you can use it to take control of the conversation immediately. You see, when two people meet for the first time, one will automatically become the leader and assume control of the conversation. The other person will then become the follower. You can always take control if you'll simply remember that everyone in the world is waiting for someone else to tell him what to do. So, let that someone be you. You'll find that this amazing strategy will put even a total stranger under your control immediately. All you need do is take the initiative, and you will instantly have the momentum on your side. If you adopt a positive attitude and assume that the other person is going to do what you want him to do, you'll find that 95% of the time he will carry out your request or your command without hesitation or question. In only 5% of cases, all he needs is a little extra push. One of the best examples I've ever seen of this technique is this story a friend of mine, Sandra Crawford, told me.
There was a car accident out in the country. Several cars had stopped to look, but no one tried to help. Then another car stopped, and the man who got out took charge of the situation immediately. He first checked the occupants of both cars and found that the only person seriously hurt was a woman. Her face had been badly cut, one arm had been broken, she was bleeding and in shock. Since this was the dead of winter and it was icy cold, shock was doubly dangerous. The man checked to make sure she had had no spinal injuries that would keep her from being moved. Then he turned and gave a series of rapid-fire orders to the people standing around looking on. You, go in that house and call an ambulance and the highway patrol. You there, go with him. Bring back 2 blankets to cover her with and a sheet or anything we can use to immobilize her arm. The 2 of you over there, go find something we can use to carry this woman into the house to get her out of this freezing weather. Get a folding cot, some boards, a door, anything that will support her weight. You 2, go down the road to the south and slow down traffic. You 2 go up the road to the north and do the same thing. We don't want another accident to happen. The rest of you, get in your cars and leave right now. In only a few moments, where before that had been only confusion, there was now order and organization, all because one man took control of the situation.
So that's the first thing for you to keep in mind. If you have the courage to make decisions and then accept responsibility for your actions, you'll find that people will always gladly defer to you. You'll be surrounded by an aura of command and authority that, even though invisible, is still so easily recognizable you can almost touch it. People will automatically look to you for leadership whenever a problem arises. Just remember that other people will always accept you at your own appraisal of yourself. You are more responsible for how people accept you than anyone else. A lot of people worry about what other persons think of them. You can rid yourself of that unwarranted fear if you'll just remember that you are not responsible for what other people think of you. You are responsible only for what you think of yourself. Others form their opinions of you based upon the opinion that you have of yourself. You see, if you act like a nobody and put yourself down, then others will treat you like a nobody and put you down too. But if you act like somebody with authority, people will treat you that way. It is a truism that a person can have whatever allowances or liberties he takes without opposition. Take the role of leader, seize control of the conversation, and others will immediately concede to you. This fact is well illustrated by the following true story a friend of mine told me. He was a draftee in World War II and was inducted into the service at Jefferson Barracks, St. Louis, Missouri.
When the group I was inducted with shipped out, for some reason or other, I was left behind. When the next group of draftees came into my barracks, they assumed immediately that I was an old-timer in the service, and I let them think that. I had them scrubbing floors, cleaning out the latrines, and policing the grounds outside the barracks, while I supervised their work, most of the time, from my bunk. It wasn't until the next group of draftees shipped out, and I was one of them, that they discovered that I had no rank, but that I was a private just like them.
Jack did exactly what I suggested to you. He assumed the role of a leader by seizing control of the situation, and everyone immediately did as he wanted them to do. How would you like to get superior service from a waitress in a restaurant or a clerk in a store? The third technique will teach you how to do that. One of the deepest desires every person has is the need to be important, the craving to be appreciated. Every time you deal with a stranger, you can fulfill that deep craving with a few words that won't cost you a single penny. Just pay the other person an unexpected compliment of some sort. I know you've heard me say this several times before, but I can't repeat it too often. For the desire to be important is considered by psychologists to be one of the top 2 driving forces that motivate people to do what they do. Let me give you an example of this technique now. Whenever I go into a restaurant, I make it a point to compliment my waitress in some way. Just the other morning, the one who brought my water and menu seemed grouchy and out of sorts. I was determined to change her attitude at once. "What a lovely fragrance you're wearing," I said. "You certainly make an old man feel young and lively again." Her face brightened immediately, and a smile appeared in place of her frown. "Thank you," she said. "That's the kindest thing I've heard this morning." You can be sure my eggs were done just the way I wanted them, over medium well, not too soft, not too hard, just right. There was extra jelly on my toast, and my coffee cup was constantly filled without my asking, all because I had paid her a simple compliment and made her feel important. I always make it a point to find out my waiter or waitress's name immediately. It keeps me from having to say, "Hey, you." And as I'll tell you in just a moment, a person's name is the most important word in the world to him or her. So always make it a point to find out the name of your waitress or waiter, or the clerk in a store who's waiting on you. It'll surely pay you dividends, and that's for sure. Have you ever wanted to get up close so you could see the show better in a nightclub? The same technique will get you the same results as a $20 bill, but it'll cost you absolutely nothing. My wife and I were standing in a long line waiting for the dinner show at the Flamingo, one of those fabulous Las Vegas clubs. The maitre d' was strolling up and down the long line looking at the guests. He was handsomely dressed in dinner clothes and had a magnificent beard, the kind that only a few people like Hemingway, Kenny Rogers, or Chris Christopherson can wear well. "I wish I could grow a beard that looks as handsome as yours does," I said to him. "I've always wanted to grow one, but I've never had the courage. I've had to content myself with my salt and pepper mustache." "Why are you standing back here in line when you have a reservation for a front table?" he asked with a sly wink. "Come up here where you should be, and I'll seat you and your lady immediately." Paying an unexpected compliment will even work to melt the icy and haughty manner of an imperious government bureaucrat, and that's the closest thing to a miracle I have ever seen. Now, in the fourth technique, I want to tell you how you can get a complete stranger to go out of his way to help you. If you want to get a person you've never met before do whatever you ask him to do, then say something that will let him know at once that he is superior to you in some way. The plain truth is that every person you meet feels he is better than you in one way or another. A sure way to his heart is letting him know that you recognize that superiority. All you need do is ask a person for his advice, his opinion, or his help, and he'll go out of his way to assist you. I can well recall the time I went into a bait and tackle shop in Florida to buy my first saltwater fishing gear. I simply didn't know how or where to begin. The clerk was busy with several other customers, so he couldn't help me immediately. I lifted one rod after another out of the rack only to put it back. Then I looked at lines and hooks and weights, but I didn't know what to pick up or put down. I noticed a man on my left watching me sympathetically. "Would you help me out and give me some advice?" I asked. "I've never done any surf fishing before, and I simply don't know how or where to start." "Sure, let me give you a hand," he said. "I've got an hour before I go back to work. I'll be glad to show you what to buy and, just as important, what not to buy." "Well, I don't like to bother you," I said. "I don't want to burn up your lunch hour for you, but I sure could use some advice from an expert." "Don't worry about my lunch hour," he said. "I need to lose a few pounds anyway. The important thing is to get you fixed up with the right kind of fishing tackle." He proceeded to tell me all about the differences in the various kinds of fishing rods. Then he showed me the type he used and recommended the same kind for me. After that, he selected the reel and showed me how to put it on the rod. Then came the correct hooks, the right weights, line, leader, a pair of fishing pliers, a scaler, a fish filleting knife. He spent nearly an hour with me. We'd completed my shopping, and he was showing me how to assemble it all when he glanced at his watch. "Well, I think you're all set now," he said. "I'm sorry I have to leave, but I must get back to work." "I really appreciate your help," I said. "I don't know what I'd have done without you. But I'm afraid I've used up your entire lunch hour. I'm sorry." "Forget it," he said. "I'm just glad I was here and that I could help you out." If you'll just be willing to admit that people can be superior to you in some way and then ask them for their help, you'll find that a tremendous number of benefits will come your way. Here are some specific phrases you can use to get the results you want. "Can you help me out with this, please?" "Could I ask you for your advice?" "What's your opinion on this?" "I value your judgment on this matter." "Could you please show me how to do this?" "I know you're an expert in this field. Could you give me a few tips?" These phrases, and others like them, will help you strike up a conversation with a total stranger and feel completely at ease about it. Every man is my superior in one way or another, and in that I learn from him. If you'll just remember this idea, you'll have no trouble at all in putting this technique to work. Now, in the fifth technique, I want to give you 3 surefire ways to make friends with a total stranger. First of all, remember that it's ever so easy to strike up a conversation with a total stranger and make friends with him or her if you'll just get your mind off yourself and what you want and concentrate on what the other person is interested in. There are any number of conversation openers you can use to control the situation and get the other person to talk. But the 3 I've found to be the most effective are, in the order of their importance, a person's name, his vocation, and his hobby. Let me show you what I mean. A friend of mine, Harry Bellows, is district sales manager for a large wholesale nursery house. His company had been trying for months to win a certain large retail account from a man named Peter Manaski. More than a half-dozen salespeople had called on this gentleman, but without results. Finally, the president called Harry in and asked him to have a go at it.
The first thing I did was to check with each salesman. Each one told me the same thing. Mr. Manaski was really touchy about how his name was pronounced and how it was spelled. So I went down to the library to find the exact ethnic derivation of the name Manaski. Then I went calling on him. As soon as I was ushered into his office, I said, "I've been anxious to meet you for a long time, Mr. Manaski. You see, I've always been interested in the ethnic derivation of names. It's sort of a hobby of mine. I know your name's Slovakian in origin, but I haven't been able to find out exactly what it means. I know your first name, Peter, means reliable and dependable, but the library's not able to give me the meaning of your last name. Can you tell me?" Mr. Manaski glared at me and said, "How do you know I'm Slovak? How do you know I'm not Polish? All your salespeople seem to think so." "Because your name is spelled with the suffix SKY, I said. "If your name were Polish, it would be spelled with SKI. "By golly, you're a pretty smart fellow," Mr. Manaski said. "I think I'd like to do business with you." He then talked for more than an hour about his family's origin, his father's native country, his children and grandchildren, his hobbies and interests. I listened patiently and benefited. I left that day with the biggest order we'd ever received from a retail nursery. He's been our steady customer ever since that day.
Now, I myself am just as touchy about my own name as Mr. Manaski is. Mine is of Dutch origin. My parental grandparents came to this country from Rotterdam, Holland in 1870. All my ancestors are Holland Dutch, not German. and I dislike being thought of as being of German origin just as much as Mr. Manaski disliked being called Polish. We may all be United States citizens, but we still have a feeling of original ethnic pride about our names. The second surefire way to make friends with a total stranger is to let him tell you what he does for a living. All you need to say is something like this: "I've always been interested in your profession. Would you tell me something about your position and the work you do?" This is usually enough to keep the other person going for half an hour or more. In fact, you might end up feeling as I did when I asked a young computer programmer to explain his work to me. He told me so much about computers, I thought I was going to drown in technical terminology. I felt about like my father did when he used to say that the preacher said more than he had to talk about. If this happens to you, you must be patient. Remember, your purpose is to control the situation and guide the conversation for your eventual benefit. The third surefire way to make friends with a total stranger is to ask him to tell you about his hobby. Most people have an avocation of some sort, be it hunting, fishing, bowling, golf, gardening, music, whatever. In a great many cases, people are as expert, sometimes even more so, in their avocations as they are in their professions. And you can be sure of one thing: they always like to talk about their hobbies. I have a neighbor, a pharmacist by profession, a botanist by avocation. Bill is a walking botanical encyclopedia. He can give a person valuable free advice about plants, shrubs, trees, vines, and everything else that grows. Bill can look at a plant or a shrub and tell you if it needs iron, magnesium, has too much water, not enough water, whatever. All you need do to become his number one friend is to ask him something about his hobby. The sixth technique is about how you can control the attitudes and emotions of complete strangers. If you will remember, when you studied physics or chemistry, you found that positive attracted negative, like went with unlike, and acid neutralized alkali. But this doesn't hold true when you're learning how to get along with people. When you're dealing with human beings, just the opposite is true. Like always attracts like. Let me show you exactly what I mean by that. Be kind to others, and they will be kind to you. Be mean to others, and they will be mean to you. Be courteous to others, and they will be courteous to you. Well, you get the idea. Now, as I told you earlier on this side, whenever two people are involved in a relationship, one will become the leader, the other will become the follower. If you assume the position of leadership, as you should, the attitudes and emotions of others will depend entirely upon your attitude and your emotions. The power you have over others and the ability to master and control their emotions and their actions by your own emotions and actions is enormous. In dealing with others, then, you will always see your own attitude reflected back in the other person's behavior. It's almost as if you were looking at yourself in a mirror. When you smile, the person in the mirror smiles back at you. When you frown, the person in the mirror frowns back at you. Let me give you a simple example of this technique. Take my own granddaughter, Dara Nicole, for instance. When I smile at her, she's happy, and she smiles back at me. But if I frown the least little bit, or if I act irritated and impatient about something, she gets a worried look on her face, and she says, "Are you mad at me, Grandpa?" Then I'll smile back at her, and I reply, "No, of course I'm not mad. Are you?" A look of relief and joy comes over her face. She smiles and says, "Nope, I'm not mad either. I'm happy." Well, you don't have to say a single word to influence another person. Smiles and frowns are both contagious. It's all up to you how you want to infect the other person. His attitude and actions will depend entirely on your attitude and your actions. So, if you've been afraid to strike up a conversation with a complete stranger, practice the 6 techniques I've given you here for a few weeks. You'll be amazed at the fantastic results you'll get. Now, to refresh your memory, let me review these 6 techniques for you here. 1. To tactfully strike up a conversation with a complete stranger, ask him a leading question so he will talk about his own self-interests. 2. Take control of the conversation immediately by assuming the leadership role. Remember that everyone in the world is waiting for someone else to tell them what to do. 3. To get superior service from a waitress, a waiter, a clerk, even a haughty government bureaucrat, pay that person an unexpected and sincere compliment. And always be sure to learn the person's name so you don't have to say, "Hey, you." 4. To get a complete stranger to go out of his way to help you, let him know at once that he is superior to you in some way. 5. 3 surefire ways to make friends with a total stranger are, first, remember that a person's name is his most personal possession. It is the most important word in all the world to him. Be sure you spell it correctly and pronounce it properly. Second, let the person tell you all about what he does for a living. Let him give you all the details. And third, have a person tell you about his hobby. Ask him questions to draw him out if he's hesitant. And the 6th technique, you can control the attitudes, emotions, and actions of complete strangers by your own attitude, emotions, and actions. Remember that a smile always wins a smile in return, but that a frown always begets a frown. If you'll practice these 6 techniques and use them constantly, you'll soon find that your fear of talking with strangers will vanish. You'll develop the confidence you need to feel completely at ease and comfortable when talking to a total stranger. Just remember that a stranger is a friend you haven't met yet, and it will make your job that much easier for you. On the next 4 sides, we'll talk about some specific business situations and how you can use your conversation power to gain the upper hand.
This is the end of Side 2. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 1 for your next listening.
Business conversations have 3 primary purposes and can be divided into 3 main categories. Those that order, command, or direct and tell a person what to do. Those that inform and tell a person how to do something. Those that persuade and tell a person why something should be done. These 3 general purposes sometimes overlap, as when a conversation that directs a person what to do also explains why the order must be carried out. Or if you were trying to get your superior to approve some new procedure, you would not only inform him how your new system would work, but you would also want to let him know why it is so important that the proposed change be made. But for clarity and better understanding, I'll discuss each of the primary purposes of a business conversation separately, starting with conversations that command or direct. Now, telling others what to do is a subtle art that requires a great deal of skill and expertise. When you know how to do that, you'll gain 5 benefits. 1, people will respond quickly to orders and directives that are concise, clear, and easy to understand. The perfect example of the most concise and clear-cut order of all time can be found in Matthew 9:9, where Jesus simply said, "Follow me." And the Scriptures say that Matthew arose and followed him. 2, people will work better when they know the results you want. They will do a far better job for you when you tell them what their exact responsibilities are, precisely what you want done, and the specific results that you expect. 3, issuing orders that are easy to understand will enable you to decentralize the work effectively. 4, you'll be able to emphasize results, not methods. by issuing mission-type orders. A mission-type order tells a person what you want done, but it doesn't tell him how to do it. The how-to is left entirely up to him. A mission-type order opens the door wide so a person can use his imagination, initiative, and ingenuity to do the job for you. 5. You can get rid of waste, confusion, and duplication of effort. When you use clear, concise, and simple orders that are easy to understand, people will know what you want done, and they'll do it right the first time. Simplicity is an absolute must to ensure complete compliance with your commands. I'd like to give you 5 simple techniques for giving orders that will always be followed and carried out to the letter. The first technique is to make sure the need for an order actually exists. Certain administrative details in your work become so routine that it's unnecessary to issue any sort of order about them. For instance, you don't need to give your people an order at the end of each day to come back to work the next morning. Some people make the mistake of thinking they have to issue an order just to prove they're the boss. This is not necessary. If you're in charge, people already know that. You don't need to issue an order to prove it. Here's how you can determine whether an order is required or not. An order is needed in only 4 specific situations. 1. To start some action. 2. To correct a mistake in the action or solve a problem. 3. To speed up or slow down the action. And 4. To stop the action. Now, I'll bet you're sitting there right now trying to think up other times when you might need to issue an order. You might be thinking, what if I have to change direction? Well, just slip that question under number 2, to correct a mistake in the action or solve a problem. The second technique to use in issuing orders is to know exactly what you want before you issue an order. To help you determine the results you're after, follow these 7 simple guidelines so you can use the same thinking pattern each time you issue an order. 1. What exactly is it that I want to get done? 2. Why exactly is the job necessary? 3. When does the work have to be done? 4. Where is the place for the work to be done? 5. Who is the person best fitted to do the job? 6. How will the job be done? What tools, equipment, and facilities are needed? 7. How much will it cost to do the job? The third technique to be used in giving commands that will always be obeyed is to let a person know exactly how he's going to benefit by carrying out your order. Before you tell a person what to do, think the situation through thoroughly. Reverse your roles mentally so you can look at your order from his viewpoint. That way you'll be able to tell him exactly how he will be rewarded by doing as you ask. The fourth technique you can use is to get him in the mood to follow your orders. You can use one or all of the following 3 methods to set the stage so the person will be in the mood to obey your commands without question. The first method is to use praise, recognition of efforts, reassurance of worth. If you want a person to go all out for you, if you want him to follow your commands implicitly, then praise him. Tell him what a terrific job he's doing, how much you need him, how you can't get along without him, how happy you are he's in your company. The second method you can use is to make his job interesting and worthwhile. Let a person know why his job is important and how it contributes to the success of the entire group. This, too, feeds his ego and fulfills his basic desire to be somebody. The third method is to offer a person emotional security. If you constantly threaten a person and cause him to worry about losing his job, demotion, suspension, or a penalty of some sort, you can never get him to work at his full potential. You cannot order a person to do something by using fear or threats and expect to get the best results. Fear always leads to hate, and when a person hates you, he'll never willingly obey your commands. As an experiment, use these 3 methods I've just given you for a few weeks. You'll get results far beyond your highest expectations. You'll be amazed at the cooperation and support that you'll be able to get from your people. And now the fifth technique for issuing orders that will always be followed. Disguise your orders as suggestions or requests, if at all possible. You see, if your people have any initiative whatever, you'll get far better results by using suggestions rather than giving direct orders. The average person doesn't respond too well to direct commands unless he's in the military, and even then, that's no guarantee. I have always been able to get extremely good results by asking a person to do something or by suggesting that he try it a certain way. You can use such expressions as, "Why don't you try it this way? What is your idea on this? Would you be good enough to... I wish you would... Do you think you can... When do you think you could have it done?" Many times, the best way to get a job done is to let the other person think it's his own idea. A good way to practice this technique is to use it on your own children and your spouse. Pick up some experience around the house, and you'll soon be ready to go out and play the game like an old pro. Now I want to give you 6 guidelines for issuing clear, concise, and positive orders that are easy to understand. Your order can be oral or written. The choice will depend upon what's to be done and how complex the task is. The first guideline is fit your order to the job to be done. You don't need a 10-page memorandum to say, "Okay, start the motors," to the morning shift. But if you're working on a technical project, a carefully written step-by-step is a must. Don't confuse all your previous detailed planning with the final order you give. An extremely complex plan can be put into operation with a simple order. For instance, the written documents that were prepared for the invasion of Normandy in World War II would completely fill a room of more than 200 cubic feet clear to the ceiling. Yet General Eisenhower kicked off the invasion with a simple 23-word sentence that said, "You will enter the continent of Europe and undertake operations aimed at the heart of Germany and the destruction of her armed forces." That simple order launched more than 4 million men, 5,000 naval vessels, 5,000 fighter planes, and 6,000 bombers into the battle for Europe. The second guideline for issuing clear and positive orders is to make your order fit the person. The experience, background, education, intelligence, and position of the person receiving your order will all play a part in how you word what you say. The third guideline is to use simple words and terms. You don't have to use big words when you write or talk. Small words move with ease, where big words stand still, or worse yet, bog down and get in the way of what you really want to say. There's not much, in all truth, that small words can't say and say quite well. The simplest writing is always the best writing, because it's the easiest to understand. The fourth guideline is to concentrate on a single point. Don't scatter your fire. Even though there might be a multitude of details to be taken care of, these will all fall into place quite naturally if your order has but one specific final objective. So don't clutter up your mind with trivia that confuses or clouds the main issue. Keep it as simple as possible. Farm out the details to your subordinates for them to do. That's what they should be getting paid for. The fifth guideline for issuing clear and positive orders is to use oral instead of written orders whenever possible. There's no point in wasting time and effort to put an order in writing if you can get the results you want with an oral order. Now, if your order is going to change established policy or procedure, then it should be put in writing, no matter how simple it is. An oral order should be used mainly to correct a basic mistake the person is making. If that oral order changes an existing policy, then it has to be confirmed in writing as soon as possible to prevent any future confusion or possible misunderstanding. The sixth guideline for issuing orders has 3 specific points. 1. Use your own language. Don't freeze up when you pick up a pen. Use the same kind of language you'd use to tell your neighbor about the fish you caught last week down at the lake. Add whatever technical terms you need, Make the rest simple 1- and 2-syllable words, and you'll get your message across loud and clear without any trouble at all. 2. Develop your own style. Don't try to impress someone by writing a letter or an order the way you think people want it to be written. There's no such thing as a standard letter to follow as an infallible guide. Develop your own distinctive style. Let your writing reflect your personality so vividly that everyone will know who wrote the order even if you forget to sign it. Let me give you a couple of examples here of both good and poor styles of writing. Poor style.
Sound attenuators eliminate the heavy equipment operator's ability to detect danger signals or apprehend vocalized instructions.
Good style.
When heavy equipment operators wear earplugs, they cannot hear sounds of danger, nor can they hear or understand oral orders.
3. Don't worry too much about grammar. The way a word is used is more important than the way a book or grammar says it should be used. Besides, you don't have to be a grammarian to recognize a good sentence. After all, the first requirement of good grammar is that you focus your reader's attention on the meaning you want to convey. If you take care to make your meaning clear, your grammar will usually take care of itself. Here are 3 simple methods you can use to check for clear understanding of your orders. 1. Have your oral orders repeated to you. I can think of absolutely no exception to this rule. The first time you break it, things will go wrong. If people don't understand your instructions, it's a cinch you won't get what you want. So make this a hard and fast rule to follow. Oh, I know that once in a while a person will become irritated when you ask him to repeat your order. He will think you're insulting his intelligence. Well, there's an easy way around that. All you need say is, "Would you mind repeating what I've just said? I want to double-check myself to make sure I didn't leave anything out or that I didn't give you the wrong information." That'll solve the problem at once. 2. Have them ask you questions if they don't understand. Normally, if a person doesn't understand what you want, he'll ask you to clarify it for him. But if you're giving instructions to a group, don't assume that everything's understood just because no one asks a question. Many times, a person will have a question, but he doesn't want to expose his ignorance in front of others. If you suspect that's the case, then move on to the 3rd method. Ask questions yourself to make sure your order is understood. How do you plan on tackling this problem, Marcia? What are your ideas on how to handle this, Steve? Or you could use an approach like this. Do you understand why this part goes on first? Do you see why this small ring goes on last? Do you know why the temperature must be kept at a constant 68 degrees? Have you ever noticed how certain individuals seem to have the knack of assuming command of a situation, no matter what it is? Why is this so? Because such a person is used to accepting full responsibility for his actions. He or she immediately takes charge even when they lack the authority to do so. And since most people don't care to accept the responsibility for a bad situation, they are only too glad to defer to someone who takes over the position of leadership. That's the first thing you need to keep in mind when you're developing your own aura of command. If you have the courage to make decisions and accept responsibility for your actions, you'll find that people will always defer to you. Let me tell you how you can project your aura of command to others without ever saying a single word. Your entire physical bearing can be used to project the power of your personality through body language. Your posture should be erect, your head up, your chest out. You must show alertness and vital energy in all your actions. If you have confidence in yourself and act as if it were impossible to fail, people will gain strength from your example. Your appearance and manner must depict confidence, sometimes far beyond what you actually feel. By controlling your voice and gestures, you can exert a firm and steadying influence over those around you. People always have the highest regard for the boss who remains calm in times of trouble. but they look down on the one who panics at the first hint of something gone wrong. You increase people's confidence when you can view a bad situation with a cool and calm presence of mind. By such a positive attitude, you seem to take the burden on your own shoulders. You give them a feeling that there is a way out of the dilemma and the problem can be solved. Now, you'll find that a great deal of your business conversations that have to do with issuing commands and giving orders will be spent in correcting a person's mistakes and telling him what he's done wrong. But you can't criticize a person to correct his mistakes. That will never work. As I've discovered for myself, criticism destroys people relationships. It destroys love and marriages. It ruins friendships and creates enemies. Criticism tears down a person's self-respect, dignity, and self-esteem. In the end, criticism totally destroys people. I can't think of one single thing that criticism does that is of any value whatever to anyone. But wait a minute, I can hear you say right now, what about the times I have to correct the mistakes of one of my subordinates? Then I have no choice. I have to criticize him. If I can't use criticism, how will I ever be able to correct the error? I'll agree only partially with what you just said. True, there are times when you will need to correct a person's mistakes. But that's all you need to do. Correct the mistake. But don't criticize the person for making it. The dividends you'll receive when you do it that way are tremendous. There are 16 specific techniques you can use to correct a person's mistakes in a positive manner. 1. Call attention to a person's mistakes indirectly. Your first goal should be to correct the mistake so that it won't happen again. Sometimes you can get that done by using only this first technique. If you can, that's wonderful. When you see something wrong, when you see a mistake being made, simply walk over to the group and ask, "What happened?" That's all. The cardinal rule to remember here is to leave out all personal remarks. Don't try to blame anyone. When you ask, "What happened?" you get rid of personalities completely. You focus on the mistake itself and only on the mistake. Just compare these two statements for yourself. What happened? Who did it? You can feel the difference between the two questions, can't you? One's asking only for facts. The other is looking for a scapegoat. You can figure out for yourself how to use this technique in your own operation, whatever it is. The two important words to use are what happened. When you use them, people will open up and talk. They'll tell you what went wrong and where the problem is. All you need do is listen. Then you'll get all the facts you need to correct the mistake. 2. Get all the pertinent facts first. Too often, the boss will jump to conclusions without getting all the facts first. You'll never solve a problem or correct a mistake that way. Your people will be reluctant to tell you anything at all if you approach the problem like that. They must understand that all you want to do is correct the mistake, not punish some individual. If you're more interested in performance than you are in punishment, people will cooperate with you and open up. Perhaps the mistake came from your poor instructions, improper orders, bad rules, misassignments. Remember, you can pull some boners too. But rare is the employee who has the courage to tell the boss when he's wrong. Too often, this can lead to devastating retaliation. Let me show you now, by example, how you can best avoid this situation.
Whenever one of my subordinates has the courage to tell me I'm wrong, I know I found a person who's capable of accepting greater responsibility, no matter what her present job is. So many people are afraid to do that. Of course, much depends on their boss's attitude. If they think they're going to catch it for saying anything about your being wrong, they won't say a word. That's why I always let my people know that all I want to do is correct the mistake, not punish anyone. My policy with my employees is, don't tell me what I'd like to hear. Tell me what I have to hear.
3. Decide whether a formal counseling session is necessary or not. If the mistake can be corrected on the spot, chances are there's no necessity to call someone into your office for a formal counseling session. But if, in your opinion, the mistake will be repeated unless you talk directly to the person responsible for the error, then you have no other choice. You must call him in and talk with him. Please note that I said you must talk with him, not to him. Offer your advice, counsel, and guidance in such a way that he'll scarcely realize that you're finding fault with his work. 98% will respond favorably when you treat them in this way. 4. Pick the right time and place. If your counseling session is an extremely serious matter, then the only place to hold it is in your office, where your authority is clearly evident. If the counseling session is for some minor matter, then any place, even the company cafeteria where you can discuss things over a cup of coffee, would be fine. But complete privacy is an absolute must, as is quiet. Another point to be considered is the time. Unless it's an emergency that has to be dealt with immediately, pick the best day of the week. I've never liked Friday for a heart-to-heart talk. There's too much risk of a person brooding over what you say and coming back to work the next week still sour over what happened. Nor do I like Monday. That's a bad time because no one's really into the swing of things yet for the week. Personally, I like Tuesdays. That way I can let a person know by a wave of the hand, a pat on the back, or a cheery hello for the rest of the week that I carry no ill will or hold any grudge against him for his mistake. 5. Never lose your temper when counseling an employee. If you lose your temper, it's no longer a counseling session to help an employee correct his mistake. It's nothing but a hot-tempered argument between two angry persons. You won't even be able to remember the purpose of your interview. If you can't see any other good results except for your temporarily feeling better for blowing off steam, don't do it. You're a human being, not an overheated car radiator. Don't let your personal feelings and opinions creep in. You must be in a cheerful, positive mood yourself to hold a counseling session. If you're upset about something or a personal problem is bothering you, postpone the interview with your subordinate. If you don't, he can easily interpret your attitude and emotions as being directed toward him. 6. The only way to start your counseling session is to praise the person first. Don't tear him apart the moment he enters your office. Praise him at the same time you're pointing out his error. You can use comments like these to get him to gracefully accept your correction of his error.
Tom, that was certainly a fine progress report you submitted. You covered all the main points. However, there is just one thing I want to...
Annie, you're doing excellent work. But there's one idea for self-improvement I'd like to discuss with you. Next time you use the word progress...
Hank, I know you've been looking for ways to improve your work procedures. I've noted one thing you're doing that's causing you a problem, so I'd like to suggest...
Mary, your typing is outstanding. You make very few errors, and your work is clean and neat. Your spelling is exceptionally accurate. However, I did find one small mistake in this letter. It's not an earth-shattering one, but it does change the exact meaning of what...
Tim, your report card looks terrific. I'm really proud of your work. Your history grade is the only one that's off a bit, but I know you can bring it up too, and I see how well you did in all your other subjects.
7. Take your own inventory next. After you praise the person, continue your counseling session by taking your own inventory so he'll feel more at ease with you. You don't have to list all your mistakes for the past year to use this technique. Do as Bettina Gregory does.
I start out by saying, Marie, I've made the same mistake myself, and probably a lot more times than you have, too. Here's what I did to correct it. Then I tell her how I managed to do it, which is really an easy way of letting her know what I want her to do. And then I ask her if she'll try it my way. What else can she say except that she will? When I handle her mistake this way, the average person identifies with me, gets my point at once, and has no hard feelings about it either.
8. Let him tell his side of the story first. Give the person plenty of opportunity to present his side of the story. Most people are extremely anxious to let you know exactly what happened, why, and how. They want to make sure you understand, and will talk readily if you just give them the chance. If a person does seem reluctant to speak, Ask him some leading questions. Keep asking why, or say, and then what happened? And then what did you say? And then what did you do? What happened next? When you ask questions like these, you give the person a chance to unload, and you'll be in a better position to discover the real reason for his mistake. Then you can take the proper action to keep that error from recurring. 9. Weigh all the evidence and facts carefully. Before you call in a person for a formal counseling session, you should have gathered enough facts to warrant it. If you handle this step properly, your employee need never know he was suspected of any specific mistake. Let me tell you how Gordon McCall, a department foreman, handled his own specific problem.
Whenever I'm in doubt and have to call a person in to talk with him, I start out by telling him of a problem I have. Then I ask him for his advice or his idea on how to solve it. Like the time I was having a tremendously high rate of small tools disappearing in my department. Now, I narrowed my suspects down to 4. I called them in one at a time and talked to them about the problem. As an excuse for having the person in my office, I told him I needed his help and I wanted his expert advice on how to solve my problem. I implied that I knew who the person was, but I didn't know how to handle the situation without hurting the individual. I said I wasn't interested in punishing anyone, I just wanted the stealing stopped. I talked to each of the 4 people that way. The thefts stopped. I don't know to this day who was guilty, and I don't really care. It might have been one of the guys I interviewed. Maybe not. If not, the factory grapevine carried my message to the guilty party. The point is, not only was my problem solved by using this method, but somebody's job and reputation were saved as well.
10. Discuss only one mistake per interview. A lot of people have a tendency during a formal counseling session to overload the person with every mistake they can think of since he or she's been working for the company. For instance, say you call a person in to point out one mistake. He agrees with you and seems willing to cooperate, so you decide to give him both barrels while you have him on the run. You even bring up mistakes he's already corrected and that you should have forgotten long ago. Make it a standing rule that when a mistake has been corrected, it is never to be brought up again. I would caution you about one thing here. If you bring a person in too often to discuss his mistakes, check yourself to determine your reasons. Are you really talking about mistakes, or are you picking on him and nagging him? 11. Be specific about how to correct the mistake. The person must know exactly what he's doing wrong and precisely how he can correct his error. Your whole interview will be wasted if you don't let him know what he can do to improve his performance. I can recall the time my son Bob came home from his high school shop class all upset. He insisted he was going to drop the course. Finally, I got the whole story out of him. His instructor had criticized a project he was working on by saying, "Oh, Bob, that's no good at all." But he didn't follow through with any concrete suggestions about how to make things right, so Bob was crushed. Not only was his work wrong, but now he didn't know how to correct his mistakes. Most people are anxious and willing to do the right thing when they know what the right thing is. 12. Fit the penalty to the offense. Hopefully, your formal counseling session will be penalty enough, and nothing further will be needed. However, if some sort of punishment is necessary, such as a written reprimand, for example, remember that the primary purpose should be to correct the mistake and keep it from happening again, nothing more. Don't be vindictive about it. I've found that a good method to use is to let the person choose his own punishment. 95 out of 100 will give themselves a more severe sentence than you would have. Then you can become his benefactor by reducing the punishment that you didn't even give him. 13. Close your counseling session on an upbeat note. Mix some honey with the vinegar. Leave a person with the idea that he's been helped, not kicked. Praise him again at the end of your interview. Emphasize how valuable his contribution is to your section, your department, or your company. Give him a verbal pat on the back so you can finish on a friendly note. 14. Get your employee to constantly improve. All you need to do is praise and applaud every improvement, however slight. 15. Give your employee a good reputation to live up to. If you practice the preceding technique constantly, this one will become automatic. Whenever you praise a person, he will always want more. You'll be giving him a reputation to live up to when you compliment him for his good work. If you set a high standard for him, he'll know when he misses it. You won't have to tell him. He'll know it when the praise stops. But if you set no standard for him to live up to, he'll aim at nothing, for he'll have no goals. 16. Follow up with further action if necessary. If another interview is needed to correct the same mistake, harsher methods will be required. In the first interview, all you need do is plant the seed. In the second one, it's time to plow out some weeds. If you need still a third interview for the same mistake, then it's high time to harvest the crop. And if a fourth one is needed, then you just don't have a green thumb, my friend. Before I end this side, I want to give you a final checklist to use when correcting a person's mistakes. 1. Did you treat the other person as you'd like to be treated yourself? 2. Did you answer all his questions without leaving him in doubt about some of your answers? 3. Did you weigh his case on its individual merits without bias or prejudice? 4. When you gave him the answer, were you proud of the understanding and tolerance you showed in your decision? 5. Did you do everything you could to help him solve his problem or to correct his mistake? 6. Did you correct the mistake without criticizing the person himself? 7. Did you remember to praise him in the beginning and again at the end of your interview? 8. Are you truly proud of what you said to the person and how you said it? If you can truthfully answer yes to each of these 8 questions, you're in good shape. You've truly learned how to say it with flowers when you correct a person's mistakes. On the next side, I'm going to tell you about how to give information to your employees and also how to gather it from them.
This is the end of Side 3. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 4 for your listening.
On Side 3, I mentioned that business conversations can be divided into 3 main categories. And I discussed the first one with you, those that command and order. On this side, I'll talk about the second category, which is to give information to others. This category is divided into 2 main types. 1, those that tell a person how to do something. And 2, those that tell a person how he's doing. I won't discuss the first type, for there are far too many highly specialized occupations that completely defy discussion in general terms. But I will cover the procedures you can use as an employer or manager to let your employees or subordinates know how they're doing or how they're getting along. Remember, too, that your employees can let you know how you're doing when you ask them for their opinions. Then, on Side 5, I want to give you the most reliable way to find out what's actually going on in your own organization. I'll also tell you how you can use body language to send a message without saying a single word to your people. Have you ever heard comments like these before? Why don't they let me know what's going on? Why don't they tell me what they want? Why can't they make up their minds? Why is it always hurry up and wait? I'm sure you have. So have I many times. And when I hear them, I know that I'm not keeping people properly informed as I should. You see, there's absolutely no reason to run an organization, be it a company or a department, in such a way that people have to ask questions like these. Every person you supervise has the right to work and think in the clear. He should be told the why and the wherefore of whatever is expected to do, as well as the what and the how. An employee's efficiency, morale, confidence, and enthusiasm depend largely upon how well the boss keeps him informed. For example, if you have the bad habit of constantly brushing off your subordinates, not keeping them properly informed just because you think it's not important for them to know, then you're doomed to work in an information vacuum yourself. If you don't keep your people informed and up to date, you can be sure they'll never tell you anything that you need to know either. But if you do believe in the importance of keeping your people fully informed and letting them know the score and do exactly that, you'll gain these benefits. You'll have the best employees because they'll be well informed. You'll encourage their initiative and enthusiasm, their teamwork and morale. You'll eliminate harmful rumors and gossip. You'll gain your people's respect, confidence, willing obedience, loyal cooperation, and full support. Now, I want to give you the 10 techniques you can use not only to gain the benefits I just mentioned, but also to make an average employee a superior one. The first technique lets people know exactly where they stand with you. Most employees worry about what the boss thinks of them in the way they do their work, especially when he stands behind them and watches them work without saying a single word. Wouldn't you feel that way too? Just try it sometimes. Watch a person do his job. Don't say anything at all. Just stand there and watch him work. Do you know what will happen? You're going to make him so nervous he'll start making mistakes. He can't help himself. He's worried, wondering why you're watching him work without saying a single word. He's afraid the axe is about to fall simply because of the way that you're watching him. So don't make your people guess. Don't play games with them. Tell them the truth. Level with them. If a person isn't doing the job properly, let him know. But if he's doing a good job, then let him know that too. You'll find that you can get much better results when you keep people fully informed about their progress on the job. Not only should you let an employee know verbally exactly where he stands with you, but you should also have some sort of performance review that you can use to rate him periodically in writing. Keep a written record of how well a person does his work. Let him see your written report and have him sign a statement saying that he's read it and understands it. The second technique is to use a performance checklist to let a person know exactly where he stands with you. To help you get started, I want to give you a checklist I've used successfully over the years to rate people who have worked for me. If the person you're rating is in management, a supervisor, for instance, then use the statements that apply to him and to his job. If the person is in labor, a production employee, for example, you can do the same. This list is not final by any means. You can add or delete items as you see fit. You can use it as the basis to make up your own checklist. It's also a good one to use to rate yourself if you're honest about it. You can assign numerical values to each point. For instance, if a person has done the best job you've ever seen, give him a 4. If he's above average, assign him a 3. If he's just average, he should get a 2. And if he's below average, he should get only a 1. Since there are 18 items on the checklist, the highest possible score would be a 72. But I doubt if you'll ever have anyone who'll achieve that. I never have. If he's above average on most items and the best on others, his score will run somewhere between 54 and 72. If he's average all the way and gets a 36, then no doubt he's reached the top level of his abilities and stands little chance of further advancement or the acceptance of increased responsibilities. However, if he's below average all the way, or most of the way, and earns only an 18 or possibly up to a 25, then you should consider getting rid of him. Here now is that 18-point performance review checklist. 1. Knows his job. 2. Can always be depended on in all things, is completely reliable. 3. Is preparing himself for advancement and promotion. 4. Looks for new ideas and better ways of doing things, supports worthwhile changes. 5. Accepts corrections of his mistakes gracefully. 6. Is persistent, keeps at it until he succeeds. 7. Sticks to major points, doesn't get lost in trivia. 8. Is effective in selling his own ideas. 9. Resists pressures from below, above, outside. 10. Tells people what they have to hear, not what they want to hear. 11. Is self-reliant and has confidence in himself. 12. Weighs the facts carefully and objectively before making a decision. 13. Does not make snap judgments. 14. Makes allowances for human frailties, does not criticize others. 15. Conducts himself by a proper code of ethics. 16. Keeps his head in an emergency, does not panic. 17. Is highly respected by his associates. And 18. Is an effective negotiator. The third technique for making an average employee superior is to tell a person at once when his work is not satisfactory. Don't wait until it's time for a person's written performance review to tell him you're not satisfied with the way he's doing his job. That's not fair to him at all. If you don't tell him what he's doing wrong, he'll never have the opportunity to correct his mistake. When you see him making a mistake, correct his error immediately. Don't nag or harass him, just tell him the truth. Show him where he's in error, and let him know that you don't expect to see that same mistake again. Also let him know that you expect him to find ways to improve himself. To soften the blow, tell him how he can expect to benefit when he corrects his mistake. For instance, if you know an employee is coming in late several times a week, let him know right away that you're aware of this. Tell him you expect him to correct this bad habit and that it will be an item for consideration on his next efficiency performance report if he doesn't. However, if he does correct it, tell him there'll be no further mention of it in the future. The fourth technique, always praise a person for a job well done. Lloyd Chapman, the owner of a small Oklahoma oil company, learned this lesson the hard way.
I never knew how important it was to praise a person for a job well done, until I started losing some of my best people to big corporations. I always figured that as long as I paid my people even better than some of those bigger companies, that was enough. It just never occurred to me that a person wanted to hear me say thanks once in a while. I thought getting paid a good salary was thanks enough. But now I know that everyone wants to hear exactly how well he has done. From the lowest paid worker in my place right up to the top dog. Everyone appreciates a word of thanks and a pat on the back for a job well done. And you know something else? I appreciate hearing it from my own people, too, when I've done something to cheer about.
So do as Lloyd does. If you like the way a person does his job, then tell him so. Don't make him guess or keep him in the dark. You should always praise a person for a job well done. When you do praise him, you'll be able to make him even more enthusiastic about his work. The fifth technique, learn how to praise a person properly without flattering him. Avoid such superlatives as the very best, without parallel, impossible to top, and the like. The person could suspect your sincerity if you're too extravagant with your praise. For instance, I once received an Army Commendation Medal. The citation used such words as superior, outstanding, exemplary, without equal, unsurpassed, highest possible, and so on. I didn't recognize myself. I thought I was reading about someone else. I hate to say it, but so did my son. If a person is doing his level best, and comes through for you in a pinch, you don't need to gush all over him like an oil well. Just let him know that you do appreciate his efforts a great deal. You see, except for a rare few perhaps, there are no magic words as such. How you say it makes what you say work magic for you with others. You'd be much better off to praise a person using words that come naturally to you, perhaps such phrases as, "Good work, George," "Excellent job, Sally," "Thanks a lot for doing a bang-up job, Al," "Thanks a million, Tom, you're aces with me." People will be much more likely to believe you when you use your own language. Now, I'm not implying by any means that you should hand out compliments sparingly or grudgingly. All I mean is that you should be completely sincere when you praise a person's work. Say what you mean and mean what you say. The sixth technique. Make an employee feel like a VIP. A good way of making a person feel like a VIP, a very important person, is to build up the value of his work. Tell him how essential his job is to your organization and how important he is to you, how you'd be lost without him. Most people really need to feel that their jobs are the most important ones in the place, that their positions have a valuable status. Almost all of your employees, including the janitor, need to feel essential to you and your efforts before they'll ever start really clicking for you. Another way of making people feel like VIPs is to bring them up to date constantly on new developments and future projects. Let them know ahead of time what changes are going to be made and whether they will or will not affect them or their jobs. The seventh technique. Brief your assistants at an early stage on planned changes. I realize that some plans can't be discussed far in advance with all your people. They should, however, be gone over as much as possible with your major subordinates before you take final action. You can make them responsible for passing the information on to their own people. Such advance information will give your people an all-important sense of participation. Not only that, since they will be helping you make your plans, your employees will be anxious to make sure those plans succeed. They will feel a sense of personal responsibility. As a result, your people will carry out your plans with vigor and enthusiasm. Another excellent reason for keeping your subordinates completely informed about future changes is that you'll eliminate false rumors and gossip by doing so. The eighth technique for making average employees superior is to prevent or eliminate misunderstanding by keeping people fully informed. A great many misunderstandings and hard feelings can come about from a simple lack of information. For instance, John Green gets a 2-week paid vacation, but George Black, who works right beside him, gets 3 weeks off with full pay. There's no problem if John has been told and remembers that when he's been with the firm for 10 years, just as George has been, then he'll get a 3-week paid vacation too. Sam Brown feels he's been mistreated because he bought some tires for his car from the company and they charged him cost plus 10%. Sam thought he was being cheated, but he hadn't listened closely enough during his initial briefing as a new employee. He'd heard only the one word, cost. He'd completely missed the phrase, plus 10%. Most of the time, complaints like these come from a simple lack of information. Sometimes supervisors are at fault for not telling the employee what's going on. At other times, employees are wrong for not paying closer attention to what's being said, not reading the company bulletin board, and so on. And sometimes they simply forget. Whatever the reason for the misunderstanding or the complaint, see that it is resolved and straightened out promptly and satisfactorily by passing the correct information along to the unhappy person. The ninth technique. If a planned company change affects a person, let him know. Now, you don't have to reveal company secrets to practice this technique, but you do have an obligation to let your people know if any planned changes will affect their jobs, their income, or their future. Do this, and you'll fulfill a person's basic need for emotional security. For instance, if changes in your company will create a new and better-paying position in a department other than your own, for which one of your subordinates is qualified, be sure to tell him about it. He's entitled to the chance to better himself. Usually, new positions like this are open to all qualified employees, but you'll make a person feel more important if you personally encourage him to apply for the job. And the 10th technique. If a planned change does not affect a person, then let him know that, too. Just as it's important to let a person know when certain planned changes are going to affect him, it's just as important, in fact, sometimes even more so, to let him know when contemplated changes are not going to affect him or his job. Kenneth Gordon, the Industrial Relations Manager for a large electric appliance manufacturer, gives this example of what can happen if this simple rule isn't followed.
Seemingly out of a clear blue sky, we started getting all kinds of complaints from our production employees last summer. They grumbled about bad lighting, poor ventilation, excessive heat, noise, and so on. As each problem was satisfactorily solved, or at least so we thought, they would immediately come up with still another complaint. This was unusual for our employees, for we've always enjoyed friendly and cordial cooperative relationships with them. So I called in one of the people who'd been with us for a long time to find out what was really at the bottom of all these complaints. Well, as Ruth told me, the real problem was the fear that they were going to be the victims of automation and that some of their jobs would be lost. You see, we'd had a professional leasing firm in to survey our place with the idea of selling the building to them and then renting it back on a long-term lease. That way we could free up a lot of capital for expansion purposes instead of having it all tied up in our physical plant. But the sudden and unexplained presence of a lot of strangers had aroused our employees' suspicions. They were certain that many of their jobs were going to be replaced by machines. Once the reason for all the strangers in the plant was explained to them, the complaints stopped.
You can create this kind of problem for yourself unless you go all out to keep such misunderstandings from happening. If things like this suddenly happen to you, remember that a few well-phrased questions from you to your employees can often quickly clear the air. Of course, the best way to do it is to tell them what's going on first. That information will keep the problem from coming up. If there's any question in your mind about whether you should or should not tell your people about some change or some future project, always tell them, so you won't have to worry about any possible problem. If you haven't been taking the time to keep your employees or your subordinates informed as you should, use the techniques I've just given you here for the next couple of weeks or so, and you'll be most happy with the results that you get. So far on this side, my aim has been to show you how to make an average employee a superior one by keeping him informed. But to be completely effective, that flow of information has to go up as well as down. One of the most important things your employees can ever do for you is to tell you the straight, unvarnished truth and let you know what's actually going on in your own shop. I learned this lesson from an old foreman who told me, "Don't let your employees tell you what you want to hear. Let your wife or your sweetheart do that. Make your employees tell you what you have to hear. That's the only way you can be sure of hanging on to your own job." His advice has proved valuable to me over the years. I know it can be valuable to you, too, so I'm going to cover that subject next. One of the main purposes of having a conversation with your employees or your subordinates is to gain information about your operation that will be of benefit to you. How can you gain that information? By asking your people for their suggestions and recommendations, their advice and their help. Let me give you an example of how well that can work for you. The other morning, I read in the paper how the employees of one of the big 3 automobile manufacturers stood and cheered as the first new model rolled off the assembly line. A company spokesman said they had instituted a new management employee program that stressed cooperation and involvement. He said that the company had used 135 employee suggestions to improve their new model car. Here are 6 techniques you can use to get cooperation and involvement from your employees. 1. Get yourself in the right frame of mind. The first thing you must do to be able to ask your employees for their help and advice is to get yourself in the right frame of mind so you will accept their suggestions when they offer them to you. Don't let your position as a manager or your status as an executive or president get in your way. It can, you know. For after all, you are the boss. They are your subordinates. Theoretically, at least, that makes you smarter than they are. But that's not always true. Let's listen to what Charlene Foster, the founder and owner of a large restaurant chain, has to say about that.
You can't ask for a person's help if you're more concerned about your position than you are with what she has to tell you. Status can become a real obstacle if you judge the value of a person's ideas by her education, the way she expresses herself, the color of her skin, the kind of job she has, the way she dresses, and so on. I can think of all sorts of recommendations I didn't accept in the past simply because I didn't see how George the busboy or Sam the dishwasher could possibly come up with any worthwhile ideas because of the jobs they had. Well, today I know better. I've learned that all sorts of excellent ideas for improvement most often come from the person who's actually doing the job. Just because I happen to be the boss doesn't mean I have a monopoly on brains. Now I'm willing to listen to anyone who can help me run a better operation so I can give the best possible service at the least cost to my customers.
How can you forget your status and position and get into a receptive frame of mind? Well, first of all, you can make a good start by doing away with all those meaningless time-of-day exchanges with your employees when you tour your place or inspect your operation. Stop and really talk to a person for a change. Ask him questions about how to improve your present procedures. Get him to open up by asking him for ideas on your operation. When you ask for a person's advice, his help, or his ideas, you must really mean what you say. Be sincere. They'll appreciate your trust in them and your confidence in their abilities, and they'll want to help you solve your problems. 2. Stop wasting money on efficiency experts and management consultants. Steve Harrington is the president and chief executive officer of a furniture manufacturing company in Asheville, North Carolina. I met him on a vacation trip I took through the mountains of the Carolinas one summer. Here's what Steve told me.
About 2 years ago, we added several new items of furniture to our line. This meant we had to make a lot of changes in our production lines, and we seemed to create more and more bottlenecks that slowed our whole system down. It was really a big headache for us. Our stock inventories were falling faster than we could replenish them. I called in an efficiency expert to see if he could help. He spent about a week in the plant and came up with a solution that worked for us. I was quite satisfied. He'd solved my problem, even though it was quite expensive. One day, as I was walking through the plant, one of my oldest and most reliable employees, Frank, stopped me to ask a question. "You know that guy you had in here about a month ago to iron out the production line problems?" he asked. "Yes, Frank, of course I remember," I said. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I was just wondering how much money you wasted on him. You see, when he came here, he went around the place talking to everyone and asking for ideas on how to solve your problem. The procedure I recommended to him is the one we're using now. I'd have told you about it for nothing if you'd asked me." Frank's remarks got me to thinking, so I checked back through and looked at the number of times and the reasons I'd called in outside help, such as management consultants and efficiency experts, to solve my problems. Then I asked my own employees a lot of questions about their visits, too. Come to think of it, most of those so-called efficiency experts and management consultants weren't so smart after all. 95% of the time, the answers they gave me were the ones I got from my own employees. I could have had those same answers for free if I'd just had enough sense to ask my own people for their help and advice in the first place.
Maybe right now you're not the big boss, so you can't pay your subordinates cold, hard cash for their helpful suggestions, but you can reward them in some other way for their good ideas. For instance, When it comes time for a promotion, you know your boss will be asking you for your recommendation. This is one way you can reward the person. Or see if you can have the authority to give a person a day or so off with full pay as a reward for his idea. Use your imagination and come up with some suggestions of your own to make to your boss. Perhaps he'll reward you for your idea, too. 3. Make your subordinate feel it's his problem, too. If you want to get your employees interested in your problem, then you must make your problem their problem. Here's how you can do that. When you ask John or Mary for their advice and counsel in solving your problem, when you acknowledge your ignorance and ask them to help you or show you how to do it, you challenge their ingenuity. The moment they become interested in helping you solve your problem, it automatically becomes their problem as well. One of the toughest problems Ellen Simpson had to solve when she took over the management of a Baldwin discount center in the Midwest was getting her department heads to cut costs. That's why Ellen had been sent to this particular store in the first place, to cut costs and overhead and increase net profits, or else. This store was showing the least profit of all the Baldwin discount centers, and the owners wanted some corrective action taken to change that. The previous manager had tried preaching, sermonizing, pleading, appealing to honor, duty, loyalty, even threatening, but with absolutely no success. So when Ellen took over, she didn't use any of those methods. She didn't preach or scold or threaten. Instead, Ellen told the employees that unless they could cut costs and start showing a profit, the store was going to be closed, and everyone would be out of a job. That one statement made her problem their problem immediately. She gave each department head the responsibility for reducing overhead costs in his or her own area. She told each one of them to get ideas from their own subordinates, and that any person whose idea was used would be rewarded. Before long, Ellen was flooded with all sorts of suggestions on how to save money on utilities, warehousing and storage costs, customer delivery service, packaging and shipping, postage and telephone charges. Within 6 months, they had reduced their operation costs by 28%, and the store was showing an acceptable profit. You, too, can make use of this same technique. Set up your own employee think tank and give them your headaches to solve. Whatever you do, and however you do it, remember that the fastest way of solving your problem is to make it their problem, too. Just be sure that you reward them when they do solve your problem. They'll appreciate it, and they'll keep on doing their best for you. Next, encourage people's initiative by asking them for their help. It's the fourth technique to get cooperation and involvement from your employees. Although it's wise to form groups of people so they can work together as a think tank to help you solve your problems, you should also encourage each person to come up with a better way of doing his or her own specific job. First of all, if you want your individual employees to come up with some work improvement ideas, you must let them know that you'll listen to their ideas and suggestions. Tell them you realize they know more about their own jobs than anyone else. Explain to them that you know there's always room for improvement. For instance, you could ask questions like these. How can we cut down on the time between order and delivery for our customers, Mary? Any ideas on this? What's your opinion as to the cause of this particular quality problem, Frank? How can we get rid of this dangerous safety hazard on your job, Tim? By giving your employee some concrete problem to solve, you'll encourage and stimulate him to do his best thinking for you. 5. Keep the lines of communication open. There are several methods you can use to make it easy for your employees to submit their ideas directly to you. One way is to design a simple one-page printed form. It should be worded in such a way that the person will be able to answer the who, what, when, where, why, and how about his idea. Another way would be to use the open door policy. If you do that, you should establish certain hours during the week when the door is open to all employees so they can come in and discuss their improvement ideas with their superiors. This one-on-one procedure often gives the best results. Another excellent way is to make individual appointments with your people to discuss their ideas. An appointment with the boss makes a person feel important. It proves you're really interested. It shows that you consider the person's ideas valuable to your company. The least effective method of all is the company suggestion box. Frankly, I would never use one. The person submitting his suggestion never knows if anyone reads it or if it's just thrown away at the end of the day. For my money, a suggestion box is just too impersonal a method to get good ideas from your employees. 6. Always follow through on a person's idea or suggestion. Don't disappoint him by dragging your feet, putting it off, or forgetting it. Get someone to go to work on the idea at once. Evaluate it, see if it will work or not. And let the person know what you're doing about his suggestion. Keep him informed. Don't leave him in the dark. When you keep him informed of all you're doing, that is proof positive that you do consider new ideas seriously. He'll do his best to come up with more and even better ideas for you in the future. In a nutshell, then, here are the 6 techniques you can use to gain valuable and useful information from your employees that will benefit you. 1. Get yourself in the right psychological frame of mind to accept suggestions and recommendations from your employees. 2. Listen to your employees. They often have more effective suggestions than management consultants. 3. Make your subordinate feel that it's his problem too. Then he'll be glad to help you solve it, especially if the solution is going to benefit him. 4. When you ask for help and advice, you'll encourage individual initiative and ingenuity. 5. If you want to gain information from your employees that will benefit you, then make sure to keep the communication lines open. Have an open door policy. 6. Always follow through on a person's idea or suggestion. Let him know what's going on. If you've never used these techniques in your conversation with your employees before, put them into practice now. You'll be amazed at the good results you'll get when you ask people for their ideas and their opinions, their suggestions and recommendations. You'll find that this is the best way of making conversation with your employees pay off for you. It beats talking about the weather or politics and makes conversation with them really worthwhile.
This is the end of Side 4. Side 3 is already queued up for your listening.
Do you want to find out what's going on in your own department or your company? Then listen to your employees with an open mind. Do you want your people to respect you as well as like you? All you need do is let them talk to you about their personal problems, their worries, and their fears. Do you want a person to level with you, to tell you the whole truth? Then listen to what he has to say to you. To listen carefully and attentively is one of the highest compliments you can pay anyone. When you learn how to use the silent skill of listening to people, you'll gain 4 big benefits. 1, you'll get to know and understand each one of your employees better. 2, your employees will like you when you listen to them, even though you're in management. 3, When you listen to your employees, they'll know that you're really interested in them. And 4, you'll find out what your employees really want when you listen to them. Perhaps you think you shouldn't have to listen to an employee's complaints. You tell yourself that you're too busy with your own problems, cutting costs, meeting quotas and deadlines, increasing production, improving quality, attending meetings. You say that's why your company has a personnel section to handle gripes, or an employee relations counselor your people can go to with their complaints. Sorry, but I can't agree with you. Listening to the complaints and gripes of an employee is one of the most important responsibilities that every supervisor has. Every attempt should be made to take care of an employee's complaint at the lowest possible level. The person's immediate supervisor is most familiar with the problem, and he should try to come up with a satisfactory answer. If you want to get accurate and reliable information from your employees so you can find out what's really going on in your organization, you must learn to ask questions, and still more questions. Never dominate the conversation by doing all the talking yourself if you want to find out where your people stand on a certain point. To help you make use of this highly effective technique, here's a 6-point checklist for asking questions that'll get you accurate answers. 1. Your questions should have a specific purpose. One question might be used to emphasize a major point, another to stimulate thought, and still another to arouse interest and make your employees more alert. If you yourself will ask, "Are there any questions?" then you'll give people the opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings and to voice their own opinions. 2. Your questions must be understood by everyone. They should be phrased in language and terms that are familiar to all your employees. They must be worded in such a way that your listener will have no trouble at all in understanding exactly what you mean. If your question creates another question in your listener's mind, it's worse than useless. "Please tell me exactly what you want me to do," is an age-old plea of employees to their supervisors. 3. Your question should emphasize only one point at a time. Avoid asking 2 questions in one, or asking a question in such a way that other questions are needed to bring out the information that you want. The words, "This one thing I do," are as valid today as when the Apostle Paul wrote them to the Philippians nearly 2,000 years ago. 4. A good question asks for a definite answer. Don't let your employees bluff you or get away with vague, non-specific answers that tell you nothing. Ask your questions in such a way that definite answers are required, and don't give up until you get the information that you need. 5. A good question should discourage guessing. Never word your question in such a way that your listener can guess at an answer and satisfy you. His answer should be based on information and facts, not imagination and fancy. There will be times when you'll be asking for a person's candid opinion, but subjective thinking has to be based on objective facts. 6. The best question always asks why. The why can be either spoken or implied, but it should always be there. Too many supervisors are content with an answer of yes or no, even when that answer tells them nothing. If a person says yes, ask him why. If he says no, ask him why. That little 3-letter word is one of the most valuable words you can use to get accurate information and to find out what's really going on in your organization. You must always make the first move yourself. By that I mean that you must let your employees know that you are willing to listen to them. If you don't do that, you'll never find out what's going on in your organization. There's no better way to raise morale and win the regard and respect of your employees than to really listen to their gripes and complaints. To pay close attention to a person's problems shows that you're truly interested in him, that you respect him, that you feel he does have something worthwhile to tell you. Just remember that an employee can't possibly function properly on the job when something is bothering him or when he's worrying about a personal problem. So whenever you feel that you're too busy to talk with someone, please remember this. Rejection hurts. Attention heals. It's really just that simple. Now, to be an effective manager, not only must you know how to ask questions, but you must also be a good listener. These 10 techniques will help you improve your listening abilities. 1. Give your wholehearted attention to the other person. Listening with everything you've got means putting aside your own interests, preoccupations, and problems, at least temporarily. For those few moments, concentrate 100% on what the other person is saying. Focus all your attention on him. Listen with all the intensity and awareness that you can command. 2. Really work at listening. Listening is hard work. When you listen intensely, your heartbeat quickens, your pulse rate increases, and your blood circulates faster. Even your body temperature rises slightly. You yourself will know whether you're really working at listening or just faking it. 3. Show an interest in what the speaker is saying. One good way to show interest is to look directly at the person. Establish eye contact and hold it. Show by your alert posture and intense facial expression that you're deeply concerned with what he's saying. Whatever you do, don't fiddle with objects on your desk or clip your nails. 4. Resist distractions. If the conversation takes place in your office, tell your secretary you don't want to be disturbed. Shut the door. Cut off the telephone. Turn off the radio. Give the speaker the best opportunity to tell you what you need to know. If you don't, he might react the way I did once in a doctor's office in Omaha, Nebraska. My wife and I were receiving a final report from a high-priced neurosurgeon about her physical condition. He was interrupted 3 times by phone calls from his secretary. The 4th time the phone rang, I picked it up and said, "The doctor is out. He won't be back for at least 30 minutes. Don't call again before 3:30. 5. Practice patience. Patience is largely a matter of waiting, watching, listening, sitting silently until the person who's speaking is completely through. If he's your employee and you're his boss, chances are the tempo of his thinking is slower than yours. If it weren't, your positions might be reversed. So understand why he's slower in expressing himself than you are. Have patience with him. 6. Keep an open mind. Remember that you're listening to your employee to get information from him. If his ideas don't coincide with yours, that doesn't mean that you're right and he's wrong. Most innovations in business and industry come from the rank-and-file worker, as managers of large and successful companies will be quick to tell you. 7. Listen for ideas. A good listener watches for ideas, concepts, and principles. A poor listener tends to get lost in trivia and details. If any employee has an idea to speed up production and eliminate waste, keep your eyes on that objective. Don't fret if you can't remember all the technical details by heart. That can come later. 8. Judge the content, not the delivery. I once worked for a man who'd been a college English professor. That really bothered me for quite a while, until one day he said, "Look, Jim, I'm not grading you on your grammar, sentence structure, or choice of words. I'm interested only in what you're telling me, not in how you're saying it. So don't worry about a person's personality or his style of delivery. You should be interested only in finding out what he knows. Judge the content, not the delivery." 9. Hold your fire. Many times a listener spends most of his time trying to figure out how to rebut the speaker rather than actually listening to what's being said. Forget your pet theories. You might learn something new and profitable if you teach your ego to hold its breath. 10. Learn to listen between the lines. I've mentioned this subject before, but it's important enough to bring it up again. Lots of times, you can learn more by what the other person doesn't say than by what he does. The speaker doesn't always put everything he's thinking into words. Watch for the changing tone and volume of his voice. Sometimes you'll find a meaning that's in direct contrast to his spoken words. Watch the facial expression, mannerisms, gestures, body movements. To be a good listener means you must use your eyes as well as your ears. Later, I'll discuss body language in more detail, but here I want to give you 7 telltale signs to watch for that are important to you when you're listening to one of your employees. The first sign, the eyes. No matter what his mouth says, his eyes will tell you what he's really thinking. If the pupils widen, then he's heard something pleasant. You've made him feel good by what you've said. If his pupils contract, then just the opposite is true. He's heard something he dislikes. If his eyes narrow, you've told him something he doesn't believe, so he feels he has cause not to trust you or what you say. Second sign, eyebrows. If he lifts one eyebrow, you've told him something he doesn't believe or that he thinks is impossible. Lifting both eyebrows indicates surprise. The third sign, nose and ears. If he rubs his nose or tugs at his ear while saying he understands, it means he's puzzled by what you're saying and probably doesn't know at all what you want him to do. Fourth, forehead. If he wrinkles his forehead downward in a frown, it means he's puzzled or he doesn't like what you've told him. If he wrinkles his forehead upward, it indicates surprise at what he's heard. The fifth sign, shoulders. When a person shrugs his shoulders, it usually means he's completely indifferent. He doesn't give a darn for what you're saying or what you want. 6. Fingers. Drumming or tapping the fingers on the arm of the chair or the top of the desk indicates either nervousness or impatience. The final sign, the arms. If a person clasps his arms across the chest, it usually means he's trying to isolate himself from others, or that he's actually afraid of you and is trying to protect himself. Let me tell you now how to calm down an angry person just by listening. I learned this technique from a master in the business, Roy Feldman, a top employee relations manager. Here's what Roy has to say.
When an angry employee comes through my door with a complaint, I handle him like a VIP. I treat him as if he were the president of the company or a major stockholder. I have him sit down, make him comfortable, offer him a cup of coffee. I do everything I can to put him completely at ease. After he's settled down, I ask him to tell me his story. I tell him I want to hear it all from the beginning to the end. Then I listen to what he says without interrupting him or saying a single word. That's the first thing he wants. Someone who will listen to him. Someone who will lend a sympathetic ear to his problem. When he's all through, I tell him I can sure understand how he feels. I say that if I were in his position, if the situation were reversed, I'd feel the same way he does. Now, I've really taken a lot of steam out of him simply by listening to him and by telling him I understand how he feels. He wasn't prepared for that, so he calms down even more. Instead of finding out that I'm his enemy, he suddenly finds out that I'm his friend. He came in prepared to do battle with me, but now he finds he has no one to fight. Next, I ask him what he wants me to do about his complaint. Well, this really floors him because most of the time an executive does not ask an employee what he can do for him. Instead, he tells him what he's going to do. But we don't run our employee relations program that way. We don't tell an employee with a complaint what we're going to do. Instead, we ask him what he wants us to do for him. Now, I've had employees look at me in astonishment and say, "Gee, Mr. Feldman, honestly, I don't know. I hadn't thought about that. I just wanted someone to listen to my side of the story for a change. You've done that, so that's enough. I'm satisfied." But sometimes they do tell me what they want me to do. 95 times out of 100, I find that they ask for far less than I'd have offered. Then, when I get them more, they're really impressed with the generosity of both management and the company. Either way, when they leave, they're fully satisfied. In both cases, they've supplied themselves with their own answers, so they're bound to be completely happy with the end results.
Mr. Feldman's way of handling employee complaints follows the principle I've told you about already, and that is to find out what the other person wants and then help him to get it. Here now are 12 guidelines to help you handle employee gripes and complaints. First, make it easy for them to come to you. You don't have to be overly chummy, but you shouldn't be cold and distant with your employees either. The important thing is to free your subordinate from the fear that his complaint might antagonize you and create a bigger problem for him than he already has. Second, get rid of red tape. I have absolutely no use for government officials who use red tape to keep from making a decision or giving a person an answer. Don't clutter up your grievance procedure with cumbersome rules that defeat your purpose. Keep it plain and simple. You want to get to the problem and its solution in the least amount of time possible. A good way to do this is to keep your door open at all times to your employees. Third, explain your grievance procedure to everyone. It does no good to keep your door open unless your employees know why it's open. Pass the word along. Get them all to know. Keep everyone informed. State clearly and precisely how an employee should present his complaint and say what will happen when he does. Explain your procedure step by step so that everybody will understand it clearly. Fourth, help a person voice his complaint. Sometimes an employee may not be skilled in putting his grievance into words. If he feels that the successful correction of his problem will depend on his verbal ability, he may give up even before he starts and bottle up his discontent inside, where it will fester and continue to grow into an open sore. 5. Always grant a hearing to an employee with a complaint. No matter how trivial his complaint might sound to you, it's important to him. So always give your employee the chance to air his gripe and get it off his chest. 6th, practice patience. You may be busy and have many other things to do, but be patient. Hear the person out. If you don't, next time you hear him, it could be at a formal arbitration hearing. Then you'll have to listen, whether you want to or not, and it'll be even more expensive and time-consuming. 7th, ask him what he wants you to do. Here's how you can turn a complaint into a benefit for you. Just ask, what would you like me to do to help you? This one question will do more to oil the rusty relationship between management and labor than any other that you might use. 8th, don't make hasty or biased decisions. You mustn't make your decisions with the biased view of management, but with the wisdom of an impartial judge. Nor should you make hasty or snap judgments. If you need more time to get more information, take it. A wise decision is more important than a hasty one. 9th, get all the facts first. Sometimes you'll need to hear someone else's side of the story first before you can make your decision. If this is necessary to get all the facts, do so, no matter how much time it takes, but don't use this as an excuse to put things off. 10th, let the employee know what your decision is. Once you've made your decision, let the person know what it is. Tell him yourself. Call him back to your office if need be. Don't pass the word along to him via your clerk or your secretary. Do that, and he'll know for sure that you weren't really interested in his problem or complaint after all. 11th, double-check your results. Later on, check back with your employee to make sure his grievance has been taken care of to his complete satisfaction. Follow up, and he will know that you really are interested in his welfare. 12th, be concerned. There's not much use paying attention to a person and listening to his complaints unless you honestly do care, unless you really do want to help, unless you won't feel right until you do. I can't tell you how to work this last step. It has to come from your heart. So if you've been having trouble solving your employee problems or handling their complaints, use the techniques I've given you here for a few weeks. You'll be deeply gratified when you do. And now then, on to a new subject. Learning how to use body language to project the power of your personality. As I told you previously, there can be some overlapping in the various types of business conversations. And so it is with body language. Body language is often used to subtly inform another person how you feel about something. It can also be used in the art of persuasion. Earlier on this side, I gave you a few body language signs to watch for in conversation with your employees. And you're already familiar with two other body language signals, the frown that displays dissatisfaction or anger, and the smile that expresses joy and happiness. Now you'll hear the techniques you can use to project the power of your personality with body language. You'll also learn to recognize these unspoken signals when someone else uses them on you, not only in business, but also in your social conversations as well. Some of the benefits you'll gain are, first, you can project your self-confidence by your physical appearance and demeanor. For instance, an erect posture with your head up and chest out shows you have supreme confidence and self-assurance. As a result, others will have confidence in you too. Second, you can control a bad situation and get things back to normal quickly without your having to say a single word, just by the way you look at a person. Third, you can use body language to discipline your employees and get them to do a better job for you. Your physical presence alone is enough to stimulate people to get to work. To see and be seen is a cliché, but it never fails to get results for the boss. Fourth, you'll gain the reputation of being a born leader when you use body language to project the power of your personality. People will automatically turn to you for assistance and advice. And fifth, when you know how to read another person's body language, you'll easily learn his secrets. He won't have to tell you what he's thinking. You'll already know. This knowledge can give you a distinct advantage over him. Before I give you the techniques you can use to gain these big benefits, I first want you to know why it's so important to understand nonverbal communication. The main reason for this is that nonverbal communication is freer from deception than verbal language. We find it easier to lie with words than with our bodies. For instance, have you ever tried to hold your hands still or keep from biting your lips or not sighing when you were extremely nervous or worried about something? Impossible, wasn't it? No matter what you said, your body told others how you were really feeling. When someone is talking to you, you'll usually look at his face first to see if his expression goes with what is being said. Then you listen to the tone of his voice to see if there is a hidden meaning somewhere. Finally, you actually listen to the spoken words. Even if the spoken words are cynical or sarcastic, you will accept them as a joke if the speaker's voice is jovial and happy. For instance, my children always knew that if I said Robert James instead of Bob, Lawrence Lee instead of Larry, or Teresa Lynn instead of Teresa, in a louder than normal voice, they had done something wrong and a serious conversation was about to take place. You are communicating non-verbally not only when you use gestures, but also when you change the volume and tone of your voice. If you feel that nonverbal communication is not important to understand, then please consider this. University studies indicate that over 90% of the meaning of any message is transmitted non-verbally. That being so, it becomes extremely important to you not only to know how to use body language yourself, but also to be able to read another person's body signals. Now, I want to give you 8 specific body language techniques that you can use to gain the benefits I've mentioned. The first technique you'll learn is how to look the part of a commanding and powerful personality. For people to always give way to you on sight, you need not be 6 feet tall or be built like a professional athlete. The way you carry yourself is the key. Power comes from within and is primarily a matter of attitude. Of course, there are certain physical characteristics you can develop that will help you project the power of your personality: a steady, unflinching gaze, a tone of voice that implies complete self-confidence and commands immediate obedience, and, above all, a solid presence that lets people know you are exactly where you ought to be. If you show confidence in yourself and always act as if it were impossible to fail, people will gain strength from your example. Your physical appearance and manner must depict a supreme confidence, sometimes even beyond what you might actually feel. By controlling your voice and gestures, you will be able to exert a firm and steadying influence on your own employees. The second technique is using the steepling method to project your power. Smart people who know how to project the power of their personalities often make a steeple with their hands. Watch a group of people during a business meeting. As the boss listens to a subordinate's suggestions or recommendations, he will often make a steeple with his hands. This shows he is seriously thinking about what the other person is saying. As his thoughts become deeper and more profound, he may steeple into higher and higher position until the steeple almost hides his face. Medical doctors, psychiatrists, and psychologists are all avid steeplers. The implication is that they are deep thinkers and extremely intelligent and important people. This technique is a powerful adjunct you can use not only to project the power of your personality, but also to turn off another person's play for power. The third technique is to create your own space bubble to establish your turf. Now, in companies and corporations, the general rule of thumb is that the more powerful your position is, the larger the area you can call your own. Low-ranked employees may work together in groups in one large room. Their supervisor might have only a glassed-in cubicle from which he can both see and be seen by his subordinates. A young executive can be blessed with a private, although small, office. As a member of the power elite, even if you're a junior one, you will be entitled to that. No matter how small your office is, you can expand your own space bubble of power by placing visitors' chairs against the farthest wall, as far away from your desk as possible. Another person should never be able to invade or encroach upon your territory by putting his elbows or arms on your desk. The fourth technique teaches you to project power by appearing completely relaxed and at ease. For example, in an interview, the power person is relaxed and at ease in his posture and manner. He can choose to sit, stand, even stroll around while talking to the other person. If a man, he might even straddle a chair or put his feet up on the desk. If a woman, she can place her hands on her hips and spread her feet slightly to project her power. But the person being interviewed is powerless to do any of these things. He is limited to sitting up straight, usually on the edge of the chair, in a completely motionless position. You can also project the power of your personality by maintaining a neutral facial expression. At a high-level meeting of business executives, the ranking individual rarely smiles, even when greeted cordially by others. Less powerful people will usually smile throughout the entire meeting. The fifth technique consists of using your eyes to invade another person's territory. A powerful person is accustomed to staring down another individual as a way of invading his territory. Usually, if the boss stares at an employee, the employee will lower his eyes and only glance up now and then to sneak a quick look at his superior. There's a trick to this staring technique. Never look directly into the other person's eyes. You can't win if you do that. Instead, pick a spot in the middle of his forehead, just above the level of his eyebrows. Keep your eyes glued to that one spot, and no one will ever be able to stare you down. Eventually, the other person will have no choice but to lower his gaze. The sixth technique is all about projecting the power of your personality over the phone. Although you can't use the body language of your hands or eyes over the phone, how you use your voice and the words you use can still vividly project the power of your personality. When answering the telephone, don't even use your title. To do so implies that you can't get by without it and that you're using it as a crutch. Don't say, "This is Mr. Davis," or "Superintendent Davis," or "Doctor, Professor, Major," or whatever. Just say, "Davis here," or "Davis speaking." When introducing yourself to someone, simply say, "I'm Davis," or "My name is Davis." That's enough. If you're a woman, follow exactly the same procedure. This places you on the same level as your male colleagues. Never refer to yourself as Miss, Ms., or Mrs. This invites too many chauvinistic remarks, especially about the title Ms. The seventh technique shows you the value of eliminating certain words from your vocabulary. Those words and phrases automatically place other people above you when you use them. I refer specifically to the use of the words sir and ma'am. Never use these words either alone or in the phrases so often heard, yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. The use of sir and ma'am immediately places you on a lower level than the other person, whether you realize that or not. These two small words imply submissiveness rather than courtesy and respect. You can still be courteous and show respect for the other person without being submissive. For example, if your boss asks you if you've completed a certain task, don't answer with yes, sir. Say instead, yes, Mr. Jones, I have. Don't reply with only yes or no when answering a question. It sounds too curt and brief and borders on being insolent or discourteous. Answer yes or no in a short sentence, as I've just told you. If the person to whom you are speaking has a title, use that too in the place of sir or ma'am. For instance, you can say, yes, doctor, I have. No, professor, I have not. The eighth technique will teach you how to interpret body language in social activities. It's very important for you to be able to interpret body language not only at social activities, but also at business or office parties, to keep yourself from making the wrong move or stepping on the wrong person's toes. For instance, if your boss and some of the other top brass have formed a little circle that excludes all others, don't try to invade their area unless you're invited to do so. You can easily recognize when they don't want others to be included in their conversation if they're sitting on a couch and the two at each end are bookended, that is, turned inward to enclose the person in the center and with their backs to the outside. This serves to lock out intruders, for the implication of this kind of grouping is, this is a closed discussion. Keep out, you're not invited. If they're standing in a group, elbow to elbow, in a circle the wagons posture, it also means they want to be left alone. Sometimes one man will put his foot up on a coffee table to prevent any outside intrusion into the group. Men will also tend to protect a woman by placing her in the middle of the circle or by placing themselves between male visitors and the female. Here now are 6 final tips on how to project the power of your personality with body language. When you want to communicate equality with your associates, this is especially important to a woman. You can use these simple but powerful body language signals. These are also valuable to project the power of your personality to your subordinates or to your boss as well, or to assert your status as an executive or a manager. First, don't smile unless you're genuinely happy. This does not mean you have to walk around with a frown on your face as if you were carrying the weight of the whole world on your shoulders. It means exactly what it says. Don't smile unless you're really and truly happy. A neutral facial expression best conceals your inner feelings and emotions. Second, don't allow other people to interrupt you. If someone does interrupt you, even if it's your superior, simply say, "I'm sorry, but I wasn't finished yet," and then resume speaking at once where you were cut off. This is usually enough to stop the other person dead in his tracks unless he or she is abnormally obtuse. Third, don't restrain your body gestures. If you need to use your hands or arms to make a point, then do so. The only thing to avoid here is pointing your finger at someone as if you were accusing him of some wrong. This turns everyone off completely. Fourth, look people straight in the eye. I've already told you that the trick to this is staring at a spot in the middle of the forehead just above the eyebrows. This is one of the most effective techniques you can use to make the other person back off. If he's trying to argue with you, saying nothing but staring at him this way will cause him to become nervous and flustered. You can make your point without ever saying a single word. Fifth, use your space bubble effectively. Many young executives fail to do this, and then they wonder why their personal, private space is always being invaded. The proper placement of your office furniture is often the key to success here. Sixth, be completely relaxed. I don't mean that you should be sloppy about your dress or careless about your appearance. The key to being relaxed is self-confidence. If you know your job, you don't have to be nervous and filled with tension. You can relax and really enjoy your work. So far, I've been talking about how to use business conversations that transmit information to others. On the next two sides, I'll take up business conversations that use persuasion. There, you'll learn how to use persuasion to get people to accept your ideas, buy your products, or simply do what you want them to do.
This is the end of Side 5. Please fast-forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 6 for your listening.
On this side, I want to show you how to put all your conversational expertise to work so you can succeed in business. What you say and how you say it will be two of the major factors that will have a direct influence on how far you can go in your business and professional career. There are 6 specific techniques you can use to rise rapidly in your business career. The first technique will show you how you can talk your way to success. If you want to be a successful person in your business and in your community, you must know how to use words to control people's actions. Since you can't use force to get what you want, you must learn how to use language that will achieve your desired results. The second technique you can use to rise rapidly in your business career is to sound like a top-level executive. Now, there's an old cliché that says if you want to be a top-level executive, then you must dress like one and look like one. I would also add that if you want to rise rapidly in your chosen profession, then you must be able to talk like a top-level executive as well. Howard Meadows, personnel director for a large company, says that what you say and how you say it can mark you unmistakably as a prime candidate for upper management, or it can tag you permanently as a low-level manager or a permanent resident of the office typing pool. Howard told me that one of the biggest stumbling blocks to a person's upward progress in management is improper grammar. Misused pronouns, lack of agreement between noun and the verb, mixed up tenses, slang words such as ain't, are the most common grammatical errors. The constant insertion of the two words, you know, in a sentence can also be highly disturbing to your listener. If you suspect that the way you talk might be holding you back and labeling you as being uneducated, you can resolve that problem in one or more of several ways. You can take an adult education course in English by attending night school. Or you can buy a book on grammar and study it by yourself. Or you can listen carefully to the conversation of someone who does use proper English. Aside from grammatical errors, there are other mistakes that can tag you as the non-executive type. For instance, misused words. People who misuse words are usually trying to impress others by using fancy words that they don't actually know the meaning of. Let me give you a few examples. Irregardless. Now, this is not a real word. As I well know, for I lost a $10 bet on it, which I could ill afford when I was in college. The correct word is regardless. Firstly is pretentious. Just say first. There are many others. Lie and lay often cause problems for many people. Careless diction indicates laziness to the people who really count in your life. Sloppy pronunciation such as I'm gonna, do you wanna, what do you think, can quickly lead your boss to suspect the quality of your work. So, if you want to sound like a top-level executive or manager who's on the way up, watch what you say and how you say it. Be on guard constantly to keep grammatical errors from creeping in. If you're not sure, find out from someone who can give you the right answer. I've written more than a dozen books, but to this day, when I encounter a grammatical problem where I'm not sure of the correct answer, I pick up the phone and call the high school English teacher at my granddaughter's school. She's never told me yet to stop bothering her. After all, when I ask for her help and her advice, I'm making her feel important. I'm feeding her ego. That makes her happy. The third technique you can use to rise rapidly to success is to make that first good impression in a job interview. All sorts of books have been written on how to act in a job interview, the clothes to wear, how you should look, that sort of thing. Here, I'll approach the situation strictly from a conversational viewpoint. There are 4 specific points I consider to be extremely important for a successful job interview. The first one is to always wear a great big smile. Let it be a real one, not a phony one that looks as if it's pasted on your face. If you have trouble doing this, then think of one of the happiest times in your life, and you can put a sincere smile on your face with no trouble at all. A big smile implies many things to the other person. It means you're a happy, enthusiastic person who is not a pessimistic sourpuss. It shows that you're the kind of person others like to associate with and enjoy having around. A smile can mean you'd be a real asset to the company. Second, when the interviewer says something, don't just sit there like a block of wood. Give some verbal feedback. Nod your head. Say, "Oh, yes, I see." "Oh, no, of course not," or whatever is appropriate. Third, wear an attentive look. Appear alert and interested in what's going on. This will show the interviewer that you are an alert and aware person. Fourth, look at the speaker's face. This shows a definite interest on your part in the other person and in what he's saying. And everybody likes attention. Remember? So make that person feel important, and he'll think that you're important too. In the fourth technique to rise rapidly in your business career, there are 7 methods to establish good, cordial relationships with people to help yourself get ahead. First, never make an issue of small matters. Always go along with minor or insignificant points when you can do so without causing damage to yourself or to your own position. When you do have to make an issue of something, be sure that it's a major point. Then your objection will stand out, and you'll be remembered and well thought of for your professional conduct and attitude. Second, state your objection calmly and courteously. If you do disagree with a major point, back up that disagreement with logic, reason, and facts. Objections based on emotions or how you feel about something won't carry much weight. If the final decision goes against your recommendation, don't carry a chip on your shoulder. Do your level best to support your superior's course of action. You'll be highly respected as a team player when you do. If you can't support the decision of your boss, then you'll no doubt have to find employment elsewhere. Third, develop the golden touch in human relationships. The ability to get along well with others is an absolute must if you want to get ahead in the big corporation. Make every effort to be cordial and helpful. You can't move up the executive ladder of success if you make an enemy out of everyone. In fact, knowing how to handle people is one of the hallmarks of executive leadership. Fourth, be highly enthusiastic about your job. Don't expect to move up the managerial or executive ladder to the top if you don't really have your heart in your work. Your boss can tell, for your attitude will be reflected on your face and in your actions. If you can't go to work smiling because you love your job and enjoy the people with whom you work, I would suggest that you quickly get enthusiastic about your work, or that you change jobs before it's too late. Fifth, don't be afraid to take a reasonable risk. Top-level executives expect their subordinates to have the courage to take reasonable risks. If you always play it safe, you'll never get anywhere. Good prior planning will prevent most major problems from ever happening and greatly reduce the risks for you. Sixth, always look for more responsibility. The person who ducks responsibility will never reach the top. Upper-level executives and managers are always looking for those people who can accept more and more responsibility. The person who can is always labeled as a comer. Top management is always happy to find a competent individual who is available to take care of new projects. If you want to climb the management ladder to success, then let that person be you. The seventh method to establish good relationships with people is to dream up your own technique for advancement. It requires you not only to have command of your language to achieve success in your chosen field, but also to use your initiative, your ingenuity, and your imagination to open a door for advancement. Margaret used one of the cleverest methods I've ever seen to quickly climb the executive ladder to success. Shortly after she went to work for a large corporation, Margaret realized that promotion was going to be a slow, tedious process, not only because of competition with her colleagues, but also because she was a woman, unless she did something drastic. Then she had a brilliant flash of inspiration. One of her college friends had gone to work for an executive recruiting firm. He, too, was anxious to succeed. Margaret gave her boss's name to her friend, who was able to lure him away from the firm. Margaret then moved into her boss's slot. She used the same procedure several times to reach her present position in top-level management, leaving behind others with more seniority and experience, but with far less initiative, imagination, and ingenuity. So far, I've talked about 4 techniques you can use to rise rapidly in your business career. The 5th technique will show you how to attract the favorable attention of the upper hierarchy. Although you do want to keep your boss happy with you and your work, your primary objective must be to get ahead. The first thing you must realize is that no one is truly interested in your success but you. To tell you the straight truth, your own boss is the last person in the company who wants to see you get ahead. Do you know why? Because if he loses you, he has to train someone else all over again to take your place. One of the best ways to move up to the top is to become known as a knowledgeable and competent individual who really understands the working of the organization inside out. The more information you gain about your company, the more your boss will depend upon you for answers. It may reach the point where he won't even go to a staff meeting without you. When he turns to you for an answer, when the president of the company asks him a question, guess whose name is going to be remembered? Let me tell you how I used this technique of attracting the attention of the upper hierarchy so successfully when I was in the Army back in World War II. I was a sergeant. My boss was a major. As a regimental staff officer, he attended division staff meetings on a weekly basis. Since he was hard of hearing, but too proud to wear a hearing aid, he almost always came back from the staff meeting with unintelligible notes. I suggested to him that I attend the meeting with him and take notes for him. High-ranking division officers got used to seeing a sergeant come with a major to take notes and answer questions. One day, the commanding general attended the meeting. I saw that he watched me intently and that he asked several other officers why I was there. After the meeting was over, I was directed to report to his office. "You shouldn't be an enlisted man," the general told me. "You should be an officer. You're already performing the duties of a major, but you're receiving only the pay of a sergeant. I'm recommending you immediately for a field promotion to the rank of first lieutenant." 60 days later, I was commissioned as an officer in the United States Army without having to endure the physical and mental stresses of 13 weeks of infantry officer candidate school. Not only that, I was directly commissioned as a first lieutenant. Had I attended officer candidate school, I would have come out only as a second lieutenant, rather than one grade higher with the rank of first lieutenant. Perhaps you can't use that specific technique of going to important meetings with your boss, but one simple way to gain the attention of the upper hierarchy is to time your departure from work with that of your boss's superior. The more he sees you, the more he'll remember you. Carry some trade journals under your arm so he can see how interested you are in your profession. But don't carry anything that suggests that you're doing your office work at home. This gives him the impression that you're not efficient enough to get your job done during normal working hours. Take whatever other action is necessary to make sure your boss's superior knows your name and what you do in the company. In the 6th technique, I want to tell you 8 ways to let your business do your talking for you, even when you're home asleep in your bed. First, have a big sign. A gigantic one, the biggest one in the whole town that can be seen and read 24 hours a day. This is the most effective and least expensive advertising you can use. It is the best way you can have people remember your name and the name of your company. Second, use your windows as salesmen. Your window displays can pay for 25% of your overhead if you use them as silent salesmen. Let them work for you 24 hours a day, just as your big sign does. Third, let your store shelves sell for you too. Well-displayed goods are already half sold. That is the key to success in the supermarket. If people can't see what you have to sell, then they can't buy it. Fourth, friendly and cheerful employees sell for you. A cheerful and friendly face attracts customers. A sour face drives people away. A smile is one of the biggest assets your employees can have. I personally know this to be the truth, for there's a supermarket 4 blocks from my home, but I never go there to shop anymore because the employees are all sour-faced, don't know what the word thanks even means, and are extremely discourteous to their customers. So, I drive 2 miles to another supermarket where the clerks are always friendly with a smile on their face that lets you know they're glad that you're there. And they give you a big thank you while they look straight at you instead of staring at the cash register when you pay the bill. Fifth, tie a slogan to your business. This gives people something extra to remember you by. For instance, people always associate the slogan, "You're in good hands with Allstate," with Sears Roebuck. Sixth, use color to promote sales. Brighten up your place. Bright colors are cheerful and attract customers. Paint the door red and let people know you're alive and kicking. Seventh, advertise, advertise, advertise. Even if only a few lines in the newspaper, on a billboard or mail promotion. Remember that doing business without advertising is like winking in the dark. You know what you're doing, but no one else does. Eighth, when something new comes out, get it for your customers right away. New is the greatest word of all in merchandising. People always want the latest thing, so give it to them. The two most used words in television advertising are new and improved. But they must work, for advertisers use them over and over and over again. Now I want to give you 7 guidelines that you can use to get that raise you deserve so much. Remember that preparation for your raise begins long before you actually ask for it. I talked at length with a career management specialist who teaches people how to get ahead and be happy at their jobs. Her clients include corporate vice presidents, managers, supervisors, executives, bankers, secretaries, and many others, all of whom pay her quite handsomely for her advice. But you're fortunate. You're going to get the same information that other people pay Jessica Darby a small fortune for. Jessica says that there are 7 vital steps to be taken in preparation for your raise. First, become the authority in your chosen field. It is imperative that you know your business and that you keep on knowing more about it. Progress is perpetual. If you don't keep up with the latest developments in your own profession, you'll soon be passed over for promotion and advancement. Second, establish a cordial working relationship with your boss. The average boss likes people who praise him sincerely and make him feel important. Smart employees appreciate their boss and show him that appreciation by praising him in some way. The best way to praise your boss is to compliment him for what he does, not for what he is. Praise the act, not the person. Third, learn to blow your own horn. The idea that if you do a good job, promotions and raises will come automatically is a myth. Just doing good work alone is not where recognition comes from. The boss expects you to do acceptable work without making mistakes. After all, that's what he's paying you for. But that alone is not enough. You must make yourself noticed by calling favorable attention to yourself without being obnoxious or overbearing about it. In the office, at a business lunch, at an office party, or a social function, or anywhere else that you can. I've mentioned earlier that it also helps to become well known in the community, for this brings credit and recognition to your company. Speak to church groups or civic clubs in your field of expertise whenever possible. Do anything you can to keep your name uppermost in your superior's mind. This is precisely the way that the most effective advertising works. As one executive told me, the most important thing about advertising is repetition. It takes constant repetition to build a reputation. We don't care whether people remember exactly what we say about our product. We just want them to remember the name of it. That's enough. So remember then, it's your own reputation that's being negotiated when you blow your own horn. If other people, especially your boss, thinks that you're the best, you'll win the game of competition with others for advancement and promotion. You must always project a winning reputation so others will believe it. Fourth, don't hesitate to delegate the work. When you're in a management position, don't hesitate to assign the work to your subordinates. Every time you let something go, you free yourself to accept additional responsibilities. Top managers always feel more at ease when they know a competent person is available to take care of tough assignments and new developments. Be smart. Let them know that that person is you. Fifth, Keep your superiors informed and up to date. Without constantly breathing down their necks, let them know that your assignment is under control and proceeding on schedule. This shows that you're a dependable person who's getting the job done. Sixth, psych yourself up for the actual raise negotiation. Don't be backward about this or sell yourself short. In our system, we equate value with cost. Your value to your company has a direct relationship to how much you're being paid. Let your boss know the benefits he will receive when he grants your raise. One of the biggest benefits you'll gain is retaining your valuable services. But before you issue any ultimatums, be sure you have a concrete job offer somewhere else. As a far wiser man than I once said, the biggest fool in the world is the person who quits one job before he has another. Seventh, time your request for your raise. I've found that the best time to nail your boss for a raise is just after you've done a really outstanding job on an extraordinarily difficult assignment, and he tells you that himself. So, if your boss won't come across with a raise right after you've done an excellent job for him, it could be that he never will. So it might be high time for you to move on to where your talents and efforts will be more appreciated, not only psychologically, but also financially as well. Earlier, I discussed with you how to talk with your employees in a variety of situations. Now let's talk about how you can converse with your boss, how to give a briefing to VIPs, how to talk with business associates, how to talk at employees' affairs, and to members of the opposite sex without feeling ill at ease. First, let's discuss how you can get along with your boss. Now, for reasons of grammatical convenience, I'm going to refer to the boss as him, but the principles apply equally to both sexes. If you want to get to the top and stay there, you must get along with your superior. No one is more important to you and your career than the person who can get you promoted or who can raise your pay. You'll also get along better with your boss if you're known as a hard worker. Being a good worker, though, is not enough. Another important way of getting along with your boss is to reinforce and build up his self-image while doing the best job you can for him. To do that, you must let your style mesh with his. If he works at a rapid-fire pace, then give him short and concise answers, bare facts, stated briefly without embellishment. If he enjoys hearing a lot of detail, then give him that. Always follow his lead. After all, he is the boss. Next, let's talk about how to put your ideas across to your boss. You see, presenting an idea to him successfully depends not only upon the specific words you use, but also on the preparation and research you do before you ever start talking. You must know what you're going to talk about and how you're going to put your ideas across to him. What you're going to talk about should follow these 3 specific guidelines. First, you must know your subject inside out, backwards and forwards, from top to bottom. Be prepared to make decisions when your boss asks you for your recommendations. Don't expect him to make your decisions for you. Second, know all the details of your proposition so you can answer any possible questions your boss might ask you, but don't drown him with all those details in your presentation. Give him only the basic points he needs to understand your idea, unless he asks for more detailed information. Third, make your presentation brief, coherent, complete, and salesworthy. Save time for your boss by having your idea outlined in writing so he can review it later on if he so desires. A written outline of your plan will also help him if he wants to present your idea to his superior for approval. Now let me tell you how to physically put your ideas across to your boss. There are 5 guidelines that you should follow. First, you must know and understand your boss's personality and have the intelligence and adaptability to go along with it. To be able to psych your boss to your way of thinking is just as important as being super capable in your job. This is not polishing the apple. It is using applied psychology, applied where it will do the most good for you, on your boss. Second, pay your boss the respect and deference he is due when putting your idea across to him. Even if you don't really care for him that much, his position alone entitles him to respect. As they always told me when I was in the Army many years ago, you salute the uniform, not the person wearing it. Third, adopt a nothing-sacred attitude about your idea. Don't act as if your idea is a God-given revelation and thus immune from criticism. It must be able to stand on its own merits because it's a good idea, not just because it's your idea. Fourth, be courteous when presenting your idea. Develop insight and understanding of your boss's problems. Consider his feelings when offering your idea to him. Fifth, let your boss set the mood for your presentation. After all, he is the boss, so you must have the ability to roll with the punches and adopt whatever attitude the occasion dictates, flexible or firm, friendly or aloof, humorous or serious. In short, you must be able to play it by ear. Next, I want to tell you how to give a briefing for a group of VIPs. Now, it used to be that only heads of state, high-ranking government officials, generals, admirals, presidents of corporations, and chairmen of boards of directors rated VIP briefings. Today, because of the enormous volume of technical information and statistical reports he has to cope with to keep up with current developments, the average company executive has to depend upon briefings by his subordinates, junior executives, middle managers, foremen, supervisors, to keep fully informed and up to date. So, no matter how junior you might be in your organization, sooner or later you'll have to give a briefing to someone. So, it's best to be prepared right now. Let me first tell you several things that a VIP briefing should not be used for. It should not be used to persuade or sell or get a person to take action or make a decision. It should not be used to impress or convince your listener of anything, nor should it be used to entertain. A VIP briefing should be used only to inform. That is all it is meant for. It has no other legitimate purpose. Now, I want to give you the 5 guidelines you can use to give a successful VIP briefing. First, restrict your subject to fit your time. You'd be better off sticking to a few salient points and covering them thoroughly than trying to cover everything and leaving a blurred and confused impression in your listener's mind. Later on, although he may not remember your face, he'll think of you as that person who was so confused he didn't seem to know what was really going on in his own department. Second, arrange your ideas in a logical sequence. Almost all ideas can be developed logically by using a time or procedure sequence. In a time sequence, for instance, you simply treat your subject from a past, present, and future viewpoint. Or you can begin at a specific date and move forward from there. A procedure sequence is especially useful in industrial briefings. It begins with the raw material stage and moves through each step of the manufacturing process until the finished product is reached. Third, number your points as you make them. One of the best ways to keep your briefing neat and clean and to really know what you're talking about is to enumerate your principal points. Simply say it this way. Today, I want to cover 6 points of interest for you. My first point is, the second point I want to talk about is, third, I want to tell you, sixth and last, I want to say, and so on. You will be remembered as a person who really knows his business. Fourth, always avoid technical terms. You might be briefing the chairman of the board, but that doesn't mean that he understands all the exact technical terms of your department. So use short, simple words that are easy to understand. A smart young chemist in the research department of a large cosmetics firm was briefing the corporation president. He wanted to show his boss how much he knew and how important his job was, so he used every technical term he could think of to show off his vast knowledge, although he usually translated his highly scientific terminology into ordinary common words for the people who worked with him in the compound room and on the mixing tanks. Unfortunately, the president took a dim view of his briefing and summarily fired him. for he felt the young man was a pompous, egotistical show-off. "We can't afford to have smart Alex like him around," he said. "No one can understand what he says. Plenty more chemists where he came from." Fifth, use visual aids. Everyone, including a VIP, enjoys visual aids. It's the fastest way to transmit information, and it saves valuable time for your VIPs. So use them whenever you can. Your listeners will appreciate you and your efforts when you do. Remember that a VIP briefing is different from any other kind of talk or speech that you might give. Being unique, it has 5 specific don'ts to keep in mind. First, don't summarize a VIP briefing. A VIP briefing is already a summary in itself. It should give a synopsis or an abridgment of your operation. Your listeners assume that you've included only the major points of interest that they should know. It makes no sense to summarize a summary. Second, don't ask questions of your listeners. Whenever you do, don't insult the intelligence of your listeners by asking them questions. If they have questions, they'll ask them of you. You can be sure of that. Third, don't emotionalize. You're not giving a talk to persuade or get action or a decision. The sole purpose of a VIP briefing is to inform, nothing else. So be factual. Fourth, don't use the phrase, "as you know." Don't tell your listeners something they already know. This can irritate them no end. The purpose of your briefing is to tell them something that they don't know. Fifth, don't use a strong closing statement. Since you're giving a briefing only to inform, a strong closing statement to get your listeners to take action of some sort is not in order here. The best way to close is simply to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my briefing. Thank you." Now let's talk about how to talk with your associates and fellow workers. If you don't know how to relax and make small talk with your business associates, you can ruin your chances for advancement and promotion. If you haven't been promoted lately, despite your obvious professional abilities, this could well be your problem. Instead of making others feel comfortable and at ease when casual conversation is called for, you could be making people feel uptight and tense. A few moments of conversation like this will make people want to avoid you at all costs. You'll be unwelcome wherever you go. Business people and executives place great confidence and trust in individuals who can get along well with others in the organization. If you're in management, no matter what your field, you ought to be able to deal with people at all levels, and that includes, among other things, the ability to engage in light-hearted chit-chat in all sorts of quasi-business, quasi-social situations. Some people, for example, see every conversation as a battle. They feel that someone has to win and someone has to lose. They insist on having the last word on the subject, no matter what it is. Others feel that unless a conversation is serious, there should be no discussion at all. When this sort of person talks, his sense of humor vanishes. His voice becomes loud and forceful, and he insists that he is right. If you want to be able to handle small talk gracefully, please keep these 4 don'ts in mind. First, don't spout statistics as if you were a walking encyclopedia. Most people can't absorb a barrage of technical data. Not only that, it's tiresome and boring to them. Second, don't use technical jargon, except when you're in the company of those who understand it. Even then, if it's a quasi-business, quasi-social occasion, avoid it when possible. Keep office business where it belongs, in the office. Third, don't talk in cliches or constantly say, "Do you understand? Do you get it? Do you follow me?" This can drive even your best friend up the wall. Fourth, don't tell stories in which you are always the hero. If you want people to like you and to enjoy talking with you, then always use the small I and the great big you. I have discussed before how you can talk with your employees to gain information from them and give information to them. Now, I want to tell you how you can talk at employees' affairs. and turn special occasions for them to your own advantage. Good employee relations are important in every company. Satisfactory human relations must be established inside the company before you can ever expect to have good public relations outside the company in the community. Every company has the opportunity to hold special affairs or celebrations that can be attended by most or all of the employees. It could be an annual company picnic or party. It might be the banquet for the presentation of trophies to the company bowling league. You may be invited to speak on those or other special occasions. Talks like these give you a perfect opportunity to put yourself across favorably with both your superiors and the company's employees. Everything you can do to promote better employee management relations makes you a more valuable asset to your company. If need be, you can invent opportunities to improve human relations in your company. The number of affairs you hold throughout the year will depend entirely upon you. For instance, you could honor employees for length of service using 5-year periods as a basis. You could hold an appropriate ceremony if a person has performed some especially meritorious act, either inside or outside the company, that is worthy of public acclaim and recognition. Whatever the reason for the special occasion, you can make it an affair that brings everyone closer together. It can help establish a feeling of unity, harmony, and teamwork between you and your employees. Last, I want to tell you the secrets of talking successfully with members of the opposite sex without any embarrassment. The best way to show you how to do that is to tell you about some of the conversational problems that men and women have at work. When you know the pitfalls, then you can easily avoid them. For instance, in conversations with men, particularly those who are strangers, some women tend to revert to the weaker sex role. Instead of speaking up, they let the man dominate the conversation. They let him decide what to talk about and how the subject will be discussed. Women who carry on a so-called conversation like this are showing a lack of self-respect and self-esteem, as well as a lack of self-confidence. If a businessman thinks that the average woman, either in or out of the business world, wants to be treated in a patronizing way or a flirtatious manner just because she's a woman, then he is out of date and way behind the times. This sort of attitude and conduct is no longer acceptable today. I could go on and on with more examples, but it's enough to say that the best way to talk successfully with members of the opposite sex is to follow a guideline that I've used all my life, and that is to treat every woman like a lady and every man like a gentleman. If you do that, you can never go wrong.
This is the end of Side 6. Side 5 is already queued up for your listening.
If you want people to accept your ideas, buy your product or services, or simply do what you want them to do, it's persuasion, not force, that'll get the job done. Business people, salespeople, preachers, teachers, politicians, all these professionals use persuasion to get people to do what they want them to do. On this tape, you'll learn their secrets so you can get others to carry out your desires just as they do. Exactly what is the art of persuasion, then? Most salespeople and psychologists will tell you that it's getting another person to do what you want them to do. But that's not enough. True persuasion is getting the other person to want to do what you want him to do. There's a tremendous difference between these two ideas. Let me tell you a brief example to illustrate my point. To get a person to do what they want him to do, most people will appeal to logic, common sense, and good judgment. For instance, a real estate salesman does that when he tells the prospective buyer all the advantages of owning a house. But the really smart real estate salesman will appeal not only to the potential buyer's mind, but he will also make his sales pitch to the person's heart by telling him all the benefits of owning a home. And the salesman who sells a home will outsell the one who sells only a house every time. Why? Simply said, it's because the head never hears till the heart has listened. Let me give you another quick example. Have you ever heard a person say, "I'll do what you want, but my heart sure isn't in it"? If he says that to you, it means that he hasn't been emotionally convinced to do what you've asked him to do. To win a person completely over to your way of thinking, you must appeal to his feelings as well as to his mind. Of course, persuasion is not limited to business conversations alone. Wives use it on their husbands all the time to get what they want and vice versa. Parents use it on their children, and children use it on their parents. Persuasion is a valuable tool that you can use in many social situations. So, no matter who you are or what you do, this particular tape will be of great value to you. Just remember then, if you want to persuade people to do things your way, if you want to influence them, if you want to control their actions, then always appeal to their emotions. As I said before, you'll never go wrong if you'll just remember that the head never hears till the heart has listened. If you'll recall, I told you on Side 1 about the 14 basic learned needs or desires that all people have. Just in case they've slipped your mind for the moment, let me sum them up for you in one short, simple sentence, like this. Every normal person wants to know how to be loved, how to win money or fame or power, and how to stay healthy. I also said that it was up to you to find out exactly what a person wants most of all so you could help him get it. How can you best do that? By paying complete and full attention to what he says so you can find out exactly what he wants or to discover what he really needs. Only by talking to people can you get the answers you need to succeed. Even medical doctors, who are usually automatically successful, or so it seems at any rate, must get information from the patient if they want to succeed. As my own family doctor said, there is only one cardinal rule to follow in medicine. You must always ask questions of the patient and then listen carefully to the answers. When you pay attention to a person this way, he will also pay attention to you and to what you want. And only then will you be able to persuade him to your point of view. The reason for this is quite clear. You see, rich or poor, young or old, happy or unhappy, each one of us has a deep desire, yes, even a craving, for attention. For instance, a crying child tugging at his mother's dress is demanding her attention. When she gives him that attention he needs so much, he'll stop crying and behave. You can use a variety of methods to persuade people to listen and pay attention to you. For instance, you could use a startling statement, an authoritative question, an unusual anecdote, or a strong example. I prefer using leading questions that promise your listeners an immediate benefit, for it's without a doubt the most effective approach you can use. Here are some quick examples of this potent technique. How'd you like to increase your salary right now? How'd you like to cut your overhead by 20%? Want to get rid of that tired, worn-out feeling? How'd you like to be proud of your floors? Want to drive the safest car on the road? No matter what your specific circumstances are, use the kind of question that promises your listener an immediate benefit just for listening to you, and he'll be forced to give you his full and undivided attention. Not only can you offer your listener a benefit with the leading question technique, but you can also get him saying yes at once. And that's ever so important in persuading him so that he'll want to do what you want him to do. You see, when he says yes to your opening question, it establishes a positive mood. This makes it much easier for him to continue to agree with you. Now I'd like to tell you about the 9 benefits you can gain for yourself when you use the leading question technique. First, you can control the initiative in the conversation. You actually lead the other person's thinking along the path you want it to take when you ask him a leading question. You point his mind in a specific direction so he'll give you the answer you want. For example, let's say a salesman wants to convince a homeowner to increase the amount of insulation he has in his attic. The best way to do this would be to ask him how he'd like to cut his heating and air conditioning costs 30% by adding 6 more inches of insulation. Naturally, the answer has to be yes. Of course, the salesman has to have solid facts to back up his statement. Second, leading questions increase your listener's interest. A person's attention span increases when you can get him to talk by asking him leading questions. The more he talks, the more you'll learn about him and what he wants most of all. Third, when you ask questions, you stimulate a person's thinking. Questions make your listener more alert and attentive to what you say. He becomes anxious to learn more. Many times your idea becomes his idea, and he wants to take credit for it. After the listener tells the insulation salesman he would like to save 30% on his heating and air conditioning costs, the salesman will congratulate the prospect and give him all the credit for making such a wise and intelligent decision. He will also congratulate him for coming into the store to buy more insulation. I've seen managers and supervisors use questions time and again to get what they wanted by letting the other person think it was all his own idea in the first place, just as that insulation salesman has done. Fourth, questions help reveal your listener's attitude. When you know what a person's thinking is, and what his innermost feelings are, you can slant your approach to meet his individual needs and desires. You'll know which one or more of the 14 secret motivators you ought to stress to persuade him to want to do as you desire. In the case of the insulation salesman's prospect, the motivation is to save money. This desire falls under financial success, money, and all the things that money will buy. Saving money is actually a part of financial success. The more money the prospect saves on his heating and air conditioning costs, the more he'll have to spend somewhere else. The old cliché of a penny saved is a penny earned still holds true, although pennies don't seem to be worth much anymore. Fifth, questions let you know if you're getting your point across or not. Attention is always lost when understanding is gone. One of the best ways to find out whether your listener understands you or not is to ask him questions. Sixth, you can reinforce and emphasize major points of interest. Retention of major points of emphasis is made easier by frequent repetition. When you ask questions on a specific point several times, it's evident that you're stressing that idea. Your listener's answers will reinforce those major points that you're interested in emphasizing. Seventh, questions give the person a feeling of importance. When you ask questions, you give a person the chance to express his own opinions. That makes him feel important and fulfills one of his basic desires by feeding his ego. When he knows that you're interested in what he says and that you respect his opinions and ideas, then he'll respect your opinions and ideas too. When the insulation salesman congratulates the prospect on making such a wise and intelligent decision, he's given him a feeling of importance. Eighth, questions help a person recognize what he actually wants. When you help a person discover what he really wants most of all, you'll be in complete control of the conversation. He'll do whatever you ask so long as he knows he can get what he wants as a result of that action. A little later on this side, I'll tell you how Rachel Brown, one of the sharpest business persons I've ever known, uses this technique to get an individual to do as she wants him to do. Ninth, to find a person's most vulnerable point, ask questions. Your listener's weakest spot is your main key to success in persuasion. When you find his most vulnerable point, don't hesitate. Attack without delay. Concentrate on his weakness. Exploit it immediately. You can use it to get your own way without fail, every single time. Almost every person's most vulnerable point is saving money. That was the case with the insulation salesman's prospect. He was immediately interested when he was given the opportunity to save 30% on his heating and air conditioning costs. I'm sure you'd be interested in that offer, too. I know I certainly would be. You should always start with questions that are easy to answer, so your listener will relax and feel completely at ease when he talks with you. People enjoy giving answers they know are right, for it gives them a chance to show how much they know, and that makes them feel important. This is especially true if your listener is a stranger and you want to sell him something, say a house or a new car. He'll really be on guard with you in the beginning. Distrust is characteristic of almost all of us when we're doing business with someone we don't know. If you're hard to talk with, your listener will become evasive and withdrawn. When you press harder to make your point or to close your sale, he'll withdraw even more. This becomes a vicious cycle, ending up with no agreement at all. But if you start out with easy questions, his nervousness and fear of you will soon disappear. He'll answer your questions with confidence. You ask him still more easy questions, he relaxes even more. Soon you're engaged in a pleasant, fruitful, and beneficial conversation. Now I want to give you a 5-step procedure you can use to persuade a person to accept your point of view. First, tell him immediately how he's going to benefit. No matter what your proposition is, your listener always wants to know right off what's in it for him. If you don't tell him that in the first 5 or 10 seconds, you might as well stop talking. Tell him exactly what benefit he's going to gain when he listens to you. Be concrete, definite, and specific about the advantages that can soon be his when he does as you ask him to do. Just for openers, you could show him how he'll save time, money, and inconvenience by using your product or your service. A reverse way of doing this would be to show him how much he'll lose if he doesn't accept your offer. However, this sort of tactic plays directly upon his fears, so it's best used later on as proof or backup for the major benefits that you're offering him. Second, tell him about someone else who benefited. Proof of how satisfied someone else is with your product or your service is one of your most useful tools in persuading people. Never neglect this valuable technique. Always use it. Third, show him how to gain the same benefits. After you've shown him how someone else gained the benefits, show him the techniques he can use to gain those same benefits. One of the best ways to do this is to use a demonstration or a practical application or both. A demonstration is always used by the best salespeople. It's a surefire way of keeping your listener deeply interested in what you're doing. Products like cars, washing machines, dryers, vacuum sweepers, radios, TVs, and so on lend themselves extremely well to the demonstration technique. Abstract services such as insurance, religion, fund drives, success motivation courses, health services, and the like are usually harder to demonstrate and persuade people, so they often require audio-visual aids like tapes, records, charts, diagrams, and illustrations. Fourth, tell him what it's going to cost to gain the benefits. Again, let me emphasize that you must be specific and concrete, especially in this step, for in most cases you're now reaching for his pocketbook. Vagueness here implies that you have something to hide and that you can't be trusted. If you're selling him something on the time payment plan, don't tell him that $50 a month is all he'll need and then start adding on the sales tax, the excise tax, and the carrying charges. Give him the bottom line without beating around the bush. He'll appreciate your straightforward frankness and honesty. Ask him to take action. Leave out this last vital step and you'll never persuade anyone to do anything. A salesperson calls this step the close. And the most successful ones start closing the sale with the opening sentence of the conversation. One of the best salespeople I've ever seen work this technique is Charlie Ryan. He sells washing machines and dryers for a big appliance company. Now, don't think for a moment that Charlie is just another washing machine salesman. His income is in a healthy 5-figure bracket. Charlie stands beside the escalator exit right at the corner of his department. He asks every woman who comes down the escalator the same question: how'd you like to have a brand new washing machine installed in your home today?
I save a lot of valuable time that way. Almost every woman will say yes to that question. If she does, then I say, let me show you how you can do just that. I turn and walk straight to my demonstrator. If she follows me, I know she's interested, and I start demonstrating the new washing machine right away. While I'm doing that, I tell her how she's going to benefit by owning it. If she doesn't follow me to the washing machine, I simply go back to the escalator and start all over again with the next woman who comes in. You'd be amazed at how well this technique works, even if the person isn't in the market for a new washing machine.
There are 6 salesmen in Charlie's department. He talks to more prospects than anyone else, and he sells more washing machines than any 2 salesmen put together. Charlie is aggressive. He knows his product. He tells his prospect immediately how she can benefit, and he tries to close the sale with his opening sentence. You can easily use the same procedure to persuade people to do what you want them to do. All it takes is a bit of courage. Now, you may not realize this, but everything you do requires you to use salesmanship in one way or another. No matter what you do for a living, there's always an idea or a product or a service waiting to be sold to someone. And selling requires persuasive conversation. We are all constantly selling ourselves in some way, literally from the cradle to the grave. A baby sells its mother by crying on the idea of eating. A boy sells his father by using perseverance on the idea of buying him a bicycle. A man sells his boss by increased job efficiency on the idea of giving him a pay raise. The congressman sells the voters by exhortation on sending him back to Washington for another term. The person doing the selling is either a good salesman or a poor one, depending on how well he does his job. I'd like to help make you into a better salesperson through the conversation that you use. To do that, I'm going to give you the 10 techniques that super salespeople use to become successful. And now for the first technique, how you can get your prospect to say yes immediately. Successful salespeople usually place this one right at the top of the list of successful techniques to use. Jessica Masters, a highly successful mutual fund saleswoman, says that it's extremely important to get your prospective client saying yes immediately.
You should word all your questions to a new prospect so the only possible answer he or she can give you is yes. For instance, you might say, would you like to have your investment risk reduced to the absolute minimum? Of course, the answer always has to be yes. How could it be anything else? Then you might follow up your first question with, if I can show you how you can gain the maximum return on your investment along with that minimum risk, would you be interested? Again, the answer has to be yes. You can use many other ways to phrase your questions to ensure getting a yes answer. The important thing is getting the prospect to say yes so continually that when the final buying decision has to be made, the word yes just falls out of his mouth automatically.
You can use Jessica's technique on your boss, your wife, your husband, your children, your friends and associates, anyone. Just get the other person to say yes at the beginning. Keep him or her from saying no by the way you word your questions. A yes answer establishes not only the right psychological frame of mind, but also the proper physiological conditions in his body. All the body processes, both physical and mental, are in an accepting, relaxed, and open attitude when a person says yes. By the same token, just one single no changes all the psychological and physiological processes into a fighting and defiant mood of rejection. All the body systems, glandular, muscular, neurological, prepare themselves for combat. If your wife or husband, your children, a prospective client or customer, or your boss says no to you at the very beginning, it requires a near miracle to change that person's negative attitude to a positive one. So plan your approach to get an affirmative answer from the person at the very start of your conversation. If you want to win people over to your way of thinking, if you want to make a sale or gain a friend, then get the other person to agree with you immediately. You'll get your way every time when you do that. The second technique of persuasion that all successful salespeople use is to discover the real reason behind the person's objection. Earlier, I told you that people will usually have two reasons for doing or not doing anything. One that sounds good to the listener, and another that he keeps hidden, all to himself. At that time, I also said that one of the best ways to drag that hidden reason out of a person was to keep asking, and besides that, in addition to that, or isn't there some other reason you object to this? Is this your only reason for not accepting my offer? This method of questioning is extremely valuable to you when you're trying to convert a reluctant prospect into a solid customer. But there are still other excellent methods you can use to get information, not only from a prospective client or customer, but also from other people such as the members of your own family or from your employees or associates. The most powerful word in the English language that you can use to keep the other person talking is a simple little three-letter one. Why? Let me give you an example now so I can show you how well this technique can work for you. A friend of mine, Arthur Harper, for years now has told me that he didn't believe in life insurance. So I was really surprised the other day when he said he'd bought a $100,000 policy from a young insurance salesman the week before. When I asked him how in the world this could have happened, here's what he told me.
Oh, when this young fella came calling on me, I told him I didn't believe in life insurance. But instead of arguing with me as all the other salesmen had done before, this fella simply looked me straight in the eye and asked, why? Well, I explained to him why, but every time I stopped for breath, he'd ask why. And the more I talked, the more I realized there was something the matter with my reasoning. Finally, I convinced myself that I was wrong, so I bought some insurance from him. Now, that young man didn't sell me anything. He just kept asking me why. I sold myself, and he made the profit. Smartest salesman I've ever met.
You can use this why technique in church, PTA, in business, your club, or in any other social activity. People will actually end up convincing themselves that what you're asking is the right thing for them to do, even if they're hesitant at first. It's really one of the easiest ways I know of to persuade people to your way of thinking. And now for the third secret of persuasion that all successful super salespeople use. It's the most important secret of all. You must find out what people want and then show them how to get it. Do that and you'll always be successful. To find out what the other person wants and then to help him get it is not only the number one rule in selling, but it is also the number one rule in all human relationships. Let me give you a perfect example of that principle as experienced by my friend Dave Andrews.
A few years ago, I sold our house in town so I could buy a home in the country. The saleswoman, Rachel Brown, couldn't understand why I wanted to sell our house in town. It was in an excellent location. It was conveniently located near a new shopping center and a school, yet not too close to suffer from any noise or traffic congestion. I explained to her that when we first moved in, we had a beautiful view of the little valley below from our front room window. But then a two-story house was built across the street, blocking our view. And in the backyard, all I could see were my neighbor's garbage cans, his doghouse, a pile of bricks and scrap lumber, a compost bin, and a messy barbecue pit. As I told Rachel, I wanted a good home with a decent view that I could enjoy. Well, Rachel had discovered my main point of interest, actually a weakness, so she concentrated on that from then on. She showed me a house in the country built high on a hill with a gorgeous view of the James River and the valley below. But when she told me the price, I laughed at her. "Can't afford it," I said. Rachel didn't argue with me. She just kept on saying, Look at that view of the river, will you? No one can ever build anything that will cut it off from you. Every time I talked price, Rachel came back to the magnificent view of the James River and the valley below through which it flowed. So what happened? Well, she'd found my weakness. So I bought the house, of course. What else could I do? Actually, I bought the view of the river and the valley below. The house was just thrown in as an extra bonus. Rachel Brown was ever so smart. She really knew her business. She asked questions to get me to talk, and she paid attention to what I said until she found out exactly what I wanted. Then she sold it to me.
The fourth secret of persuasion that all successful super salespeople use is to sell benefits instead of features. An inexperienced salesperson will often make the mistake of trying to sell a product's features rather than its benefits. What's the difference between a feature and a benefit? Simple. Let me show you that by a couple of examples. The squelch control on a CB radio is a feature. Since it gets rid of static and background noise so you can hear the other party better, that's a benefit. A 30-inch blade on your lawnmower is a feature. The time you save in cutting your grass with such a big blade as that is a benefit. Another way of saying it is that a feature is something that the product has. What that feature will do for you is the benefit. Now, you have a fistful of benefits that you can offer your listener too. The attainment of those 14 basic needs and desires that I told you about on side 1. Figure out which one or more of those basic desires your listener can gain when he does as you ask. Show him how to get them, and you'll win him over to your way of thinking with no trouble at all. You can persuade him to do what you want every single time. The fifth secret of persuasion is to concentrate on a single point and not to scatter your fire. Let me give you an example of that technique now. Several years ago, some developers wanted to build a shopping mall out east of Independence, Missouri, just off Interstate 70. They needed to find a suitable site of at least 80 acres. They found the perfect place, some undeveloped farmland owned by 3 brothers and a sister, all of whom lived and worked in the city. It had been left to them when their parents died. None of them would ever farm it, and all of them wanted to sell it, but they had never been able to agree on a single price. When the developers found that out, they knew they had found the weakest point on which to concentrate, and they did exactly that. They got an option from each one of the owners. 4 options at 4 different prices. Then the developers called the landowners together to discuss the matter. The owners were told that all their prices were too high. They were then told what the developers were willing to pay. It was also pointed out to them that this was the first time they had had an offer for their land, and that if they passed it up, it would probably be the last offer they would receive for a long time to come. They were then told that unless they could agree on a single price, they would never be able to sell that land for as long as they all lived. This was the one major obstacle the developers had to overcome, so it was the one point that they concentrated on, getting the owners to agree on a single price. Once that point was made crystal clear to the owners, the rest became easy. Today, there is a beautiful shopping mall where before there was nothing but unused and empty land, all because the developers had concentrated their attention on a single point and not scattered their fire. The sixth secret of persuasion that all successful super salespeople use is to keep from losing the sale after it's made. Sherman Wilson, an agency manager for a large, well-known St. Louis insurance company, says too many sales can be lost because salesmen talk too much. Once you've closed your sale, stop talking. Get the money or the signature or whatever you need, and then, to put it quite bluntly, shut up and get out. Otherwise, you're liable to unsell your sale. So be smart. Know when it's time to quit, and then do so. In fact, sometimes it's even better to quit before you're through, so you can leave something to talk about the next time. The seventh secret of persuasion is to sell the right person on the right product. You'll save much time when you concentrate your efforts on the right person. Time is important to all of us. It's a successful salesman's most valuable asset. He'll never waste it by giving his sales pitch to someone who can't make the buying decision. This technique will work in other situations as well. For instance, when I got married many years ago, it was still the custom to introduce the prospective in-laws to each other on some pleasant Sunday afternoon so they could size each other up and find out about their religion, their politics, their drinking habits, and their economic and social status. On one such occasion, when my future in-laws were meeting my parents for the first time, my mother took me aside in the kitchen and said, "You're trying to sell the wrong person, son. Her mother's already sold on you. You don't have to soft soap her any longer. Now, go after her father. He's the one to convince, for he makes the decisions in that house, not her. She just came along for the ride." The 8th secret of persuasion is to never give up on a good prospect. The top salesperson will keep coming back time after time, even though the prospect continues to say no. How many times do you call on a person before you finally give up on him? I once asked Craig Lambert, a top-notch salesman. "Well, it depends on which one of us dies first," Craig replied. Craig then went on to tell me that if he's convinced that a prospect is worth calling on, he will keep coming back to him as long as that person is there. Craig once made 40 calls to one prospect before he ever got an order from him. Finally, the customer told Craig that he could not keep from buying from him any longer. When Craig asked him why, he said, "Because your persistence has paralyzed my resistance." You can use this same technique to get results too. Just keep coming back until you get what you want. Sooner or later, your persistence will paralyze your listener's resistance too. The 9th secret of persuasion that all successful super salespeople use is to get the prospect to sign a contract. This procedure will work like magic for you whenever there is paperwork to be signed. If no contract is called for, make one up anyway. Have the contract all ready with your prospect's name, address, the amount to be paid. Every single thing must be completed, so all the individual need do is sign his name. When the person starts telling you all the reasons he can't accept your proposition, don't argue with him. And don't fold up your tent and walk away. Just hand him your pen and point to the big X where his signature goes. Do you think this method is too presumptuous? Well, it's not. You'll be glad to know that you will never make anyone angry by using this procedure. The magic of this technique is that you concentrate a person's mind on signing, not on refusing. You crowd out all the reasons he thinks he should not until his mind becomes filled with all the reasons why he should. His thoughts tend always to be translated into positive action. The 10th and last secret of persuasion that all successful salespeople use is to always leave the person with a good taste in his mouth. Before you part company, stress again all the benefits the person is going to gain from his transaction with you. The best business is repeat business. The one-time sale, where you have to make a new customer out of a prospect every time, is a tough business to be in. Let me give you one last little tip about doing business with people. Never forget a customer. Never let a customer forget you. Another way of saying it is, the best way to get new customers is to take care of the old ones. So always leave the person with a good feeling toward you. You might have to come back to the same well more than once for a drink of water. If you do, you won't have to work the pump nearly as hard the second time around.
This is the end of Side 7. Side 8 is already queued up for your listening.
When you add the secret of dealing with resistance and overcoming objections to your arsenal of conversational techniques, you'll discover that you're well on your way to becoming a powerful and masterful personality. Perhaps you haven't yet realized the progress you've actually made. If you'll stop and think about it for a moment, you'll find that you're becoming a completely different person, one who commands new talents, power, influence, and respect, all as a result of your conversational skills and expertise. At times, though, you'll still encounter people who will offer strong resistance to you and your ideas. Not everyone will immediately do what you want them to do without question, so it'll be up to you to find ways of dealing with their resistance and overcoming their objections, so you can convert them to your way of thinking. The real key to success in dealing with your listener's resistance and overcoming his objections is to appeal to his heart. Offer him certain emotional benefits that will enable him to fulfill his basic needs and desires. On this side, I will show you exactly how to do that. When you use the techniques that I'll give you here, you'll gain these 6 benefits. First, people will always do what you want them to. Second, they will follow your instructions to the letter and obey your orders without question. Third, you'll be able to easily put your ideas and proposals across to others. Fourth, you'll get cooperation and support from everyone. Fifth, you'll get your own way every time. And sixth, you'll gain the power to influence and control people by what you say. Before I discuss the techniques you can use to gain these benefits, I want to tell you about the 3 listening levels your listener has. Getting your message across to someone so he will do what you want him to do is as dependent upon his listening level as it is upon the words you use. If you use short, simple, and concrete words of 1 and 2 syllables, and at the same time avoid cumbersome, vague, and abstract words, then you can be sure that your listener will understand you. But just understanding is not enough. Your success in overpowering his resistance and overcoming his objections will also depend upon his listening level. You see, whenever you talk to someone, he will be hearing you in only one of these 3 listening levels: the non-hearing level, the semi-listening level, the thinking or comprehension level. Let me discuss each one of these now in detail. First, the non-hearing level. At this level of comprehension, you're not even registering with your listener. In fact, it's inaccurate to call him a listener, for he's not paying any attention to you at all. His mind is concentrating only on what he wants to think about and what he himself is interested in. A wife often finds that her husband uses this level to carry on a so-called conversation with her, especially in the evening after he's eaten and settled down in his favorite easy chair in front of the television set. If he's reading the paper, he might even lower it once in a while to look at his wife and even talk occasionally, saying such things as, "Yes, dear, that's right, I see." Then what did he say? But he really isn't listening to her at all. Second is the semi-listening level. At this level, your listener is at least able to remember part of what you're saying. If you were to stop suddenly and ask him what you've been talking about, he'd no doubt be able to repeat your last sentence or so, or at least tell you what your last idea was. However, he really hasn't absorbed what you've been saying. As soon as you stop talking, your ideas immediately disappear from his mind, for he's not thinking seriously about them at all. Last is the thinking or comprehension level. This is the level you want your listener to reach, so you can put your idea across and get him to do what you want him to do. How can you tell when his mind has reached the thinking or comprehension level? When he asks you questions, voices objections, and offers resistance to your proposition. So, don't be upset or worried when he does these things. This is precisely what you want to have happen. You see, when your listener presents a counter-argument or voices an objection, this shows he's interested in what you're saying. He wants to know more. If he were not interested, then he wouldn't ask you anything. Your next step, then, after you've raised your listener's mind to the thinking level, is to deal with his resistance and overcome his objections. Let me now give you the first technique you can use to overcome your listener's objections. Most people almost always have two separate and distinct reasons for doing anything. One reason that sounds good to their listeners, and another one that they keep secret and hidden all to themselves. You should always make sure that you find the hidden or real reason for your listener's resistance. As I said on the previous slide, to find the deep or hidden reason for a person's objections, simply keep asking one or all of the following three questions. Why or why not? And in addition to that, is there any other reason? You must be persistent. Eventually, the real reason will come to the surface. Usually, you'll hear comments something like these. Well, to tell you the truth. Or, well, if you really want to know why. And when you hear phrases like these, you'll know that the real objection is coming next. The moment you know the real reason for the person's resistance, you can move on to the next technique so you can overcome it. The second technique you can use to overcome your listener's objection is to turn it into a benefit for him. Fred Martin, a lubricating oil salesman, does it this way.
One of the major objections a prospect usually raises is, although the product is outstanding, the price is too high. Now, when your prospect offers this kind of an objection, you can react in one of two ways. You can take his objection as an insurmountable obstacle or as a complete defeat. Pack up your sample case and leave, but that's a quick way to starvation. Or you can take his objection and turn it into a benefit for him so you can make a sale that might not otherwise be made. My answer to the price is too high objection goes something like this. Mr. Prospect, a cheap product costs you twice the price because you'll have complaints, mishaps, and you'll lose valuable customers who will never come back to you. I'm offering you the best product that money can buy at a fair price. Into that product go the highest quality materials and processes that add up to top-notch performance for your customers. The high-grade performance of my product is a result of years of experience and know-how in the oil business. My company produces its lubricants at the least possible cost and sells them at the lowest possible price. If a less expensive method of production could be developed, my company would be the first to use it, so the price could be lowered for you. Now, if the prospect still hesitates, I say, you must make the final decision, of course, about buying my product. But I hope you realize that buying cheap to save money is about like stopping a clock to save time. That last remark really makes my prospect stop and think. More often than not, it results in a sale.
Now, you may not be a salesman, but you can use this conversational technique of changing an objection into a benefit in almost any sort of situation you can think of. For instance, does your wife object to going on a fishing or camping trip in the mountains for your annual vacation? You won't get anywhere by arguing with her about it. All you'll do is increase her resistance to what you want to do. Figure out how to turn her objection into a benefit for her, and you'll get your own way every time. By the way, if you're the wife, and you want to go to the Bahamas or Acapulco for your yearly vacation, and your husband objects, you'll have to offer him some benefits to get him to go. Now let me tell you about the third technique you can use to overcome your listener's objections, and that is to appeal to his heart more than his head. You see, logic, reason, and common sense are simply not enough to deal with a person's resistance, overcome his objections, and convince him to see things your way. To completely overcome a person's objections so you can get your own way every time, you must appeal to his emotions rather than only to his mind. So let me give you a specific example of how the emotions of the heart can completely overcome the rational logic and reasoning of the mind. Take love, for instance. How many times does a girl marry the man her parents did not want her to marry? Even my own wife did that. Mother had her eye on the young banker or the doctor who had money, a promising career, social status, and a prominent position in the community. Or maybe Dad had picked the brilliant young attorney who seemed headed straight for the governor's mansion. But daughter married the milkman, the farmer, the shoe salesman, the rock musician, the garage mechanic, the grocery clerk, the waiter in the restaurant. Why? Well, Mom and Dad had picked their daughter's potential husband with their heads. Daughter had picked him out with her heart. The moral: people are ruled more by emotions than by logic and reason. A person doesn't have to be in love to be emotionally involved. Check back on your own life and see how many of your own decisions, other than falling in love, were made on an emotional basis. If you didn't make most of your decisions that way, then you're a lot different from most of us. Almost everything we do, buying cars, clothes, even changing jobs or moving to a different house, is done on impulse. The way we feel about a certain thing at a particular time, no matter what the consequences. When a woman makes decisions like this based on her emotions, it's called feminine intuition. If a man does it, it's usually called instinct. Well, whatever it is. It's what we usually do. Right or wrong, it's the way we make most of our decisions. So if you want to deal with a person's resistance and overcome his objections, appeal to his emotions. You should appeal to his good judgment by all means. Always give a person a logical and sensible reason for doing what you want him to do, so he can justify his actions to other people when they ask. But if you really want to overcome a person's objections, if you want to get action from him, if you want to get your own way every time, then appeal to one of his basic emotional drives. Then you'll always be sure of winning. The fourth technique you can use to overcome a person's objections is to ask him questions. You see, you can use questions for more than just getting information from your listener. You can use them to break down the barriers of your listener's resistance and overcome his objections. Questions can also be used to change a person's position, sway his way of thinking, or get him to make a firm commitment to you. Just suppose, for example, that you're trying to sell a product or a service or an idea, or simply get the other person to see things your way. Somewhere along the line, whenever it seems most appropriate, you can ask him in effect, "If I show you how or where you can benefit, will you buy my idea or product or service or whatever?" Now, your listener either has to say yes, or he has to tell you why he doesn't want to go along with your idea. Either way, you force his hand in the matter, so he has to bring his thinking out into the open for you to see. You couldn't have done this without your skillful use of questions. You see, if he says yes, you're in good shape. All you have to do then is close the sale. If he says no, he still has to tell you why he can't go along with you, why he can't accept your idea. You are now in a position to deal with his resistance and overcome his objections by changing it into a benefit for him. So, in your conversations with others, get in the habit of talking less, but asking more and more questions. Word your statements in such a way that the reaction to them will be indicative of what the other person is thinking. Don't ask indiscriminate questions at random. Ask yourself first, exactly what specific information do I need from this person to sell him on my idea? Then, word your questions properly so you can get the information you need. The last technique I want to give you to overcome your listener's objections is a favorite of successful super salespeople. It's called the yes, but technique. This is a polite but firm procedure. You agree with your listener, but you immediately point out why he should do as you ask anyway. Let me give you a quick example. "Yes, I know my product costs a bit more, Mr. Smith, but it lasts twice as long. The resale value is much higher, and the peace of mind you'll have while you own it are well worth those few extra dollars you're spending now." Almost every day, some circumstance will come up where you need to get another person to accept your viewpoint or see things your way. Whether you accomplish that or not depends largely on which of the following methods you use. The first method, and the one that most people use to try to win an argument, is force. If you use force, trying to overpower or intimidate your opponent, your argument will turn into nothing more than a shouting match and an ego battle. You can't win an argument by forcefully ramming your ideas down the other person's throat. The only way you can ever really win is when you get the other person to change his mind. To win an argument every time, then, you must work with human nature, not against it. If you want a person to see things your way, don't force your ideas upon him. He must accept your ideas from within himself, from within his own mind. Your ideas must become his ideas before he will ever accept them. When he makes your viewpoint his viewpoint, you'll win your argument, but not until that happens. You can get a person to accept your ideas only when you appeal to his emotions as well as to his reason, logic, and common sense. As I've already told you several times, but it's such an important concept, it's well worth repeating. The head never hears till the heart has listened. You can't possibly win an argument until that happens. Here, then, are 6 guidelines you can use to win every single time. First, retain control of the argument at all times. Don't jump the gun and try to win by stating your side of the case first. If you do that, you'll reveal your position and expose any vulnerable points you might have. When you try to get your licks in first, you allow the initiative to pass to your opponent. You must retain control of the situation yourself. Although it might sound paradoxical, the best way to do this is to let him state his argument first. Don't interrupt. Let him talk himself out so he will exhaust himself mentally. It's an extremely good idea to get the person to repeat some of his key points or his sore spots. Letting him get it all off his chest helps immeasurably. If you can get him to repeat his complaint several times, he literally drains himself emotionally. That makes it much easier for you to win when he's mentally fatigued. Second, probe and explore his argument. Unless the person is ready to receive a particular idea, he is not likely to accept it. Lead him on an objective, fact-finding survey of his position until you find a weakness in his argument. When you do find such a weakness, use it for your opening statement to persuade him to your point of view. When he sees that weakness for himself, he'll become much more receptive to your ideas. That's why you should always let him talk first. You get his ideas out into the open, where you can probe them for weaknesses. The moment he realizes there are some holes in his argument, the more willing he will be to accept your point of view. Third, know when to take action. It's no use for you to attempt any action until you know the person is receptive to change. Listen for comments like these. I could be wrong on a point or two. I'm willing to listen to reason. I've never looked at it this way before. I could be mistaken on this one small detail. When you hear expressions of self-doubt like these, it's a clear signal to you that it's time to take action and present your side of the case. The fourth guideline for winning an argument every single time is to know how to state your side of the argument. The tendency is always to use the old forceful methods. Using force seems to be built right into us and is a part of our makeup. But you must discipline yourself to avoid this bad habit of trying to show the other person up. Even if you out-talk him to the point that he can say nothing in rebuttal, you still will not win until he accepts your viewpoint as his very own. It's a proven fact that the best way to state your case is to do so moderately, accurately, and with sincerity. Be enthusiastic, of course, but don't let your enthusiasm carry you away emotionally so that you exaggerate or make too forceful an approach. Don't be greedy is the fifth guideline to winning every argument. Most people who use force to argue try to prove the other person completely wrong on every single point. They insist on winning 100%. This is a big mistake. A skillful person who uses persuasion rather than force to win an argument will always be willing to concede something to his opponent or to give ground on some minor matter. So be flexible. Compromise a bit. Bend with the wind. Politicians do that to survive. The smart ones live on, the stubborn, inflexible ones don't. The last guideline you can use to win every argument is to help the other person save face. Not being greedy or not insisting on winning your case 100% helps the other person save face. But you can do much more than that. Here's how. Many times, your opponent realizes that he's wrong. He's already changed his mind and wants to agree with you, but unfortunately, his ego gets in the way of his good judgment. His pride prevents him from admitting his mistake. If you find your opponent in that spot, open the door for him. Help him find a way out of his dilemma. One way you can do this is to suggest to him that he might not have had all the facts when he made up his mind. You could say something like this. John, if you didn't know about this, I can see why you made the decision that you did. I'd have done the same thing myself. Even if John did have all the facts, he will grab at this lifeline you've just thrown him. All he need do is say he didn't have that fact, and he's out of the corner. You've helped him save face. When you help a person save face and keep from destroying his pride, you'll gain a friend who will support you all the way. When that happens, count yourself lucky. Friends like that are hard to come by. Now that I've told you how you can overcome objections by using persuasion, let me tell you how you can use persuasion to gain people's complete cooperation and full support. You see, cooperation from others is one of the major factors of success, no matter what profession or occupation you're in. One of the first things a person learns when he goes to work is that all business is a cooperative enterprise. You must cooperate with someone and offer to do something for him if you want him in turn to cooperate with you and do something for you. And this basic fact of human relationships doesn't apply only to business or earning a living. It applies to your entire life, to everything you do. In your personal life, in your family relationships, in your church, civic group, school, community affairs, whatever, you must cooperate with someone. And they must cooperate with you and support you if you are to accomplish whatever you set out to do. Moreover, when you cooperate with people and give them your full support, you'll gain 7 benefits. First, people will respect you and have confidence in you. Second, they will give you their willing obedience, loyal cooperation, and full support. Third, when people support you, they'll accept your leadership without question. Fourth, they'll work with initiative, ingenuity, and enthusiasm. Fifth, they'll work together as a team, with high spirit and morale, with conviction, purpose, and direction toward a common goal. Sixth, you'll give them a sense of belonging. Seventh, they'll work as hard as you do to get the job done. Now, I want to give you 7 techniques that you can use to gain people's complete cooperation and full support. The first technique is that if you want to gain the complete cooperation and full support of others, then you must give them your cooperation and support first. Now, successful people know you must always give before you can get. For when you do, you always get back more than you give away. You can easily tell if you're giving your subordinates your cooperation and support in your business if the people who work for you are prompt and cheerful, filled with enthusiasm, enjoy their jobs, and are willing to put in an extra hour or so when it's required, or when you ask them to do so. You can be sure you're doing the right thing. This idea of giving first so you can get in return is so important it should be practiced every day in your contacts with others, your employees, associates, customers, clients, friends, even your own family, if you want to be successful and enjoy your success all at the same time. The second technique is to win and hold the confidence of others. There's no better way to win and hold a person's confidence than to tell him the whole truth. If you want to persuade people to have confidence in you and trust you, then follow these 5 simple guidelines. First, practice absolute honesty and truthfulness at all times. I can think of no exception whatever to this rule. Of course, this doesn't mean you should intentionally insult a person or hurt his feelings by telling him the truth. But if you can say nothing good about a person, then do exactly that. Say nothing. Second, make your word your bond. To make sure you always do keep your word, keep these 3 points in mind. Never make a promise you cannot keep. Never make a decision you cannot support. Never issue an order you can't enforce. Third, be accurate and truthful in all your written statements. Your signature on any document or letter is just as important as what you say to a person face to face. When you sign a check, your signature is your certification that you have enough money in the bank to cover it. Your signature in your work and in your own business must carry the same weight. Fourth, stand up for what you believe to be right. Have the courage of your convictions, no matter what the consequences. Never compromise your standards. Never prostitute your principles. If you are ever tempted to compromise, then place honesty, your sense of duty, your personal honor and integrity above all else. Fifth, be ready to accept the blame if you're wrong. If you are wrong, have the courage to say so. Always be willing to take the blame if you're at fault or if you've made a mistake. Most people are very willing to take the credit, but only a few will accept the responsibility for an error. The third technique to gain a person's trust is to bring on your witnesses to prove your point. That's always the most important thing a trial lawyer can do in presenting his case in court, to bring on his witnesses. You can also use witnesses outside the courtroom to persuade people and to establish the confidence of others in what you say and do. It's the most reliable way of doing business. Let me give you a specific example of how best to use this technique. One winter, when my wife and I were still living in the Midwest, we decided to spend several months in Arizona. We had a travel trailer to live in, so I wrote to a dozen different parks in Phoenix and the surrounding area, requesting information about their services and facilities. 7 of the 12 sent back beautifully printed, colored brochures and form letters telling us what they had to offer. 4 of them didn't answer. The 12th one sent me a brochure too, but he also enclosed a personal letter with the names of people in Missouri who had spent their winters with him before. 2 of those names were people who lived right in my own city of Springfield. Please call or write to any of these people, the letter said. They can tell you far better than any brochure what we have to offer you and whether you would enjoy staying with us or not. Well, you know where we spent the winter, of course. To practice the 4th technique for gaining complete cooperation and full support from your people, you must be willing to help them do the job. Persuasion takes many forms. One of them is teamwork. If you want people to cooperate with you, support you, and back you to the hilt, then you must be part of the team too. You must be willing to share the same hardships, the same discomforts, and in some cases, the same dangers that they do. I'm not saying that you should do all the work of your employees or your subordinates. That's not your job. But I am saying that if you have an air-conditioned office, while your people have to work in sweltering heat, cooled only by ventilating fans, then you can cooperate and show your support for your people by getting out there and sweating with them once in a while. Now, no one will expect you to spend 8 hours with them that way. That's not your job, and your employees know that. But a simple act of cooperation like this will establish a bond between you and your subordinates that you will never be able to gain in any other way. You won't need to use words to persuade them to cooperate with you and support you. Your actions can be the most persuasive technique you can ever use. There's only one small note of caution in order here, and that is when the boss gets too involved in the work, then he's no longer the boss. So keep that one thought in mind. Before you get in too deep, be sure you have a way out. How do you get people to support you and cooperate with you even when you're the boss? When you're in charge, you can usually get the job done in one of 3 ways. First, You can give a person a direct order to do something. This is normally the least desirable of the three methods, for you will usually get only the bare minimum results. Second, you can ask a person to help you do the work. This is better than the first method, but it still leaves a great deal to be desired. Third, you can ask a person for his ideas on the best way to get the job done. This is by far the most desirable method you can use. It's called participatory management, and it's the fifth technique. Participatory management means asking an employee for his ideas on how to get the job done. Now let me give you a specific example of how you can use participatory management in your business. One of the biggest problems in companies and corporations is that executives and administrators at the top make up all the rules and regulations for people at the bottom. Pamela Clark, a personnel manager in a large company, has a wise word of advice.
One of the best ways to cooperate with people is to let them make up their own rules and regulations to govern themselves. After all, no two departments have the same functions or identical tasks, so it's hard for top management to work out rules that apply to everyone. When employees are allowed to set up their own rules for their departments, they're usually a lot stricter on themselves than management. And since those rules are their own, the ones they personally made up, they're much more likely to follow them than when management tells them what or what not to do.
You can also use participatory management in all your personal relationships, your church and social activities, civic groups, school and community affairs. This technique works like a charm on your friends and neighbors, too. The sixth technique you can use to get cooperation and support from your people is the buffer technique. The buffer technique is one of the best persuaders you can ever use to get people to cooperate with you, support you, and back you to the hilt. Let me show you what it is and how well it works. Earl, a company controller, was having all sorts of trouble with the people under him. Late payrolls were an especially sore point with him, for they were a constantly recurring problem. When one of the department heads would take him to task for this, Earl would snap back testily and say, "That's not my fault. I don't make up the blasted payrolls myself." He would then pass the buck to one of his subordinates. That person would then catch it both from Earl and the complaining department head. "Earl, you're taking the wrong approach to solving this problem," a colleague told him one day. "As long as you pass the blame down to someone else, you're going to have this difficulty. You're never going to solve your problem this way. But as soon as you accept responsibility for the mistakes of your subordinates and act as a buffer between them and those complaining department heads, you'll find that your people will back you to the hilt. They'll get the job done right and on time. If you protect them, they'll protect you." Well, Earl was doubtful about this solution to his problem, but he decided to try it, more or less as a last resort. Naturally, this method worked just as his colleague knew it would. I, too, learned a long time ago that you must always accept complete responsibility and take the blame for the failures of those who work for you if you want them to support you 100%, cooperate with you, and back you to the hilt. The seventh and last technique is very simple. It comprises 3 magic words that will get people to cooperate with you and support you all the way. "I need you" are the 3 words you can always use to gain cooperation and support from your people. These 3 little words build up a person's ego and make him feel important, as well as being both needed and wanted. I must admit that I've had others use these 3 words on me with devastating effect more times than I would care to admit. You see, I'm susceptible too. So if you want to get better cooperation and support from your employees, let them know you need them. Tell them how important they are, how valuable their work is to you. If you've never used this phrase, "I need you," before, then do so for the next several weeks. You'll be absolutely astounded at the good results you'll get. This technique, as well as the others I've given you on this side, will literally work miracles for you. And that's a fact.
This is the end of Side 8. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 7 for your next listening.
When you know how to give a talk or make a speech like a professional, you can literally talk your way to success. One of the best ways to become prominent and well-known in your community is to speak at various business and social functions whenever you get the opportunity. No program on conversation power would be complete touching upon public speaking. That, after all, is the ultimate in conversation power. To engage an audience, to captivate its interest and keep it entertained, requires skill and practice. Since there is so much information already available on public speaking, I'd just like to give you 7 important tips to help you on your way to becoming a top public speaker. The first tip is how to overcome your fear of giving a talk or making a speech. I suppose that speaking in public strikes fear in the heart of nearly everyone at first. I know I nearly panicked the first time I stood up in front of a large audience. My throat was dry, my voice was hoarse and raspy, my palms were sweaty, and my heart was pounding wildly. But as soon as I got the first sentence out, I immediately felt better. As I continued to speak, my fears quickly faded away. Confidence came to me, for as soon as I did the thing I feared to do, I gained the power to do it. Doing the thing you fear to do, so you will gain the power to do it, is such an important concept, I want to give you some examples to illustrate its use. If you were to gain only that one idea out of this entire tape album, it would be worth even much more than what you paid for it. For instance, if you want to become a painter, then you must paint. There simply is no other way to become an artist. You can dream all day long about how famous and how successful you are as a painter, but until you actually pick up the brush and start painting, you will never gain the power to do it. If you want to become a writer, then you must write. If you want to become a concert pianist, then you must practice and play the piano day after day. The same principle applies to golf, baseball, swimming, science, medicine, business, salesmanship, and so on. You must make the first move yourself. Until you do that, you will never gain the power to do anything. So, if you want to be able to talk to large groups of people or give a speech to a big audience, but are afraid to do so, then start with a smaller group, say a Sunday school class, for example, so you can gain some confidence in yourself and in your own abilities. Just remember this. When you do the thing you fear to do, you will gain the power to do it, and your fear will disappear. And that's the first technique for you to remember and practice. The second tip I want to give you is understanding the difference between nervousness and fear. I've already told you how you can get rid of your fear by speaking to a large audience, but you must also realize that the person who isn't nervous about speaking in public is as rare as a blacksmith or a good cribbage player. One Midwest university conducted a survey of its speech classes and found that 95% of their students suffered from nervousness, both at the beginning and at the end of the course. But you must understand that fear and nervousness are not the same thing at all. It's perfectly normal to have a few butterflies in the stomach before a performance. Even the most experienced professional speakers have them. But they know how to control them. Actually, a certain amount of nervousness is useful to you. This is how your body prepares itself for this strange, new, and unknown situation. More adrenaline is pumped into your bloodstream. Your pulse beats faster. Your breathing speeds up. Your muscles tense. Don't become alarmed at this. It's just nature's way of doing things. By understanding the basic physiological functions of your own body, you can keep this normal preparatory nervous tension from developing into uncontrollable fear. That extra shot of adrenaline will help you think faster, talk more easily, and speak with greater emphasis and intensity than under ordinary, normal circumstances. So don't worry about this kind of nervous tension. It's quite normal and to be expected, even in the most experienced professional speakers. The third tip: know the purpose of your talk or speech. Every talk or speech requires not only a general purpose, but also a specific objective to attain. Together, they'll make your speech more direct, forceful, and concise. They furnish a roadmap for you to follow. Once you've determined the general purpose of your talk, whether it is to order or direct, inform or persuade, your next step will be to fix in your mind the specific objective you want to attain. Keeping your general purpose in mind will help you find clear explanations or convincing reasons to support your specific objective. If that specific objective is clear and distinct to you, then your talk will be effective. But if that objective is not clear to you, then it won't be clear to anyone else either. The fourth tip: identify and pinpoint your main ideas. Successful speakers know that deciding what to leave out is just as important, if not more so, than what to leave in. It doesn't really matter whether your talk is going to be based on your personal knowledge, reading and research, or both. The problem you usually face is too much material rather than not enough. So preparing your speech is primarily a process of refining, sifting, and discarding until you have left only one clear purpose or objective in mind and the main ideas necessary to either support it or reach it. Tip number 5. Organize your talk or speech. Once you know your general purpose, after you've determined your main ideas to support it, then you can outline your talk so you'll know exactly what you're going to say. There are no doubt many good ways to make up an outline for your talk or speech, but in my own experience, I found the following one to be the most useful. First, the opening sets the theme of your talk. It is always best to use a grabber to gain the immediate attention of your listeners. You can use any of the following 5 methods to do that: a startling statement, an unusual anecdote, a strong example, an authoritative quotation, an arresting question. As a professional platform speaker once told me, your opening sentence must shock your audience, startle them, or get their attention in some way. If you don't catch them with your first few sentences, you can resign yourself to talking to the wall. He also recommended that you forget opening with a joke. Leave that to someone like Bob Hope, who has spent a lifetime learning to perfect that technique. Second, the benefits to be gained should be stressed immediately after your opening to keep your listeners interested and show them how your talk will be helpful to them. If you're giving a talk to persuade your audience to do something, you can often combine steps 1 and 2 and open immediately with the benefits to be gained. Third, tell your listeners the methods they can use to gain the benefits you've offered them or told them about. 4, give them examples of others who've succeeded by using those same techniques. In this step, you prove that what you say is true. You give your listeners concrete examples that show that the techniques you've offered them really do work. Your examples must be specific and give names, dates, places, and so on. 5, your conclusion. If your talk has been to persuade, then your conclusion would probably be an appeal for action of some sort. If your talk has been primarily to inform, then your conclusion should be a summary of your main points. My 6th tip has to do with how you can make your talk sound forceful and convincing. Force makes your speech powerful and convincing. It gives strength and vigor to what you say. Force creates movement and movement creates force. Force and movement make things happen. They bring life to your words. Here, then, are 12 guidelines you can use to make what you say positive and powerful, forceful and convincing. First, speak with the voice of authority. To be able to do this, you must really know your stuff. The more you know about your subject, the better off you'll be when you're giving a talk or making a speech. If you know more than your audience knows, no one will be able to trip you up. Second, use simple words and short sentences. The simple things last longest and wear best. The simplest writing is always the best because it's the easiest to understand. The same can be said about speeches. Third, use active verbs of motion for force. Verbs that denote physical movement make what you say move and come to life. Nouns and abstract verbs made out of nouns do not. They're dead words. Verbs of physical movement act as a stimulus and motivate people to take the action you want them to take. Fourth, use concrete and specific words and phrases. As I've said before, the absolute master of this art was Jesus Christ. The words he used when he said, "Follow me," were simple, concise, to the point, and easy to understand. Fifth, give your listener only one idea at a time. Too many ideas at once confuse and muddle your listener's thinking. When you come to the end of one idea, stop. Take a breath. Then go on to your next thought or your next idea. Sixth, specify. Use illustrations and examples. If you want to sound convincing when you talk, use many illustrations and examples. Use such personal words as you, me, we, us, John, Mary. Avoid such terms as they said or they want. These two phrases completely destroy the force and power of what you're saying. Seventh, avoid needless words and useless information. Don't clutter up your listeners' minds with unimportant trivia and worthless details. And above all, and most important, don't fall in love with the sound of your own voice. Eighth, be direct and to the point. Stick to your subject. Don't wander off and talk about anything else. You'll completely lose the attention of your audience if you do that. Ninth, don't exaggerate. Not only should you never exaggerate or stretch the truth, but you would also be wise to understate your case. Then you won't have to worry about any repercussions. At any rate, never make any statements that you can't prove. 10th, don't talk down to your listeners by using pompous and pretentious words. Even though you might be the authority on the subject, that's still no reason for you to talk down to people. 11th, present the proposition that is best for your listeners, not the one that's best for you. Do that, and no one will ever be able to cut the ground out from under you. Your defenses will be impenetrable. 12th, answer all questions frankly and openly. But if you don't know, then say so. Don't try to bluff your way through. The technique I've always used to good advantage is simply to say, I don't know. But if it's important to you, I'll find out and let you know. And now my 7th tip on becoming a top public speaker. It comprises 5 simple ways to develop confidence in your ability to speak to an audience. First, don't memorize your talk word for word. There's nothing wrong with memorizing certain key phrases, but to memorize your entire talk is to invite disaster. If you forget where you are, even for one split second, you're dead. The best way to memorize is to commit certain key points to memory, but if your talk has a natural continuity, even that will become unnecessary, since you can easily move from one idea to the next. All you need do is arrange your ideas in a logical sequence before you start. Next, rehearse your talk. This one point often marks the major difference between the professional public speaker and the amateur, the successful performance from the unsatisfactory one. One extremely successful and colorful public speaker, Harvey Freeland, who's in the advertising business, is in constant demand to speak at Kiwanis luncheons, Rotary Club breakfasts, Chamber of Commerce meetings, and the like. I asked Harvey why. He told me that he tested his ideas for a new talk in everyday, normal conversation with his friends. Instead of wasting time on the weather or politics or gossiping about his neighbors, Harvey uses his coffee break or lunch period to say something like this to a friend. "Sam, I had a funny thing happen to me the other day on the way to work. I'd like to tell you about it." Harvey watches his friend's reactions closely as he tells him the story. If it registers well with his friend, then Harvey knows he has the nucleus for a new talk. His friend never realizes that Harvey's been rehearsing with him. As far as he's concerned, he's just had a friendly conversation. You can test your new ideas the same way Harvey does. Or you can rehearse your talk in front of a mirror, or give it to your wife and son. It's always good to get a reaction from both sexes before you firm up your speech in its final format. Another good way is to dictate your speech into your tape recorder for playback later. A lot of mistakes you didn't hear when you recorded it will come back to you magnified when you listen to yourself on tape. Third, know your subject and stick to it. Be thoroughly prepared. Know your subject from top to bottom. Be the final authority on your subject. But don't try to know everything about everything. It can't be done. Learn your own subject and then stick to it. Then you can be an expert, too. Remember, you're an expert only as long as you stick to your own special line. Fourth, concentrate on the job to be done. Forget yourself and concentrate only on the subject to be covered. If you start worrying about errors in grammar or the possibility that you might run out of time before you've covered all your material, you can destroy your confidence even before you start. Just concentrate on your message, and you'll make it through in fine shape. And finally, when you've reached your objective, stop talking. Now that you've learned some of the techniques that'll enable you to speak like a professional, I'm going to share some of the trade secrets of professional speakers with you. The successful people from whom I gathered the information for the rest of this side are all professionals in the art of conversation and public speaking. Politicians, television and stage personalities, sales managers, college professors, ministers, professional platform speakers, and many, many others. Just think of the benefits you'll gain when you learn trade secrets of these highly skilled people. 1. You'll be able to stand up in front of a large audience and give a talk, make a speech, or voice your ideas and opinions without fear. 2. You'll know how to hold your own in a conversation with anyone. You'll be capable of handling yourself successfully in any business or social situation. 3. You'll have no trouble at all in getting people to accept your idea or your point of view. 4. You'll have the power to control the emotions and actions of your audience. 5. You'll gain the respect of your friends and be the envy of your associates. 6. You'll be able to think clearly and express yourself precisely even when you're under heavy pressure. 7. A winning, positive, and outgoing personality will be yours. As your skills in public speaking improve, your confidence in yourself and your own abilities will expand and increase immeasurably. 8. The ability to speak without fear in public will give you a sense of personal power and fulfillment unlike anything you've ever experienced before. You'll have a tremendous feeling of self-accomplishment. Let me give you now the 8 techniques you can use to gain those valuable benefits, beginning with how to develop your own distinctive speaking style. The style of your talking, the way you speak to others, makes a vital contribution to your reputation and to your success. Your conversational style is not only a matter of the words you use, but also your way of using them, as well as your attitude and bearing. The best way to develop your own distinctive and personal speaking style is to be natural, to be yourself. Don't try to imitate someone else or be something that you're not. Develop a style that is distinctively yours, not someone else's. If you have a southern accent, don't try to get rid of it unless it's so thick you can't be understood. As long as people understand you, leave it alone. The same goes for the long Texas drawl of the Southwest or the clipped, abrupt New England way of speaking. Where you come from is a part of your heritage. This helps make you a unique person and an individual, different from all others. It's far more important for you to get rid of such voice problems as nasality, stridency, shrillness, breathiness, and lack of projection than it is to worry too much about a regional accent. If you could make only one improvement in your voice, it should be to lower the pitch of your voice. For all those problems I've just mentioned go hand in hand with a high-pitched voice. Cultivating a rich, sonorous voice is always an asset. The second trade secret of professional platform speakers is knowing how to control the emotions of your audience. Now, a top-notch preacher knows how to control the emotions of his listeners. Watch some of those television ministers at work. You may not approve of their methods or their constant clamor for pledges and contributions, but you must admit they do know how to control the emotions of their audiences. One of the greatest masters of all time of this technique was John Wesley, the founder of the Methodist faith. He enjoyed enormous success as an English evangelist. He had a shrewd and intuitive understanding of the inner workings of the human mind. Thus, they became converted to the faith. Then, after a sense of terror, guilt, and extreme anxiety had brought his audience to the brink of a complete nervous breakdown, he would offer eternal salvation to those who accepted Christ and repented of their sins. By this kind of preaching, Wesley converted hundreds and thousands of people. Intense, prolonged fear exhausted his listeners' nervous systems and produced a greatly intensified suggestibility in their subconscious minds. In this highly vulnerable condition, they accepted the preacher's theological message without question. They emerged from this religious ordeal with new behavior patterns firmly planted in their subconscious minds. I'm not proposing that you use such extreme measures to control the emotions and behavior patterns of your audience. I would suggest, however, that you find a suitable method that fits your own style and personality. I would also recommend that you keep one of my previous concepts in mind while searching for such a technique. That idea is simply that the head never hears till the heart has listened. For that's the quickest shortcut I know of to control the emotions and actions of others. The third trade secret of professional platform speakers is to know how to overcome your nervousness. As I told you before, nervousness is a perfectly normal physiological reaction to a new or strange situation. However, although it's normal, you must make sure that you don't let it take over completely. You can use 5 simple methods to control your nervousness and keep it from getting out of hand. First, be thoroughly prepared. Master your subject completely. Be in authority. This is the biggest confidence builder you can use. Second, have a positive mental attitude. Be confident in yourself and have faith in your own abilities. Act as if it were impossible to fail, and you will always succeed. Third, have your initial remarks well in mind. The first few moments are always the most critical, for the first impression will usually be the lasting one in your listeners' minds. Knowing exactly what you're going to say when you start to speak will get rid of those butterflies in your stomach for you. Fourth, tell a story on yourself, Jack Benny style. Although telling a joke is not recommended by most public speakers, telling a story on yourself makes you human. It releases tension and endears you to your audience. Fifth, be deliberate. Slow down. Don't hurry. Force yourself to speak more slowly. Take a breath and pause slightly after each sentence. Your normal poise and bearing will quickly return to you. The fourth trade secret of professional platform speakers is to physically project your personality while speaking. Your audience will respond to what they see as well as to what they hear. Your movements and gestures can be highly expressive and extremely influential in helping you make your point. They can make the difference between an excellent, enthusiastic talk and a dull and lifeless one. Any physical attitude you assume, any body movements, or any gesture that attracts attention to itself rather than emphasizing or complimenting what you're saying is distracting to your listeners. It then becomes a hindrance, not a help. To be helpful, your movements and gestures should appear to be free and natural. Bert Flanders, an expert in training people to speak in public, says there are 4 main methods you can use to physically project your personality to an audience. He says you must maintain an erect posture. You should take a position where your entire audience can see you. Stand erect with one foot slightly ahead of the other. Put most of your weight on that leading foot. Lean slightly toward your audience. Don't slouch, and never lean on the lectern. You don't have to stand rigidly at attention as if you were in the army, but you should look physically and mentally alert. The key to correct posture is to think tall. Bert's next point is that you should be vital and enthusiastic. Vitality comes easily when you're enthusiastic about your subject. If you believe in what you're saying, then the sincerity, warmth, and positive feeling that guarantees a good talk and an excellent audience response will come through loud and clear. Enthusiasm is contagious. Of course, your enthusiasm has to be based on a thorough knowledge of your subject and an understanding of how your talk will benefit your listeners. Third, Bert says that you should use gestures to emphasize your points. If you're making a strong point, don't be afraid to bang your fist on the lectern once, but only once, or to hold your arms to your audience in a bold closing call for action. Your gesture should come spontaneously from your enthusiasm, your convictions, your emotions. Don't try to emphasize every single sentence with a gesture. If you do that, you'll look more like a windmill than a good speaker, and you could actually defeat the purpose of your talk. Bert's last point about how to physically project your personality to the audience is to leave your loud clothes like prints, checks, and plaids at home. The more simple the design of your clothes, the more effective you'll be as a speaker. The most effective public speakers wear subdued clothes with only one striking point of interest in either color or design near the face. With a man, that's usually a tie. Not a busy one, please. And with a woman, it can be a necklace. As far as colors go, navy and white have been proven to inspire the most confidence in the speaker, although black and white run a close second. These points about how to physically project your personality are so important to you as a speaker, I want to sum them up for you. Stand erect. Use gestures to emphasize your main points. Be enthusiastic about your subject, and wear quiet, subdued colors that do not distract your audience. The fifth trade secret that professional platform speakers use is to appear to be the final authority on their subject. There is absolutely no substitute for knowledge, but there is also a slick stage technique you can use to let your audience think that you are the absolute master of your subject. I learned this secret from an enterprising young minister I met many years ago. Since then, I've used it to good advantage many a time. You see, I used to marvel at the way Paul could move swiftly from one reference to another in his Bible during his sermon. I would have sworn he knew the entire Bible by heart. He would start off by reading some scripture. Then he might say, for example, "And in Matthew, the 8th chapter, the 1st through the 4th verse, we find..." Then he would turn to that scripture. After reading it, he would say, "We also have confirmation of this principle in the 5th chapter of Luke, the 12th through the 16th verse." And he would then turn to that scripture. And so it went throughout his entire sermon. Since I was deeply interested in public speaking, I asked Paul one day how he could retain such a tremendous number of scriptures in his memory, know the material each one contained, and be able to cross-reference them the way he did. Paul made me swear that I would not reveal his trade secret to his congregation. Then he told me that he only had to know the first reference. If, for example, his theme of the sermon was to love your neighbor as yourself, he would start with the 22nd chapter of Matthew, the 39th verse, where Christ said, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." On that page, he had inserted a tiny card that said, "Turn to Mark 12:31 on page 39. There would be another small card that said, "Turn to Romans 13:9 on page 124. Each one of these references had to do with loving your neighbor as yourself. And since he had no visible notes in front of him, it seemed that he had a prodigious memory. So the next time you see your minister appearing to have a marvelous memory, just remember he's probably using this professional platform speaker's trade secret. The sixth trade secret of professional platform speakers is to avoid irritating mannerisms that can annoy and distract your listeners. I went to a doctor once who, when explaining my physical condition to me, had the habit of constantly asking, "Do you follow me?" with every third or fourth sentence. After a few minutes, I found myself betting mentally when he would say it again, rather than actually listening to what he was telling me about my health. Some people use the phrase, "you know," over and over again. Tape yourself on a recorder and see if you pick up some repetitive phrase when you play it back. If you do, eliminate it from your talks. It's also a good idea to have someone else, your wife, your children, a close friend, listen to your tape. They'll sometimes hear words or phrases that you use too often, but you miss them because you're so used to hearing them. Physical mannerisms can include cracking your knuckles, drumming your fingers on the lectern, rubbing your nose, tugging on your ear, adjusting your glasses, stroking your mustache. By themselves, they're nothing. But when your listeners see them constantly, they're distracted by them. Here now are 7 specific distracting mannerisms to avoid when you're making a speech or giving a talk to a large audience. First, the dying warrior. In this position, the speaker leans heavily on the lectern. He wears an air of total exhaustion and never moves. All he needs to complete this picture is a feather drooping down over his forehead from an Indian headband. Second, the fig leaf. He stands solidly with both hands clasped in front below the waist, feet 18 inches apart, and completely immovable. His body solid as a rock. Third, the walkie-talkie. It's a descriptive term in itself. This one is the pacer who never holds still for a single moment. Most walkie-talkies seem to be would-be lawyers who imagine themselves pacing back and forth in front of the jury. Fourth, the chained elephant. Stands with his weight first on one foot, then on the other. He goes nowhere, but constantly moves his feet in position, shuffling back and forth. Fifth, the change counter. Constantly counts the money in his pocket. Soon, the audience hears only the jingle of coins rather than what he's saying. Sixth, the swordsman. Works with a pointer and a chart. He has the bad habit of fighting imaginary duels with his pointer as if he were holding a sword. Seventh, the baton twirler. Also uses a chart and a pointer, but he's more advanced in his techniques than the swordsman. He uses his pointer as if he were entertaining the crowd at halftime. The 7th trade secret of professional platform speakers consists of 7 important don'ts to remember. I normally don't like to discuss techniques from a negative viewpoint, but this time I feel it's justified, so here goes. Don't bluff. Don't use profanity or obscenities. Don't use sarcasm or ridicule. Don't talk down to your listeners. Don't lose your patience. Don't hide behind the lectern, and don't make excuses. The eighth and last trade secret that professional platform speakers use is visual aids. First, let me tell you the advantages of using visual aids. One, they can be powerful tools to help get your message across to your audience. They can add interest and vitality to your presentation. They will help focus your listeners' attention on the point you're making. Second, visual aids make it easier for your audience to understand a complicated point. Your listeners will more easily grasp your idea when they can see as well as hear what you're talking about. Third, visual aids save time, for your listeners can learn more rapidly, and time is always valuable. The older you get, the more you'll realize that. Here now are 8 guidelines for using visual aids effectively. 1. Prepare your time-consuming drawings in advance. 2. Prepare yourself in advance for using that visual aid. 3. Introduce your aid at the proper time. 4. Explain your visual aid. 5. Show the visual aid so all can see it. 6. Talk to your listeners, not to the aid. 7. Always use a pointer with your visual aid. And 8. Use an assistant if you can. Now then, to wrap up this side, I want to say that speaking in public will expand your life and its meaning. It will give you a sense of personal power and fulfillment unlike anything you've ever experienced before. And the more you express your ideas and feelings to an audience, the more you'll want to do so. For you'll find that you really do enjoy doing it. You'll have a tremendous feeling of self-accomplishment that nothing else can ever give you. Now, let's move on to side 10, where I'll tell you how to use your conversation power to be popular and build friendships.
This is the end of side 9. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up side 10 for your listening.
What does it really mean to be popular? Well, the basics of being popular and well-liked boil down to being the kind of person others enjoy having around. To be a popular person takes practice, perseverance, and self-discipline, but it can be done. In fact, if you'll just practice the techniques on this tape, you'll be well-liked and popular wherever you go. I guarantee that. The first big secret of being highly popular and well-liked is to give your wholehearted attention to the other person. Every individual in this world wants the attention of others. He wants to be listened to. He wants to be heard. He wants others to listen to his ideas, his opinions, his suggestions, and his recommendations. He has a deep, burning desire, yes, even an insatiable craving to be important, to be great, to be famous. And one of the best methods you can use to make a person feel important is to pay attention to him and to what he says. The desire for attention is present in every single one of us. If you think not, let me ask you this. Have you ever been snubbed by a haughty waiter, left standing on a corner by an independent bus driver, or been completely ignored by a government bureaucrat or store clerk? How did you feel? Now, I'm sure you know what I'm driving at, don't you? This first big secret of how to be well-liked and gain popularity will work miracles for you, not only with people outside your family, but also with your spouse and children. For instance, if you've been having disciplinary problems with your children, this technique of paying attention to others will go a long way toward solving them. I know, for my wife and I raised 3 children of our own. Many parents make the mistake of not paying attention to their children. They don't want to be bothered with them or their problems. But children need and want attention just as much as grown-ups do, if not more. Now, it doesn't take a lot of extra effort to give your children that special attention they need so much. Ask them to play with you. Perhaps a game of pool, ping pong, cards, chess, checkers, Monopoly, whatever you have in your home. Larry, my youngest son, and I used to battle it out with a cribbage board in front of the fireplace on many a stormy winter night. In the summertime, you had to get in line to play ping pong in our garage. Learn to play with your children. Pay attention to them. It'll improve all your family relationships. Your kids will learn to like you as well as love you. You'll not only be their parents, but you'll also become their friends, and that's ever so important. A good, healthy game of ping pong in the garage with your teenage son or daughter will do more to reduce that generation gap than all the lectures you can give them in the back bedroom. The second big secret of how to be well-liked and popular with everyone is to forget yourself completely and become genuinely interested in other people. If you believe that you can be well-liked, popular, and win friends by getting them interested in you and your affairs, then I must tell you quite bluntly, you're dead wrong. The only way you can ever win lasting friends is to become truly interested in people and their problems. The person who has no interest in his fellow man and his problems always has the greatest difficulties in life and ends up causing the most harm, not only to others, but also to himself. That individual is bound to fail unless he changes his basic selfish attitude toward people. If you do, by some rare chance, happen to find yourself in that rut, here are 2 steps you can take to get out of it, so you can become genuinely interested in others. It takes just 2 simple steps to do that. 1, forget yourself completely. And 2, think that other people are important. You can learn to forget yourself completely when you give service of some sort to others. If you want to win the hearts and support of people, then you must be willing to help them in any way you can. To be able to do this with sincerity means you'll have to place more emphasis on what they want instead of on what you want. And you'll need an attitude of complete unselfishness to do that. I know this for sure. If you're sincere, if you will become genuinely interested in helping others, you'll never run out of work. When you do that, you'll have more friends than you can count. Everybody will be able to say a good word about you. You'll be well-liked and popular wherever you go. Think that other people are important. That's the second step you can take to become genuinely interested in others. Jesus once said, "Believe that you have got it, and you shall have it." The same principle applies here. In other words, all you need to do to think that other people are important is to pretend that they are, and they will be. Simply tell yourself once and for all that other people and their interests are more important to them than you and your interests. With this approach, you can stop looking for gimmicks to become popular and well-liked. You won't need any, for you'll have put your dealings with other people on a firm, sound, sincere, and honest basis. Sincerity and honesty are better than a gimmick any day of the week, for you can't make a person feel important if deep down inside you really feel he's a worthless nobody. The third big secret of popularity is to learn to listen with everything you've got. Listening is hard work. It requires not only your ears, but also your eyes to listen. Watch for facial expressions, the frown or the smile that can often tell more than the words the person is using. If you don't listen intently to the other person, you'll insult him and turn him off completely, and you'll lose a friend in the process. To tell the truth, I know of no quicker way to insult a person or hurt his feelings than to brush him off or to turn away when he's trying to tell you something. How many times have you been right in the middle of a good story only to have one of your listeners turn away or interrupt you and start talking on a brand new subject? You'd have liked to strangle him with your bare hands, right? Children feel the same way when their parents brush them aside, ignore them, and pay no attention whatever to their problems. And if youngsters feel that way, what reason do you have to believe that adults don't react in the same exact manner? I'd like to tell you now how you can learn to listen between the lines. You see, a lot of times you can learn more by what the other person doesn't say than by what he does. The speaker doesn't always put everything he's thinking into words for you. Watch for the changing tone and volume of his voice. Watch the facial expressions, his mannerisms, his gestures, the movements of his eyes and his body. To be a good listener and listen with everything you've got means you'll have to use more than just your ears to listen. How do you get people to open up and talk to you? Use the following 5 techniques. When you do, you'll be considered to be a whiz at conversation by just listening. First, look directly at the person while he's speaking. Don't be disturbed by anything else. The person talking will notice your lack of attention immediately and be upset by it. Second, show interest in what he's saying. You don't have to say a word. Just nod your head and smile when it's called for. That's usually all you need to do. Third, lean toward the person. This demonstrates a deep interest on your part in what the person is saying. Fourth, use feedback to keep him going. You can keep the person talking and show your interest by saying such things as, "Oh, yes, I see, that's right." Fifth, ask questions if necessary. All you need to do is say something like, "And then what did you say? And then what did you do?" That's usually enough to keep the person talking indefinitely. Remember that people are more interested in what they have to say than in what you have to say. They like to talk about themselves, their successes, their families, their hobbies, their own interests. Use the techniques I've just given you to encourage them to open up and talk, and they will feel they've met not only a good listener, but also an excellent conversationalist. This kind of behavior on your part makes a positive, favorable impression on others. If you can be a good listener and get the other person to talk, you'll be popular and well-liked wherever you go. Here's the 4th big secret of being popular and well-liked. Don't be a know-it-all. I attended a small social gathering one afternoon at a friend's house. One of the people present was a talkative fellow who constantly forced his opinions on everyone. Whatever subject was brought up, he'd either done it before or he knew all about it. He was an expert on everything, at least according to his account of it. "Good heavens, is there anything that man doesn't know?" a friend of mine asked me. "Evidently not, Jack," I replied, "but I doubt if he'll ever be invited here again." So the 4th big secret of how to be popular and well-liked is not to be a know-it-all. A know-it-all rubs people the wrong way. This kind of person embarrasses others, makes everyone uncomfortable, and is highly unpopular. Nobody likes the perfect person who has all the answers to everything. No one feels at home with perfection. I don't mean you must always run yourself down or be considered ignorant to be popular and well-liked, but it's refreshing to hear a person say, "I don't know." If you remember, I told you earlier that "I need you" are 3 magic words you can use to influence people and control their actions. Well, "I don't know" are 3 more magic words you can use to great advantage as well. If you don't know, and the other person does, he'll be sure to tell you. And even if you already know, so what? Your aim is to be popular and well-liked, not to show off your knowledge. You will never achieve your goal of making friends with everyone if you're going to be a know-it-all. To admit your mistakes is the 5th technique you can use to be popular and well-liked, especially when you've hurt the other person's feelings by what you've said or done. It takes a lot of courage to say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I made a mistake, and I apologize." These are also magic words, for they'll work miracles in human relationships for you. Now, this sort of humbleness does not degrade or humiliate you. In fact, just the opposite is true. People will admire you for your decency and courtesy, and it'll pay you dividends to admit you were wrong and apologize. Let me give you a personal example of that. I once had occasion to write to a lawyer with whom I was extremely displeased. I felt the fee he'd charged me for a certain legal service was far too high, and I told him so. I guess I got carried away, for my letter became much more caustic than I'd meant it to be. At any rate, he called me to tell me in no uncertain terms exactly what he thought of both me and my remarks. He was really angry with me, and he laid it on hot and heavy. When he finally paused for breath, I said, "Brad, I'm truly sorry I wrote that letter in such haste. I should never have done so. You have a perfect right to be angry with me. I apologize for what I said. Please forgive me." Brad was quiet for a long time. Finally he said, "That's all right, Jim. I respect you for having the courtesy to say you were wrong and for apologizing. Could be my fee was a bit high. So I guess I owe you an apology, too. I should have enclosed an explanation with the bill. I'll send you a new one. Let's be friends and start all over, okay?" So you see, to promptly admit your mistake when you're wrong and apologize to the person you've hurt can immediately turn his or her anger into a lasting friendship. But you can go further than that for even better results. All you need do is say you're sorry even when you're not at fault. Then you can get on with the more important business of enjoying each other's companionship, rather than fretting and stewing about who's right or who's wrong. Let me now give you 6 ways to become a loner and not be invited anywhere. I normally don't like to offer negative suggestions, but in this case, I think they'll be worthwhile. If you want to be popular and well-liked, then it would be wise for you to avoid making the following mistakes: monopolizing the conversation, talking in an overly loud voice, interrupting other people constantly, forcing your personal opinions on everyone, letting people know how wrong they are, being negative about everything. Now I'd like to tell you about Max. Max is one of the most popular and well-liked persons I've ever met. He's always being invited somewhere. Someone is constantly after him to go to a party, have lunch at the club, be the guest speaker at the Rotary or the Kiwanis, play golf or tennis. One evening I was a guest at a small social affair. I spotted Max in a corner with the most attractive woman there. Out of curiosity, I watched for a while from a distance. I noticed the woman was talking constantly, but Max never seemed to say a word. He would smile and nod his head every so often, and that seemed to be it. After a while, they got up, thanked their host and hostess, and left together. The next day, I saw Max in a restaurant eating lunch alone for a change. I asked if I could join him. "I saw you with the most gorgeous woman at the Swansons last night," I said. "She seemed totally engrossed in you. How did you hold her attention so well?" "Easy," Max said. "When Mrs. Swanson introduced Joanne to me, I simply said to her, 'You have a gorgeous tan. And right in the middle of winter, too. How did you do it? Where have you been? Hawaii? Acapulco?' 'Acapulco,' she said. 'It was so wonderful. Have you ever been there?' 'I never have,' I said to her. 'I'd love to know all about it. Would you tell me about your trip?' 'Of course,' she replied. So we sat down in a quiet, secluded corner, and for the next 2 hours she did exactly that. This morning, Joanne called me to say she enjoyed my company very much. She said she was anxious to see me again, for I was a most interesting person to talk with. But to tell you the truth, I didn't say more than a dozen words to her all night. Have you figured out the secret of Max's popularity? He used 4 of the 5 major secrets of how to be popular and well-liked. First, he gave Joanne his undivided attention. Second, he forgot himself completely and showed genuine interest in what she had to say. Third, he listened intently to her and never interrupted her. Fourth, he motivated her to talk when he said he knew nothing about Acapulco but was anxious to hear about her trip. So, if you too want to be well-liked and popular with everyone, never talk about yourself. Instead, get the other person talking about his interests, his business, his golf scores, his successes, her profession, her hobbies, her trips, her children, and so on, and listen with rapt attention. You'll be welcomed wherever you go. Now that you know how to be popular and well-liked, I want to show you how you can build enduring friendships with people. Most of us feel lucky if we can count our true friends on the fingers of one hand. Exactly what is a true friend? Well, my own definition of a true friend is one who will accept me just as I am with all my faults and frailties and still be my friend in spite of those character defects. A real friend's attitude toward me, then, could best be expressed by this statement. I like you because, but I love you in spite of. That's the kind of true friend I'm talking about. Since friends are won or lost primarily by what you say, then your language, not only what you say, but also how you say it, becomes extremely significant. I want to use the rest of this slide to show you how to say the right thing so you will be able to make friends and keep them with the psychology of conversation. There are 8 techniques you can use to build strong and enduring friendships. Earlier, I said that how you act toward others will reflect the same sort of reaction to you. If you're kind to others, they will be kind to you. If you are courteous and friendly toward others, they will be courteous and friendly toward you. So, the first technique to remember about making friends is simply this. If you want to get, then you must first give of yourself. It is absolutely impossible to give of yourself to someone else and get nothing in return. Now, a petty, nearsighted person often refuses to give of himself because he can't see how or where he's going to profit by so doing. Therefore, he gets nothing back because he gives nothing away. So the maxim holds true even in this case. He got back exactly what he gave away. Nothing. But the far-sighted person gives of himself without any thought of return and gains friends because of that. Let me give you an example so you can see for yourself how well this technique will work for you. Pete Randall is a cookie salesman from Des Moines who calls upon retail grocery stores in north-central Iowa. Pete's cookies are good, but they're really no better than half a dozen other brands. Yet Pete outsells his competitors all the time. How does he do that? Well, Pete gives of himself and takes the time to help the grocer sell his products. Pete says that a small-town grocer doesn't have the backing that big chain stores or supermarkets have for floor displays and advertising, nor does he have the manpower to help him. If he's going to get it done, he has to do it himself, or get his wife to help him. Now, as Pete says, you don't walk into a man's place of business and tell him how to run things. That rubs him the wrong way, and you could easily lose a customer. So, Pete waits until the time is just right. Then, when the store owner either asks for help or when he's right in the middle of putting up a cookie display, Pete pitches right in and helps him.
I remember a store in Clarion where I actually helped the owner put up a display for one of my cookie competitors. The next time, he wanted me to help him again because he did such a booming business with that display. But this time he wanted to do it with my cookies. Now he pushes my brand of cookies all the time. I bring him all sorts of display suggestions on everything from brushes and brooms to yams and yogurt. In 90% of the stores I service, my cookies outsell every competing brand. And they do that because the store owners push my brand instead of the others. I help them whenever I can, and in return they go all out for me.
So remember to do everything in your power to increase the happiness and the success of the other person. That's exactly what Pete does. You've seen how he profits by so doing. You'll profit too, by having more true friends than you ever thought possible when you use the same technique. You'll also profit in other ways as well. When you build your friendships on the basis of benefit, profit, and success for others, you'll find that they'll want to help you by doing whatever they can to promote your interests too. The second technique you can use to build enduring friendships is to praise the other person for what he or she does. To be praised by others is a basic human desire. We all want to be told how great we are and what a good job we've done. Even the United States Army found that praise worked far better than criticism in getting soldiers to do a better job. When soldiers were praised for their efforts, 9 out of 10 did a better job the next time around. However, when they were criticized, only 3 out of 10 did a better job the next time. Be generous with your praise. Pass it around freely. The supply is limited only by you. Don't be stingy about passing out bouquets. They cost you nothing. And above all, don't act as if you expect something in return for your praise. In the third technique, I want to show you how to use praise instead of flattery to get results and how you can tell the difference between the two. In the happiest of marriages, husbands and wives are friends as well as lovers. If you're the husband, you can praise your wife in any number of ways to win her friendship. For instance, if your morning coffee is good, tell her so. Be generous with your praise. Don't wait until she does something big or unusual to praise her. Praise her for her excellent cooking, her magnificent housekeeping, her beautiful appearance, her gorgeous new hairdo, the way she balances her home and her career. And don't forget to thank her for what she does for you. That's also praise. The 2 small words, thank you, can be a real morale booster. And if you're the wife, seize every opportunity to praise your husband. Always be sure to use praise, not flattery, to build strong and enduring friendships, not only with your wife, but also with your subordinates and associates as well. There's an easy way for you to determine whether you're praising a person sincerely or whether you're just flattering him. Flattery praises a person for what he is, not for what he does. Praise congratulates a person for what he does, not for what he is. Let me show you the difference between the two by 4 brief examples. Flattery.
Reverend Bill, you're the nicest preacher we've ever had.
Praise.
That was an inspiring sermon you gave this morning. We can always use more like that.
Flattery.
Tom, you're the best salesman in the company.
Praise.
Congratulations, Tom. You had the most sales in the entire district last month. That's an outstanding record.
Flattery.
Miss Jones, you're really the most beautiful typist in the company.
Praise.
Miss Jones, your typing is perfect. I have no hesitancy about signing my correspondence now. I really appreciate your excellent work. Thanks a lot.
Flattery.
George, you're the smartest worker in the entire plant.
Praise.
George, that suggestion of yours was an outstanding idea. It's going to save us a lot of time and unnecessary steps. Thanks for your help.
See the difference here? Flattery is vague, ill-defined, and usually confusing. It leaves the flattered person wondering, why, how, when, in what way? He doesn't know what he has actually done to deserve the praise, so he is in no position to repeat his performance. Flattery does nothing to help the person improve his work methods. And in the case of Miss Jones, telling her she's the most beautiful typist in the company is really confusing. She's left wondering if the boss is talking about her typing or if he's getting ready to make a pass at her. Genuine praise does not create this confusion. Not only that, when you praise a person for what he does, not for what he is, you're forced to find something to praise him for. That makes you look for his good points rather than his weak ones. Genuine praise requires thought, energy, and effort on your part, but it is well worth it in the long run. The fourth technique will show you why it's necessary to build your friendship on a common denominator. Many social relationships are established not only at work, but also by membership in some organization or group. The relationship might be political, religious, or athletic. It could result from lodge or club membership. Whatever it is, there has to be a common interest of some kind. The best way to find a common denominator for your friendship is to take an active interest in what the other person likes to do. If he's interested in chess, for example, and you want to become his close personal friend, learn to play chess. Then you can both speak the same language and feel completely comfortable with each other. However you do it, don't make the mistake I made when I was much younger. My boss was an avid golfer. He loved the game and played it whenever he had the opportunity. He invited me to play with him, but I told him I didn't know how. "Wonderful," he said. "That's all the better. I can teach you to play the right way and make a top-notch golfer out of you." When I still declined his invitation, he insisted on knowing exactly why I wasn't interested. "Because I like to bowl," I said. "No matter what the weather is, it doesn't matter. I can always go to the bowling alley. Besides, I don't have to hunt for my ball as you do. It always comes back to me. Frankly, I think it's silly to go chasing after a little white ball and spend half your time looking for it." As you can no doubt guess, it took me a long time to repair the damage of that stupid remark. After several less capable individuals were promoted ahead of me, I finally began to realize that my success depended not only on my own business capabilities, but also on my ability to get along with other people, especially my boss. That one incident started me on my lifelong study of human nature, of people and their basic needs, desires, and motivations. I hope that I'm much wiser now than I was then. The fifth technique to build an enduring friendship is to learn to accept a person exactly as he or she is. This provides not only the basis for a solid friendship, but it's also one of the secrets of a happy and successful marriage, as you'll learn later on in Side 11. If you want to be able to accept a person exactly as he is, then concentrate on his good points and overlook his defects. We all have defects of some sort. There isn't a person alive who's achieved perfection. Never criticize a person if you want to be able to accept him exactly as he is. Criticism is a quick way to destroy a friendship. When you tell a person he's wrong, or that he shouldn't do this or that, his feathers are immediately ruffled. He becomes defensive, and he resents your comment, no matter how well-intentioned it might be. Let me give you an example of how to avoid criticizing someone even when you know he's wrong. One year, I was on the Chamber of Commerce committee that was responsible for soliciting money from business people to buy toys for poor children at Christmas time. Gene Baxter and I went together on most occasions, feeling it was easier to collect with two people rather than one. One old grumpy fellow complained loudly about giving. "I don't believe in charity," he said. "No one ever gave me anything. The Bible says that God helps those who help themselves." "I agree with you," I said, "but we're not asking for much. Besides, it's the children we want to help. After all, they're not old enough to help themselves yet, as you so wisely suggest." He relented then, and after we left with his check in hand, Gene said, "Jim, I've never heard that Bible quotation before. Have you?" "No, Gene, I haven't," I said, "because it doesn't come from the Bible. But if we'd told him he was wrong, we wouldn't have his check now, would we?" There's no point in telling a person he's wrong. When you do, you're criticizing him, and criticism destroys friendships. Not only that, it creates enemies. And life's too short to have enemies. Even one is one too many. To avoid arguments and disagreements at all costs is the sixth technique you can use to build enduring friendships. Now, as I've just said, one of the best ways to keep out of arguments and disagreements is never to criticize the other person. But there will be times when a person becomes angry with you for one reason or another. Here's the best way you can handle that situation. When a person becomes angry with you, you have your choice of doing one of two things. You can retaliate, get mad, and fight back, or you can do exactly the opposite. Appease his anger. If you fight back, which is exactly what the other person expects you to do, you'll lose complete control of the situation and only make things worse. You'll accomplish nothing by losing your temper, too. What happens if you don't fight back? Does this mean the other person automatically wins? Of course not. The only time you can be sure of winning is when you don't lose your temper and retaliate. It always takes two to fight. If you don't let him get your goat, there'll be no reason for you to fight. And remember, he can't get your goat if you don't let him know where it's tied. When you refuse to become angry, then the other person's anger simply has to burn itself out. When you don't fight back, when you speak softly, the angry person suddenly realizes he's the only one shouting. This embarrasses him and makes him feel awkward. He suddenly becomes extremely self-conscious and anxious to get the situation back to normal as quickly as possible. Use these facts of applied psychology to control and quiet down the other person's angry emotions. When you find yourself in a tense situation that threatens to get completely out of hand, deliberately lower your voice and keep it down. This, in turn, motivates the other person to lower his voice. As long as he speaks softly, he can't remain angry and high-strung for very long. In the seventh technique you can use to build enduring friendships, I want to tell you how you can mix friendship and business successfully. Any person who says you can't mix friendship and business doesn't know much about business. Let me ask you this. Would you do business with a person you didn't like? Of course not. Neither would I. Friendship is responsible for more good relations in business, for meeting more sales quotas and building more bank accounts than anything else. A top executive I know has an open-door policy. He's on friendly terms with every person in his entire company, and it's a big one. He has never become snobbish about his position or his success. He still approaches his people with comments like these. Do you think this procedure would be a better one? Thanks for doing such a terrific job for me. I'm sure you understand this, but I can't figure it out. Would you explain it to me? I've always admired your good judgment in things like this. I'm sure you could solve this problem for me in no time at all. What's your opinion on this? I'd like to know what you think about it before we go ahead on it. What's your solution to this problem? I know you're an expert in this field. Could you help me out of this mess? As you can see, all these comments appeal to a person's ego and make him feel important. As you could readily guess, every employee in his company goes all out and does his level best for him. Your last technique is to keep your friendships warm and cordial by using the following methods. Always maintain a warm and friendly attitude toward others. Go out of your way to do some unexpected service for your friends. Compliment another person and praise him for something that he's done. Always keep your word. Never make a promise you can't keep or a decision you can't support. Treat your associates at work as close friends of long standing, not just casual acquaintances. Establish a reputation as a reliable person who can be depended on so your friends will trust you. Go to work with a smile on your face, leaving your personal problems at home. Never use your position for personal gain at someone else's expense. Don't play favorites. Treat everyone equally. Have respect for every person's dignity. Be sincere in your relationships with others. Don't be a phony. Practice the golden rule with everyone, especially the daily associates with whom you work. Maintain a strong belief in the rights of others. These 8 techniques you've learned will put you far on the road to popularity.
This is the end of Side 10. Side 9 is already queued up for your listening.
On side 10, I said that husbands and wives who were friends as well as lovers always had the best marriages. I also talked about how you could use praise to win your spouse's friendship. I said that one of the best ways to have a harmonious family relationship was to pay attention to your husband or your wife and also to your children. Now I'm going to amplify and expand these ideas and give you some additional methods that you can use to make your marriage and your home life much happier. There are 11 techniques you can use to gain these benefits. The first is, learn how to create a happy family atmosphere by what you say. Each and every one of us possesses a power we often fail to use properly. That power is the freedom of choice. Many people choose to be poor when they need only choose to be rich. Some choose failure instead of success because it's easier to fail than it is to succeed. Others choose to be afraid of life when all they need do is step out with courage and take what is rightfully theirs. What you choose to do about your family life is exactly the same. You have the power to choose the kind of atmosphere that you want in your home. You can choose one that is fun, one that is filled with excitement, joy, and happiness, or you can choose a home life that is constantly filled with anger and resentment, arguments and bickering. It's all up to you. Let me give you an example of how well this technique will work for you when it's used properly. I had an uncle whom I admired greatly, Warren Rowland. He and my Aunt Mary were married for more than 60 years before he died. They were always extremely happy together. I never once heard a harsh word from either of them for the other, nor did I ever see even an angry glance exchanged between them. Just before I got married, Uncle Warren asked me to drop by his place for a chat. "Will you accept a small bit of advice from your old uncle?" he asked. When I said I'd be more than glad to, here's what he told me. "You can be happy in your marriage if you just choose to be," he said. "That's what your aunt and I did when we were first married. We chose to be happy. If you want your marriage to be successful, then I recommend that you do the same. Choose to be happy. It's really just that simple when you don't complicate it. If you make that same choice, then you'll automatically say kind and courteous, happy and cheerful things to the members of your family. You just can't choose to be happy and then growl and bark at your family or argue and disagree with them. The two emotions are incompatible. Remember the rule that if you want to get, you must first give. If you use courtesy and tender loving care in family discussions, that's what you'll receive in return. You can't expect to give nothing to your family and get back something just because it's your family. It won't work. You must make the first move yourself. All you have to do is choose to have a happy home life, and the right words will come to you. You won't have to agonize over what to say and how to say it. Even if you've been married a long time and things don't seem to be going too well, it's never too late to make the decision to be happy with your spouse. When you choose to be happy, kindness and courtesy will flow from you with every word you speak. No matter how bad things seem to be at times, they'll always get better when you make that one simple decision. Choose to be happy. The second technique you can use to make your marriage and your home life happier is to always give your wholehearted attention to your wife or husband. If you'll recall, I told you on side 10 that if you wanted to be popular and well-liked wherever you went, you had to give your wholehearted attention to the other person. Well, the same principle holds true in your marriage. If you want to get along with your spouse, then practice the same technique. Give your wholehearted attention to each other. Now, if you're the husband, you don't have to send your wife flowers or candy every day or buy her expensive gifts all the time to show her how much you love and appreciate her, although there's certainly nothing wrong with that. However, this technique will cost you nothing, and it's even more effective than all those expensive gifts. I know a couple who's been happily married for more than 40 years now, and I know this man doesn't give his wife any presents except on her birthday, their anniversary, and Christmas. "What's your secret to marriage, Sam?" I once asked him.
Well, I always pay attention to Sarah. I let her know by my actions that I know she's around. I still say please and thank you, even after all these years. So does she. It sort of builds a mutual respect between us. I never get up from the table without saying, "Thanks, honey, that was a terrific meal." Or, "Thanks a lot, dear. You did a great job shopping for that insurance policy." Or, when we pass each other in the house, I reach out and touch her hand gently. Or I bring her a cup of tea while she's watching TV in the evening. Or a glass of water in the afternoon while she's sewing or reading. What if she doesn't want it, you say? What if she's not thirsty? Don't worry about that. She'll drink it anyway just to show her appreciation for my giving her my wholehearted attention. If you don't believe that, try it on your own wife. You'll soon see for yourself.
I know these might sound like tiny, inconsequential things to you at first, but as Sam says, they serve as proof positive to your wife that you still love her and that you still appreciate her. So, if you want to maintain a harmonious relationship and a pleasant atmosphere in your home, all you need do is give your wholehearted attention to your wife. When you do these little things for her, your own benefits will multiply. Your wife will love all those little inconsequential, unimportant extras, and she'll want to make sure they keep coming. And if you're the wife, this technique will work both ways. You can use it successfully on your husband, too. As I told you before, there are very few magic words or phrases as such. But as you can see from this last example, please and thank you are two of them. Use them constantly, for they'll work well in your relationships with others. The third technique you can use to make your marriage work for you is to keep it fresh and alive. Truthfully, one of the quickest ways I know of for a marriage to go sour and lose its zing and sparkle is to take your partner for granted. A lot of married couples don't realize that it takes as much effort to keep a spouse as it did to get one in the first place. Just for example, a woman goes all out to get a man. She primps, powders, perfumes, dresses up, looks like a living doll, and really pays attention to him. Then she marries him, sits down, and lets herself go completely to pot. In a few short years, she gains 30, 40 pounds, gets slovenly and sloppy, and couldn't care less about her appearance. After all, she has her husband now. As far as she's concerned, the hunt is over. And then she wonders why her husband becomes unfaithful and ends up with a mistress. If, as a woman, you're guilty of taking your husband for granted like that, here's what you can do to get yourself out of that rut right now before it's too late. Forget your own needs and desires completely. Be more concerned with what he wants than what you want. Keep yourself attractive for your man at all times, morning, noon, and night, and he'll always be your husband, not someone else's boyfriend. Now, men are just as guilty as women about taking their partners for granted. A man works his head off to catch the girl he falls in love with. He plays the part of the perfect gentleman until the minister says, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." Then he figures his courting days are over, so he assumes the attitude of the Ozark mountain man who says, "The best way to keep your wife is to keep her pregnant barefoot and in the kitchen." From then on, he takes his wife completely for granted. She's just another piece of furniture to him. That is, until she files for divorce, charging him with cruelty and neglect. You may not have let things go this far. But if you're guilty of taking your wife for granted, if your home life is not as happy as it ought to be, here's what you can do to change that situation. You need to pay more attention to what your wife wants than to what you want. If you forget yourself completely and help her fulfill her basic needs and desires, you'll always keep your marriage fresh and alive. It'll be filled with love and romance for as long as you live. A few moments ago, I mentioned what a woman should do to keep the marriage fresh and alive. Now I want to give the husband a few tips about how to do the same thing. I know I told you about Sam and his wife Sarah, who'd been happily married for more than 40 years, and how he never gave her any presents except on her birthday, their anniversary, and Christmas. However, that method doesn't work for everybody. So I would suggest that every so often you bring your wife a bouquet of flowers when you come home from work, or call her from the office and surprise her with an invitation to eat out at a good restaurant that night. It would also help to follow that up with a good movie. If you do spend the evening at home, don't put on a tattered old shirt, a pair of ragged and worn-out jeans, or worse yet, slip into a dirty T-shirt, put on an old pair of sloppy slippers when you plop down in front of the TV with a beer, only to start snoring 20 minutes later. You should keep yourself immaculately clean and well-groomed. If you shave in the morning for your boss, then shave again at night for your wife. No woman likes to be kissed when her man has a scratchy, unshaven face. The fourth technique you can use to make your marriage and your home life happier is to get up on the right side of the bed. Again, it's simply a matter of choice. You can be happy or miserable, whatever you decide to be. How do you do it? Simple. There's an old saying you can use that'll help you. Instead of saying to yourself, "Good God, it's morning," just say, "Good morning, God," and go on from there. Greet your wife or husband with a cheerful, "Good morning, dear. You must have rested well. You look wonderful this fine morning." I don't care whether the sun is shining or whether it's raining or snowing. It can be a terrific day if you choose to make it so. Just tell yourself that today is going to be the best day of your life, and it will be. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow isn't here, so concentrate on making today the best day that you've ever had in your entire life. With that positive attitude, you can infuse your whole family, too. The fifth technique is to get in the habit of saying the cheerful and pleasant thing. It's especially important to develop the habit of cheerful and pleasant conversation when the family is all together, if you want to have friendly and harmonious relationships in your home. So always be pleasant to your family, no matter how rotten you might feel inside. There's no point in making them miserable just because you're down in the dumps for one reason or another. It's particularly important to develop the habit of pleasant and cheerful conversation at meal times. Don't upset everyone's digestion or give yourself ulcers by making the family meal a recitation of troubles, anxieties, fears, warnings, and accusations. Discipline and dinner do not go together. Always make every meal a joyful and happy occasion. Our next-door neighbors have two small grandsons who visit them every summer for several weeks. One day, the younger one, a 6-year-old, struck up a conversation with me. "How do you like staying with your grandma and grandpa?" I asked him. "I like it fine," he said. "Boy, my grandpa and grandma sure get along real good. They're always saying nice things to each other. They say nice things to me and my brother, too. They never fight or get mad like my mom and dad do." Children are especially cognizant of the kind of family atmosphere they're raised in, no matter how young they are. It's a known fact that abused children grow up to be child abusers themselves, and children with mean and grouchy parents will grow up to be mean and grouchy themselves. So if you want your children to grow up to be the kind of adults whose company other people will enjoy, raise them in a cheerful and pleasant family atmosphere. The next technique will work magic in your marriage for you. If you'll remember, I said that one of the vital factors in gaining good friends was to accept people exactly as they are. That principle applies just as much, if not more so, to your relationship with your spouse. One of the real secrets to complete joy and happiness in your home is accepting your partner exactly as he or she is. Don't try to change your spouse and make him or her over into a second edition of yourself. Don't nag or criticize. You'll never change a person that way or get him or her to do what you want. Take your own husband, for instance. Have you ever been able to change him very much through all your years of marriage by nagging and finding fault with him? I know that you probably thought you had good intentions. You felt that you could make him over into the kind of person you thought he ought to be, but did you ever really succeed? I doubt it. I know my wife never did. Or if you're thinking of making your wife over to fit your own specifications by using criticism, forget it. I failed at that too. I haven't been able to change her one little bit through all these years of marriage. She's still the same woman I married. But thank God I failed in my attempts. I know now I couldn't have improved on her at all. This is a most valuable point for you to remember. The only person you can ever really change in your life is you, yourself, and you alone. No one else. So accept your marriage partner just as he or she is. You'll be much happier and more satisfied with life when you do. If you think you have a problem with your wife or husband, let me tell you about a woman I once knew who had a real problem with her husband and wanted to change him. Mrs. J had a family of 4 children and a husband who'd been drunk and out of work for most of their 20 years of marriage. She had supported the family the majority of that time by working as a clerk in a department store. Every possible treatment and approach that had been used to solve his drinking problem had failed. None had given him any lasting relief. For specific religious reasons, Mrs. J did not want to divorce her husband, but she could not accept him as he was. And since she couldn't change him, her unhappiness and her children's unhappiness grew deeper and deeper. Then one day she made an important discovery. There is absolutely nothing I can do to change John or to solve his drinking problem, she told herself, but that's his problem, not mine. I'm as powerless to change him or to solve his problem as he is. In fact, even more so. I can't live his life for him. He is a sick man, and I'm going to give up the idea that he ever can or ever will stop drinking. From now on, I'm not going to torture myself with him or his problem anymore. I'm going to accept things just the way they are. I will take care of him, of course, for he's still my husband and I love him in spite of everything. But I am going to quit trying to change him. I'm going to accept him as he is and do what I can to make my own life and the lives of my children as happy as possible under these circumstances. Mrs. J was admitting to herself that she was powerless to change her husband. Her new concept of the situation worked wonders, both for herself and her children. It didn't stop her husband from drinking. It couldn't do that. But in spite of his drinking, they all began to live comparatively normal lives again. Realizing that you cannot possibly change your wife or husband can help you the same way. In fact, you'll never be able to achieve total joy and happiness in your marriage until you do accept them exactly as they are. Now let me tell you how to work this technique of accepting each other when you're newly married. When a couple is first married, they're completely blind to each other's faults. They're too much in love to notice one another's bad habits. But after the honeymoon is over and they realize there are some adjustments that must be made, there can be a tendency to find fault and criticize each other. Then love can go out the window, if they're not careful. But this doesn't have to happen. Let me give you some methods you can use to get what you want in your marriage without destroying your happy and loving relationship. By the way, these methods work no matter how long you've been married. Situation. Wife hangs her stockings over the shower rod to dry and leaves her cosmetics scattered all over the bathroom counter. Wrong.
Why do you always hang your stockings on the shower rod? Can't you find someplace else to dry them? I can't take a shower when they're in my way, and I need a broom to clean up your mess on the bathroom counter. I've never seen so much junk. I can't even find a clean place to shave and wash up.
Right.
Honey, 2 things. I'd appreciate it if you didn't hang your stocking over the shower rod until after I finish taking my shower, because I don't want to get them wet or to cause you to wash them all over again. And if you cleaned up the bathroom counter when you're finished putting on your makeup, I wouldn't spill any soap or water or shaving cream on your things while I'm cleaning up. Thanks, honey.
Situation. Husband throws his dirty clothes in a corner, tosses his pants on a chair, and drops his shoes where he comes in the door. Wrong.
I'd swear your mother raised a pig instead of a son. If you think I'm going to follow you around picking up after you, you're crazy. I'm sick and tired of your filthy, lazy habits.
Right.
Honey, I'd appreciate it if you'd put your dirty things in the clothes hamper and hang your pants up so they don't get wrinkled. And this morning, I nearly fell over your shoes in the hallway when I was getting ready to go to work. Darling, I can't hold down a job and keep a clean house, too, unless you help me. Won't you please do that? Thanks for your cooperation. I really do appreciate it.
Solve those irritating problems with courtesy and kindness instead of nagging and criticism. Do that, and you'll be able to keep the fires of love and romance burning all your life. The next technique you can use to help establish pleasant and cordial relationships in your home and your marriage is to hold a family love feast. Only 2 rules apply. 1, no criticism is allowed. 2, only compliments are to be handed out. Here's how you can do it. Gather your entire family in a comfortable setting, such as the family room, the den, or the living room. Soft, pleasant background music is permissible if it's turned down low, but no television and no other interruptions are allowed. Each person takes his turn being the subject, while all the others tell him the good points they see and like about him. Let me give you some examples here.
I love your awareness of natural beauty. You call my attention sometimes to a beautiful sunset or a gorgeous full moon, and I think that's terrific, for we can watch it together.
You're a warm, loving, and compassionate person, honey, and I love you for that.
I love the way you kiss me goodbye every morning, Mommy, and I love your hugs.
I really like the way you always clean up your room, Sarah. You put away your dolls and toys very nicely.
You really hit the ball well, Dad. The ball flew right out the park.
Your smile and a cheerful good morning get me off to a good start each day. Thanks a lot.
Barbara, you really look fantastic in blue.
I love to hear you sing, Mom. You have such a beautiful voice.
You're an outstanding speller, John. I wish I had your talent for that.
You really are a good teacher, Daddy, and I like piano practice with you.
I really love the cutting board you made for me in your shop class. Thanks a million.
There's no end to the good things you can say to each other in a family love feast. And it helps the entire family to get along better, to understand each other, to appreciate each other more, to have fun with each other, and to look for the good qualities instead of character defects in people. You can use the same techniques with your friends and associates as well as with your family. Praise and kind words of appreciation is a magic method that will literally work miracles for you. The 8th technique will tell you how to guide, direct, and control your children without effort. To do that, make your children happy. When they're happy, they'll be only too glad to do what you ask them to do. How do you make a child happy? Well, it takes a lot more than money and material possessions. You can start off by telling your child how much you love him, and then prove that by giving him your full and undivided attention. This is something that all children usually need the most and yet get the least of. Attention. Praise is the best way to give a person your full attention. Children respond to praise just as much as adults do. If you want your son or daughter to get better grades in school, then praise them for their efforts. If you criticize them for their poor grades, those grades will go even lower. I guarantee it. I know that from personal experience. You see, mine has been a learning process, too. I do know that sometimes you must discipline your children. After all, I raised 3 of my own. Discipline should be reasonable and firm, yet kind and friendly, and completely without criticism. Parents in unhappy families don't realize this, but in a happy family, there's seldom any reason for discipline. In happy families, people usually discipline themselves. So, give your children a happy, pleasant atmosphere, encourage their efforts with kind words of praise, work with them, play with them, make them feel they belong by letting them take part in family projects, and you'll find that the necessity for discipline disappears. Your children will do what you want them to. When their discipline is handled in this way, you'll find that your enjoyment of your children will increase, just as Mike Turner found. Here's what Mike had to say.
One summer a few years ago when Bob was 16, he and I went on a month-long camping trip through the West. Just the two of us. We did everything together just like two buddies would. We took turns driving the pickup truck, cooking the meals, washing the dishes, making the bed. Not once during the trip did I tell him what to do. I treated him like an equal. After we got back home, Bob paid me a compliment that I'll always remember. Dad, this has been the best time of my life, he said to me. I'll always remember this trip. I've learned you're my friend as well as my father.
I know you must give guidance and counsel to your children, but if you really want to enjoy their company and make your home life much happier, drop that parent role as often as you can, so you can be a friend as well as a father or a mother. This approach will bring you a wonderful new relationship with them. In the 9th technique, I want to tell you how spouses can help one another be successful by praising each other's actions. If you're a wife and you want your husband to get ahead and be successful in his work, then don't criticize him for not bringing home a bigger paycheck. Instead, praise him for his hard work, for all he does for you. Praise builds his self-confidence and helps him get ahead. The 10th technique is to make your spouse the most important person in your life. Of the 14 basic needs and desires all of us have, the desire to be important is the most dominant one of all in nearly everyone. So, make your mate the most important person in your life, and you will never fail. You'll always succeed. Here are 3 specific ways to do that. First, think that your mate is the most important person in all the world to you. The first rule is simply to convince yourself that your spouse is the most important person in your life. Do this, and you won't have to pretend. Your attitude will come across loud and clear without you even trying. Not only that, you won't have to use any phony gimmicks or artificial tricks to make this technique work. Your relations will be on an honest and sincere basis, as they should be. As you think, so shall you believe, and as you believe, so shall it be. Act as if it were true, and it will be true. Second, pay close attention to everything your mate says and does. I know I've already discussed this technique when I told you about Sam, but it does bear repeating, for the most common complaint of wives is this: he never notices me, never pays any attention to me or to what I say, takes me for granted, treats me like an old shoe. Does your wife have a new hairdo? Tell her how beautiful it makes her look. Is she wearing a new dress? Compliment her on her choice. Thank her for the wonderful dinner she prepared for you. This advice applies to wives, too. Make your mate feel loved and important. Third, always praise, never criticize. You've heard me talk about this several times before, but it's such a valuable technique I could never discuss it too often. Praise is the most powerful tool you can use to feed a person's ego and make him feel important. By the same token, criticism destroys people. It creates enemies. It ruins friendships. It destroys love and marriages. In fact, I can't think of a single thing that criticism does that is of any value whatever to anyone. Praise creates energy. It makes a person work harder, more effectively, and with greater enthusiasm, because praise makes the person feel proud of himself and what he has done. Simply say to your spouse, "I am so proud of you." These are magic words, for he or she'll do whatever you want them to do when they hear them. You just can't miss when you praise a person for what they have done. Just a word of caution now. You should never do too much for your spouse. I never realized that you could do too much for your spouse until I listened to one of my wife's friends one day.
Keith does everything for me. I know he loves me, but he doesn't really need me. He never lets me do anything on my own. No matter what I mention or start to do, he takes over and does it for me. He makes me feel useless and unnecessary. I wish he'd realize that just once in a while I'd rather do something for myself instead of having him do it for me.
In the last technique, I want to tell you how to work and play together to make your marriage work. If you're a man, it's important that you spend part of your free time with your wife doing the things she likes to do. Don't let her become a golf widow, as so many men do. That's no way to keep a marriage intact. If she's athletically inclined, take her along with you when you go bowling, swimming, or boating. If that's not her thing, if she'd rather see a movie or go dancing, then do what she wants to do part of the time. By the same token, if you're the wife, don't usurp all your husband's free time for your preferred activities. If he likes to play cards or drink a beer and shoot the breeze with his buddies one night a week, don't be jealous. Just remember, you're entitled to some time of your own to do the things that only women like to do, so do the same favor for him. Just be reasonable with your demands on each other's time. The same thing holds true when it comes to working around the house. Do it together. Many men think it's degrading for some reason to help their wives with the dishes, yet those same men like to play head chef at the backyard barbecue. At any rate, don't be like Ed Kay, a fellow who used to live next door to me. Ed would come home, plop into his easy chair, and yell for Arlene to bring him the evening paper, his slippers, and a beer. He never lifted a finger to help his wife after supper, or any other time either, for that matter. He refused to take care of their two small sons while his wife did the dishes. His attitude was that he'd worked hard at the office all day and he had the right to relax. He simply didn't want his family to bother him in his free time. If you treat your wife like this, it's a good way to end up living all alone. That's exactly what happened to Ed. Don't let it happen to you. Practice the techniques I've given you. Choose to be happy. Pay attention to the small details in your interactions with your spouse and your children. You'll be assured of a harmonious home life for many years to come.
This is the end of Side 11. Side 12 is already queued up for your listening.
We've talked about the many ways that you can use words in your life. From striking up a conversation with just about anyone, to communicating with your boss and your family, you've learned some of the special skills for improving human relations. It's time now to talk about the 8 cardinal sins of conversation. As I've said before, I normally don't like to discuss the negative aspects of any subject. I always prefer to concentrate on the positive rather than the negative, for it's usually better to learn what to do rather than what not to do. That's why I'm going to give you also the 8 golden rules of conversation. Sometimes it's appropriate to identify certain mistakes and discuss how to avoid or correct them. This is one of those times. So I'd like to tell you about the 8 cardinal sins of conversation so you'll be aware of them. Moreover, I feel that conversation power would not be complete without this information, for you could be committing one of the cardinal sins of conversation and not even know it, although everyone else would. I will then follow up each conversational mistake with the correct technique to use, the golden rule of conversation, so the right way of doing things will be the last thought in your mind. Now let me tell you about the enormous benefits that you will gain from this side. When you know how to avoid the 8 cardinal sins of conversation, first, you'll be regarded as the person with the golden tongue. You'll prevent misunderstandings and hard feelings. You won't make enemies of anyone, even accidentally. You'll improve your abilities to get along well with others. You'll be well thought of by your business associates, your friends, and neighbors. Everyone will have a good word for you. And now for the techniques you can use to gain these fantastic benefits. I will first discuss each cardinal sin, and then I'll tell you how to correct it or how to avoid it with the appropriate golden rule of conversation. The first cardinal sin of conversation is not to listen attentively to the other person. Most of the time, if you don't listen attentively to the person who's speaking, it will be for one of several reasons. Perhaps you're preoccupied with what you're doing. For example, watching television or reading the newspaper while your wife or child is trying to tell you something. A boss is often guilty of this cardinal sin, too, when he keeps on reading the papers on his desk while his employee is trying to talk with him. Another reason for poor attention could be that you have no interest whatsoever in the subject that's being discussed, so you spend your time trying to figure out ways to change the conversation around to a topic you enjoy talking about. Or, if you are interested in the subject being discussed, you may be impatient to talk so you can present your ideas, so you spend your time mulling over in your mind what you're going to say, rather than listening attentively to the other person. Whatever the reason, the speaker will notice your lack of attention. Failure to pay attention to the other person and understand what he's saying is in a way an insult. It's a form of rejection, and rejection hurts. Attention heals. Now let me tell you how to correct this first cardinal sin of conversation. One of the most distinguished Supreme Court justices our country has ever had, Oliver Wendell Holmes, once said, "To be able to listen to others in a sympathetic manner is the most effective method you can use to get along with people and tie up their friendships for good." This famous justice went on to say that too few people knew how to practice the white magic of being a good listener. The first golden rule of conversation consists of 5 specific methods you can use to physically show that you're listening. And once you start listening physically, you'll find that your mind will automatically follow. For as the biblical saying goes, act as if it were so, and it will be. First, look directly at the person while he's talking. Don't be disturbed or distracted by anything else, or let your eyes wander. The person speaking will notice that immediately and be upset or hurt by your lack of attention. Second, show a deep interest in what he is saying. You can do this easily without ever saying a single word. Just nod your head and smile or frown whenever it's called for. That's all you need to do to let him know you're interested in what he's telling you. Third, lean toward the person physically. Sitting up on the edge of your chair and leaning forward shows a deep interest on your part in what the other person is saying. Fourth, ask questions if necessary. If the conversation founders, all you need do is say something along this line. And then what did you do? And then what did you say? This is enough to keep the other person going indefinitely. Fifth, don't interrupt. Except to ask questions, as I've just indicated, don't interrupt the speaker. No one likes to be interrupted. Interrupting others is another one of the cardinal sins of conversation all by itself. So I'll discuss that point next in more detail. The second cardinal sin of interrupting others is an offshoot of the first cardinal sin of not listening attentively to the other person. It usually stems from a person's ego, his desire to be important, to be heard, and to be recognized. Interrupting others is also a quick way not only to become unpopular, but also to be highly disliked by everyone. I know of no quicker way to insult a person or to hurt his feelings than to interrupt him when he's trying to tell you something. How many times have you been right in the middle of an interesting story only to have one of your listeners interrupt you and start talking on a brand new subject? You hated him, even if only for a few moments, didn't you? I know exactly how you felt, for one of my closest friends did this to me once in front of a large group of people and embarrassed me greatly. It took me longer than I care to admit to get over my anger and resentment toward him. Now, let me give you the second golden rule of conversation that you can implement in 4 easy steps. First, learn to listen with everything you've got. Concentrate completely on what the other person is saying. Don't let anything distract you. Focus your attention on him with all the intensity and awareness you can possibly command. Second, teach your ego to hold its breath. All of us are self-centered most of the time. To me, the world revolves around me. As far as you're concerned, it revolves around you. Each one of us is trying to stand under the spotlight on center stage. But if you want to pay close attention to the other person and not interrupt him, that is precisely what you must not do. For a few moments of time, make your attention-hungry ego take a back seat. Let the spotlight fall on the other person for a change. Third, practice patience. Be courteous enough to hear the other person out. If you listen closely enough, you might even learn something of value. Fourth, be concerned. This is the final technique and the most important of all. There's no use of paying attention to a person or listening to him unless you honestly do care about the feelings of other people. If you pretend, you'll be spotted at once. Sincerity can't be faked. Admittedly, old habits are hard to break. So if this cardinal sin of interrupting others is one of your conversational problems, and you do catch yourself breaking in while someone else is speaking, stop and apologize for doing so and ask the other person to continue. This, at least, shows courtesy on your part, and your rudeness can be forgiven. The third cardinal sin of conversation is criticizing the other person, especially in public. This is most often a bad habit of managers, supervisors, military officers, teachers, or anyone in charge of others. Now, it's bad enough to criticize a person in private, but to do so in front of others is completely unforgivable. No one likes to be criticized. As the famous author Somerset Maugham once said, "People ask you for criticism, but they only want to be praised." No one wants to be told that he's wrong or that he's made a mistake, especially in front of others. Criticism is one of man's deadliest weapons. Let me show you how criticizing others will always work against you instead of for you. Psychological studies conducted by a Midwestern university of hundreds of people in all walks of life showed that when people were criticized in public for a mistake, only 30% improved their performance the next time. But if they were praised in public, 90% did a better job the next time around. In other words, praise works 3 times better than criticism to get the results you want from people. Let me show you how to practice the third golden rule of conversation and correct a person's mistakes without criticism. First of all, you should never correct a person's mistakes in front of others unless a genuine emergency exists that threatens the loss of life, bodily injury or harm, or loss of valuable property or equipment. Second, the only way to do this is not to criticize the person, but only to correct the mistake. If one of your subordinates asks you to look at his work and let him know if he's making any mistakes, don't be misled by that. That isn't what the person wants at all. He wants you to tell him what a good job he's doing. He wants you to pat him on the back and tell him he's not making any mistakes. He wants to be praised, not criticized. Read between the lines. Listen to what he's really saying to you. Remember the basic desires that every person has. To be criticized and corrected is not one of them. The fourth cardinal sin of conversation is to use sarcasm and ridicule. People who make sarcastic remarks often do so from a desire to be humorous. Unfortunately, this kind of conversation usually backfires, for most people do not like sarcasm, especially when they're the target. Far worse than sarcasm is ridicule. Those same university studies that I mentioned earlier prove that when people were ridiculed for their mistakes in public, only 1 out of 10 improved his performance and did a better job the next time around. 9 out of 10 did worse than before. You see, if you make fun of a person, if you belittle and ridicule him, or if you make a fool out of him, especially in front of his peers, you'll have an enemy for the rest of your life. He'll never forget, and he'll never forgive you. For you've destroyed his sense of self-respect, dignity, and self-esteem, as well as deflated his ego and injured his pride. Let me tell you now how you can use the 4th golden rule of conversation. The best way to overcome the problem of using sarcasm in your conversation is to substitute other kinds of humor. Develop one-liners or memorize some jokes that can be told in mixed company instead of using sarcasm. Ridicule, however, is quite another matter. If you've been prone to cutting people to pieces in front of others, you'll simply have to change your attitude completely and take a brand new approach. I would suggest that instead of looking for reasons to ridicule a person, you look for ways to praise him instead. Public praise is the most powerful technique you can use to feed a person's ego and make him feel important. This can be especially helpful to you if the person is your subordinate or employee, for praise acts as an energizer. Praise causes a person to work harder, more efficiently, and with greater enthusiasm, all the things that you want in an employee. The 5th cardinal sin of conversation is talking down to people. You can usually recognize this kind of personality quite easily. He'll want you to know right off that he's the final authority on the subject, no matter what it is. He might not know exactly what you're talking about, but he'll have an opinion on it, and you can bet on that. His assertions will usually be made in a loud, arrogant, and overbearing voice. He is almost always involved in an argument. People often attack his ideas, not necessarily because they're wrong, but because they can't stand his arrogant and haughty conduct and bearing. What this person needs to do to gain popularity and acceptance is to use the 5th golden rule of conversation. There are 3 simple steps in this 5th golden rule that you can use too. First of all, never make comparisons. Don't try to show how much smarter and wiser you are than other people. You'll never win, for sooner or later you're going to meet someone who knows much more than you do, even about your own favorite subject on which you consider yourself to be an expert. Next, learn the value of the 3 simple words, I don't know. Even if you do know all the answers to the subject being discussed, give someone else a chance to shine. And who knows, you might actually learn something new, even though you think you know everything there is to know about the subject being discussed. As President Harry S. Truman once said, it's what you learn after you know it all that really counts. And third, learn to talk with a person rather than to him. When you talk with a person instead of to him, it's extremely difficult to talk down to him. If you adopt this simple attitude, you'll be able to solve this problem even before it happens. The 6th cardinal sin of conversation, using pompous and pretentious words to show how smart you are, is actually a spin-off of the previous cardinal sin, talking down to people. But to use a big word when a smaller one will do just as well is extremely unwise. You run the risk of losing the attention as well as the understanding of your listener. Just for instance, look at the following examples. Simians indigenous to Zamboanga are destitute of caudal appendages. That sentence is grammatically correct, but it's much more concrete, understandable, and to the point if you say, monkeys in Zamboanga have no tails. My own personal attitude about big words is simply this. Most of them are too cumbersome, pompous, and useless in ordinary everyday spoken language. As my high school English teacher, John Harlan, used to say, a vocabulary of big words is much better for catching than it is for pitching. A great many times, the person who uses big and pompous words is mainly interested in showing how ignorant his listener is. For instance, I have actually seen this kind of person go out of his way to use pretentious and pompous words simply to drive another person to the dictionary. Perhaps he wanted to appear wise and well-educated. If that was his objective, he completely defeated his purpose. For instance, I once knew an army officer who loved to use such words as obfuscate. If confusion was his goal, he succeeded, for the word obfuscate means to cloud, confuse, darken, or muddle. Instead of using such simple verbs as make or do, Captain J.B. used construct, fabricate, accomplish, perform, consummate, or effect. He never started anything. Instead, he initiated, commenced, or inaugurated everything. He never sent a message. He always forwarded, transmitted, or communicated it. Nor did he use little words such as if, so, for, and, or but. He always made certain to replace them with in the event that, therefore, on behalf of, nevertheless. Well, Captain J.B. loved to use such abstract and passive verbs as conceptualize, finalize, consummate, ameliorate, promulgate, disseminate, obfuscate, and prioritize. He might on occasion admit that some of the governmental federalese that he used needed improvement, but he always wanted you to say amelioration. Now let me tell you how you can use the sixth golden rule to solve this cardinal sin of using pretentious and pompous words to impress your listener. First of all, you should never use nouns that are made out of verbs. Good, strong, active verbs of motion can be ruined when you change them into abstract, pompous nouns by adding the suffixes I-O-N, A-N-C-E, E-N-C-E, or O-S-I-T-Y. The most common ending you'll run into is I-O-N. When you use these abstract nouns made out of verbs, you'll find you're forced to use weak passive verbs to carry and support them. It is practically impossible to use a strong and active one-syllable verb like run, throw, or strike when you have an abstract noun for the subject of your sentence. If you find yourself using disintegration for fall apart, penetration for break through, condescension for look down, or intervention for come between, discussion for talk about, then it's time for you to clean house. If you do nothing more than cut most of the words that end with I-O-N out of your vocabulary, you'll do wonders for clarity and style in your conversation. The best nouns to use for clear understanding are the names of people, places, and things. These are known as concrete nouns. Nouns that describe qualities and ideas are abstract. It is best to avoid these abstract nouns or limit their usage as much as possible. Additionally, there are 7 simple guidelines you can use to avoid those pompous and pretentious words that really say nothing at all. First, use small, active 1- and 2-syllable verbs of physical movement. For example, such verbs as break, cut, drive, drop, kick, pull, push, stir, strike, tear will keep you from using abstract and passive verbs. Second, use adverbs to add to the meaning of verbs rather than adjectives to modify nouns. Third, use small, easy-to-understand words. Fourth, use personal words like you, I, we, us. Avoid such evasive terms as they said or they want. Fifth, be direct and specific. Use illustrations and examples. Sixth, don't use vague and abstract words. They muddle your meaning and confuse your listener. 7, don't talk down to your listener by using big and cumbersome, pompous and pretentious words. Let me wrap up this idea of using simple words and simple terms instead of pompous and pretentious words by pointing out that it's always the simple things that last longest and where best. The seventh cardinal sin of conversation is to participate in idle and malicious gossip. If you constantly talk about others and blacken their names with idle and malicious gossip behind their backs, you'll quickly lose your friends and end up with nothing but enemies. Let me give you an example of what might happen to you. One of my friends, Sally, once told me about this incident.
We have a neighborhood gossip who was squelched by our ignoring her completely. 3 of us made a solemn pact never to speak to her again. Soon our silent treatment of her spread throughout the entire neighborhood until she was completely isolated from the whole community. No one would even say as much as hello to her. How effective is this silent treatment technique? Well, it works much better than getting angry and trying to fight back. Just a few days ago, I saw a for sale sign go up in front of her house.
Here's how you can put the 7th golden rule of conversation into practice. First, you need to keep in mind that when the neighborhood or office motor mouth tells you some juicy tidbit about Henry or Mabel or Nancy behind their backs, or who's sleeping with whom, you are not immune from this kind of slander yourself. The same person will talk to Henry or Mabel or Nancy behind your back. The best way to deal with gossip and keep from getting involved is to tell him you're not interested in what he's peddling and then refuse to listen. Tell him to take his garbage somewhere else, preferably to the city trash dump. If that doesn't work, then use the silent treatment that I told you about just a few moments ago. Whether you run into the person at social activities, at work, in business, in church, or in the supermarket, put yourself above this vicious level. Don't even say hello to him. Ignore him utterly and completely. Nothing shuts off a rumor monger's tongue more quickly than your refusal to talk with him or even to listen to him. And if you refuse to listen, then he can no longer spread malicious gossip and ugly rumors. The 8th cardinal sin of conversation is using the big I and the little u. In a sense, all the previous cardinal sins of conversation, not listening attentively to the other person, interrupting others while they're speaking, criticizing the other person in public, using sarcasm and ridicule, talking down to people, using pompous and pretentious words to show how smart you are, participating in gossip, all these stem from the 8th cardinal sin. That is, making yourself the big I and the other person the little u. Now, don't get me wrong here. The desire to be important is one of the 14 basic desires I talked about on side 1 that we all have. In fact, most psychologists feel that the desire to be important is the greatest motivational force of all, and one of the major differences between man and animals. It is not wrong to want to be important. It's perfectly normal to want to be somebody. Eddie Robinson, head football coach at Grambling College, knows that. He's one of the winningest college football coaches of all times. Sports writers often ask him how he can win so many football games year after year. Mr. Robinson's answer is that he tries to make everybody feel like somebody. He treats every player as an important individual, not just as a cog in a machine. If a player thinks he can make it as a fullback, he gets the chance to prove it. If he makes it, fine. If not, at least he knows his coach thought enough of him as a person to give him the opportunity. But it wasn't always that way. In the beginning, Coach Robinson handled the players like robots. He switched them around constantly without ever once asking a player what his own desires were. As he says, he was switching people around faster than a short-order cook filling orders. But it didn't work. The team kept on losing. Trying to find an answer, Coach Robinson looked back to his own college days, and he remembered his football coach telling him, "Everybody is somebody." That was the turning point. Coach Robinson put up a sign in the dressing room that said, "Everybody is somebody," and he began treating his players that way. Grambling started winning and has been winning ever since. If you want to win with people, you can do the same. All you need do is treat everybody like somebody. You're bound to get the results you want when you do that. It's only when you try to attain your importance at the expense of others that the problem of the big I and the little you enters the picture. To tell the truth, there is no faster way of driving people away from you than by constantly talking about yourself and your own great accomplishments. Not even your best friends can put up with never-ending stories of how important you think you are. Even they will eventually reach the limits of their endurance. If you believe that you can win friends by getting them interested in you and your affairs, then I must tell you quite bluntly, you're dead wrong. The only way you can ever win lasting friends is to become truly interested in people and in their problems. Remember, that's the white magic I told you about earlier. It is the person who has no interest in his fellow human being and his problems who always has the greatest difficulties in life and who ends up causing the most harm to others. That person will always fail, unless and until he changes his basic attitude toward people. If you're having a problem with this cardinal sin of conversation, there are two simple but giant steps in the 8th golden rule of conversation you can take to solve it. First, forget yourself completely. As I've said before, most of us are self-centered almost all of the time. We're always busy trying to impress someone else. Most of our waking moments are spent in trying to gain status of some sort. But if you really want to gain friends and get along with people, you should forget about yourself completely for a change. You'll find that it's a tremendous relief to get the world off your shoulders and let others carry the load for a while. It'll give you a chance to relax and rest. Second, think that other people are important. Simply tell yourself once and for all that other people and their problems are just as important as you and your problems are. When you adopt this attitude, it'll come through clear as a bell to the other person. You won't have to put on a phony face and butter him or her up to make it work. With this new approach, you can stop looking for gimmicks to make the other person feel important. You won't need any, for you'll have put your dealings with other people on a firm, sound, sincere, and honest basis. Honesty and sincerity are better than a gimmick every day of the week, for you can't make the other person feel important if deep down inside you really feel that he's just a worthless nobody. The beauty of this technique is that you no longer have to participate in the games that people play to impress each other. All you need do to make it work is just think that the other person is important. Pretend that it is so, and it will be. You may have other problems of conversation to contend with, but these 8 that I've given you here are the cardinal sins and the most common ones. If you will take care to practice the 8 golden rules, you will be well on your way to becoming an interesting and well-liked conversationalist. As you can tell by now, conversation power is an organized, cohesive, and surefire program for getting ahead and gaining both your social and professional goals. Conversation power is not meant to be listened to only once and then placed on a shelf to gather dust, for you couldn't possibly retain all the valuable information that it contains by listening to it only one time. After all, it has taken me a lifetime to collect the material that has gone into this program. You'll want to listen to Conversation Power time and again for the instant benefits you can gain, the help it will give you in developing your conversational expertise and sharpening your verbal techniques. Whenever you have a communication problem of some sort, all you need do is turn to the appropriate tape to find your solution. If you use your conversation power tapes this way, you will become a much better speaker and conversationalist. You will never be at a loss for words, no matter what the situation might be. You'll always know what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. That I guarantee. Good luck.
You've been listening to Conversation Power, Communication Skills for Business and Personal Success by James Van Fleet. You've now heard many proven and practical techniques for honing your conversational expertise. Listen to these tapes several times and practice the techniques as often as you can. In time, they'll become second nature to you. And while you're practicing your new communication skills, keep in mind the 14 secret motivators, those 14 basic needs that drive people. They'll prove invaluable to you not only in conversation, but in all other human relations as well. This is the end of Side 12. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 11 for your next listening.